What's up, everybody, and welcome back to League-Wide Wednesdays. I'm your host, Miss Phins, and this is my co-host, Mr. Culler, commentary from the awesome TFTG. Thank you so much for coming through, guys. Much appreciate you. Literally just got done filming a session, part 3 of Back Alley Phins with myself, Nene, and Fidelity. And holy smokes, we love going at it. Even if we're arguing a topic, we still love going at each other, and I love it.
You still there, Miss Phins? Or are you only breaking up for me?
Carla, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. I don't know if Miss Phins is just breaking up for me or if I'm breaking up, but
No, it's me. It's me. My
all right.
computer is plugged in into my main system,
Uh
and it just like blah, 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 blah. So we're gonna.
Well, in that case, I'm doing great, and I'm about to walk Color Dog, and then give him some food.
I'm sorry. Super adorable. Color dog. Really?
Yeah, he's gotta do his thing, and then I'm gonna feed him.
All right, but that don't
Yes,
mean you gotta leave us.
I did.
Does it mean
I did cook him up the stuff. Yep.
what you cook them?
Turkey and green beans and carrots.
What a privileged dog, I swear. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. But hey, that's good stuff. I just got literally, like I said, I was recording a show with Finsanity 5 and Nene, and literally went from while I was cooking as well, too. Delicious, delicious meal. And then ran to my office to try to plug everything in, my computer back in, because I had to be, what you call it? I had to be in 2 places at once. So there you go, guys. We're going to be doing our Super Wildcard Weekend recap. We're going to talk about the divisional round. Obviously, talk about our Pickems. What's up? Oh, look who's in the building. I see you, Fidelity. What's up? Ronnie and Frederick, welcome. Hooked Up Joe, welcome. Armin, welcome. Thank you so much, guys, for coming through. We really do appreciate it. As always, you know what we're going to say. Hit that like button for us, guys. You know, we always have fun here. Nothing ever goes according to plan because do we ever plan? That is the question. Like, that's really the question. So, maybe that makes us sound a little bit bad, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, I love what we do, you know? So, I am not ashamed whatsoever. Of course, this is my favorite show, and she really does like the show, like a lot. She tells me literally all the time, and and then I'm like, slightly take offense, I guess, because I'm like, why? If it's maybe perhaps you might like I don't know some of my other shows I do, but that's what it is. They love you, Color. They just are trying to be nice about it.
No.
It's okay. Now that I'm done with my own
Well, I
personal
mean,
pity patty, let's get into it.
it's better than that nonsense going on Twitter. I had to leave. I was like, I got to go to League Wide Wednesday with
Dude,
Miss
I
Phins.
heard it was crazy. Nanny was talking about like it got just out of hand, and we didn't even go in depth with it because again I was like we gotta record it because I got the show. But what happened? See, you get the 411 over here. Really well one day. Talk to us and tell us what happened.
Well, it's just the continued sycophancy of propping up the guy, tearing down other guys, and it's like meanwhile
Whatever do you mean,
everybody's
Color?
winning but us. You know what I mean?
You mean this guy?
Yeah, so it wasn't so much any different than it always is. It was just that I'm able to come to League Wide Wednesday and talk about other teams objectively without it always having to come back to the narrative of what our quarterback is doing or not doing or how much money he's going to make and all this other nonsense.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. Like I see League Wide Wednesday too as an escape from our fan base as well, because it forces you. You know, you can't do the whole league. I mean, you can't do league wide. You know, you can't have that name without actually touching the whole league. So that's why I love the name League Wide Wednesday. It just rolls off the tongue. You know what I mean? But
Yeah, and I just feel
like
like I
yeah,
feel like
it,
I feel like a lot. I say it all the time. Since I've for the last couple of years that every single year 20, 28 some odd fan bases are reminded this Monday morning coming up after the divisional round that they
hmm
weren't even close. And I just feel
Ooh,
like
I heard somebody say that too.
once again we find ourselves in that category. But more fan bases will too. This coming up Monday, they're going to say to themselves, "Dang, we weren't even close."
Yeah, but
Whoever those
that is
fan bases are
nonsense.
is what we're going to talk about tonight.
Facts. Facts, facts, facts. So let's talk about it, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, it's League Wide Winter, so we're going to enjoy ourselves. As you know, this is primarily a Dolphin show, but we talked the whole league. So let's start with our recap from last week. We talked about the divisional round, not the divisional round. My apologies.
Wild card round, super
Super
wild
wild
card
card.
weekend.
That's what I meant to say. Yeah, super wild card. It's just these names. I don't understand why it's called super. I know why. It's because they added the seventh team, but they could have still just said wild card weekend, and they just had to
Right,
add the super,
right,
and it break me off.
right,
If they super
exactly.
wild card, like it just literally makes no sense. Just leave it wild card weekend. That's
Yeah,
literally what
yeah,
it is. Like what the, but anyways, so yeah,
yeah, and
last
maybe because they played
this
so
one
many
had
games on
some
Saturday, but they've
really
always done that.
facts. They have some really good games. I'm not gonna lie to you, dude. And we're gonna go over every single one, but dude, there's one of course, there's one that impressed me the most out of all of them. Then I was like, what? Technically, two of them, and I can't wait to talk about those two games. Cause I watched them. I'm like, I was very interested in those two games. You know what I mean? And shout out to some people, man, because they definitely they got it right, yo. Smokes, man. Okay, okay, okay. So let's go ahead and start, ladies and gentlemen, on the scores that we had this past Super Wildcard weekend. You had starting out on Saturday. You had the 4:30 game. Mind you, obviously the Bills game had to be moved because of the blizzard or whatever, but it is what it is. And then they're so smart, right? Like they know they have to get games moved. This isn't the first year or the second year or the third year. This happens almost every other year in Buffalo, right? But yet they're gonna build a $1 billion stadium literally right next door without a roof or making it a dome. Why? Because they want to play in the elements. Well, why the heck didn't you play in the middle of the blizzard? That's an element. I mean, obviously, I'm not joking. People, safety first, but still, I just think it's ridiculous. Like, if that's the case, and you're gonna keep moving these games, then guess what? I don't know. Build a dome and stop it with this ridiculousness of trying to have your cake and eat it too, and then always complain about it. Like God, I just can't with these fans. Real quick before we move into it, I just want to thank all of the subscribers of the channel, man. You guys are awesome. You guys literally make it happen. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much, guys. And everybody that donates to the channel, much appreciated. We still got the like button, so go ahead and hit that like button. We still got super chat, super thanks, super stickers. Also, too, if you're the super thanks is if you're watching the replay, which I know a lot of you guys do. Um, so you can still do it's a super chat, but after. So that's what it's called, Super Thanks. And then we still got our old school. If you want to do Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, and donate that way, everything is Miss Phins, MISSPHINS, and it goes directly to the show. So 100% of it versus like 45% via, YouTube, but whatever. Either way, thank you. Obviously, guys, let's keep it clean. Think of the children, because kids do watch the show. But I do appreciate that you guys do. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Also, too, guys, obviously, remember it's that, like we always like to say. Well, by we I mean me, because this is my quote. We win together. We lose together. Dolphins for life. Moving on. So you had the Browns playing the going into the Texans game. Dude, this is a game I was like, because we both picked the Brown, all three of us. You, me, Finsanity, all three of us picked the Brown. You know what I mean? And I think that Dean had picked. I didn't get to write down his picks, but I think he picked Texans. But yo, did you see that performance? And Color, I'm gonna bringing people up here because it's the off season technically for us, not really, but yes. I'm gonna bring I'm gonna bring up some people. So, but I want to get your take real quick this game before these folks come up. Dude, did you see CJ Stroud? Did you
I mean,
see what this young man was doing?
and I think you saw what happens to even a quarterback, a veteran quarterback that has been playing well. I wouldn't retract anything I said about Joe Flacco last week, despite
Agreed.
14 points or whatever it was. But I think that the Browns sorely underestimated in their game plan altogether, and that just made the domino effect fall for Flacco and his offense. But when it comes to a top five defense and a rookie quarterback laying 45 on a defense like that in a playoff game, I'm not so sure who to give credit or blame to when it comes to a blowout like that. I don't want to just start throwing shade on Flacco all of a sudden and say, nah, but you're talking about
It was crazy.
45
I mean, think
points on a. I mean, what would have been the difference if Flacco would have done his thing, 45-28? You know what I mean? Like, what are you supposed to do at that point? I mean, I don't know.
agree. I mean, he had 307 yards, one touchdown, two
Right,
interceptions that were costly.
for sure. But now, can CJ Stroud? Yeah, yeah. Can you hear me? Hello, Miss
Yeah, yeah,
Vince. Tune in. All right. So, what
yeah,
I was
I
saying,
can
gonna
hear
say,
you.
what I was saying was, CJ Stroud now has to show that he can replicate that it wasn't just a big failure on the Browns' defensive part. Maybe the Browns did underestimate his abilities and all that. The next team's not going to underestimate his abilities. You know, so there's
Not at
that.
all. They're gonna have a tough time. But man, he did something that he became the youngest QB to win a playoff game. And not just that,
And in the fashion that he did,
45
that's that.
points.
Right, right. I mean, again,
Oh my, and he
if
just
that
did
is
it
if
so
that is a
easy.
right, and again, to be fair, if that is an underestimation on the Browns' part, then we're going to find that out because in the divisional round, these defenses ain't going to underestimate nobody. They don't. You don't get to the divisional round of the playoffs by underestimating your opponent. So we'll see. He's got to do it again, man, to convince us all.
Yeah, now he's got to do it up again. Well, we'll talk about the upcoming games, but yeah, this is gonna be a tougher game for him this time. But I just couldn't believe it, and I
Well,
was like, it was
let's
just
say
really,
that
really
two,
good.
well, Miss Vince, let's say that Tua's performance against the Cardinals a few years back, right? Let's say that was in a wild card playoff round. Not that it would be because it's an NFC team, but I'm just pointing out, like, What if you got that in a wild card playoff round, but that was all you ever got again? So he has to do it again. I'm not convinced of nothing yet. We got to see just what happened to the Browns defense and all that by kind of looking at, okay, who are they facing this week? Buffalo? Is
No,
that who
they
they're going
faced
against?
Ravens.
Ravens. There you go. That they're not going to underestimate him, and they got a quarterback that can
No, they're
do
not.
10
That's for
times of
sure.
what we saw him do. So, you know,
True. That's true. Then we got so we both fell in out because we both all three of us picked Browns, and I do think Dad Dean picked Texans, so I think he got that. He actually had. Well, we'll talk about that in a second. Then obviously Dolphins. Oh no, the next game we did Dolphins last. Next game we did was. Did I miss the Rams? Oh, I did it afterwards. Okay. That's right because they moved the game. That's why. Okay, so then you had Steelers Bills. That was supposed to play at 1 o'clock, but they obviously moved it to Monday. From Sunday to Monday. Um, man, the Steelers were still in that game. In my opinion, the Steelers,
yeah, they
like one
were. They
bad
actually
interception
were.
that got ruled, they
It,
were in that game for the most
if
part.
they would have put up a touchdown right at the end of the third or right at the very beginning of the fourth, they would have still had a shot. They would have still been in the game. They had a chance. They had one more chance to bring it within two scores going into the fourth quarter, and that's a chance. That's a puncher's chance. You know what I mean? But eh,
But
we
chance.
knew it was gonna just go down like that. It is
I
what it is,
I
Miss
told
Vince.
you
It's
that I
like,
had to talk
oh,
to my brother because I'm like, let him simmer because the way I was pissed, well, he did come for me after that game. He not come for me, but he was like, yeah, I don't know what the Dolphins are doing. Like he had this whole thing. He wrote me like a testimonial about his game, and I'm like, I gotta give him a couple days to let that simmer down because
I mean, let's face it. It still is
I
Mason
feel
Rudolph
so bad for
and
him.
a TJ Wattless defense. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
It is
Like
what it is.
had they had and you said so I was like a puncher's chance, so that's why I just but yeah, without TJ had they had TJ Watt, I'm like, nah, it's a 50-50 game, but it was hard.
But
It was
credit
like
their defense. They still sort of held their own,
yeah, they held
given the circumstances, losing
and
Watt
number
like that.
30, yo, number 30, I forgot Walt Warren. Yo, that running back. Oh man, they got a good running back. I think they got a good running back tandem with Najee being the flex guy and Warren being that bruiser in between the tackles running back. And man, oh man, it was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, it definitely was pretty good. So I was actually
Nice
very
transition,
very
Miss Phins.
happy.
Look, it was seamless.
You back in the
Yeah,
station?
yeah, I'm back at
Are
my
you back at
desktop.
you back at the office?
Well, the
Can we
living
get a
room
camera
actually. Not
appearance? Can we
tonight.
get a
'Cause I'm
camera
on the living
appearance?
room. I'm on the living room desktop, so it doesn't have a camera.
Oh, all right, fine. Sometime this off
I,
season,
I'm getting there. I'm
people
getting
can.
there. I've already got the decent microphone for the living room, but I gotta get the
That's good. That's
camera
good.
too.
Okay,
I
okay.
have
I
one. I
got
just
you.
gotta hook it up.
Okay, I'm gonna
It's an
drop the
old it's
link.
an old it's an old 1080p Logitech that I had laying around. It'd be all right, but I just haven't hooked it up.
Oh,
I got to set up the green curtain behind me in the living room
look
so
at
I
that.
can so you don't have to
I
look at
use
my
that
living
excuse
room.
sometimes too, Color.
No,
Love
no.
it,
Well,
yo.
also I just got a green screen too for behind me so that I don't I'll have to look at my living room. It's coming. Stay tuned. You know what I can do
Yeah.
though?
So we both got the
I
Bills
did,
right.
well,
Then
I
we
did
had
make the real quick. I did make the modification to this desktop's OBS, so I can at least animate my
oh,
logo.
do the
There you go. Boom.
hey, that's awesome. Which I gotta talk to you offline about a couple of things too, dude, that I meant to talk to you about. But I've been after this game, I had to decompress from people. I was nowhere to be found. You know what I mean? Like I would pop in, try to hear a couple things, but I just couldn't. I was so pissed. Like I literally, I was.
Yeah, I know how you feel.
It was bad, but we all felt that way, which is why I couldn't be me. I had to go through it, you know what I mean? And then I could like, okay, now that although I'm very upset, I could
By
still
the way,
even
that's
go through it.
funny,
So we
Joe.
both got the
Do
man.
you see Joe's second comment
I know, right? He had.
when I didn't do
I
my
know
hair?
when I
That's
didn't do my
hilarious.
hair. I can't. What's up, Von Joe? Welcome, sir. What's up, Bob Young? Welcome, man. Appreciate y'all. Hit that like button for us. Then we got the next game, which was Cowboys Packers. That's the other game that I watched. Yo, this game wasn't even close. This game was done by the first quarter, the second quarter. Like anything they did in the second half was garbage time. Absolute
And then
garbage
and
time.
then you're talking
It
about
was
another and then you're talking
garbage
about
time.
another essential rookie. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, well, you know what? Hey, what's up, Dolphin Cinema? How you doing? Yeah, we're doing good, buddy. Thanks so much. It let's okay. Technically, he's not a rookie. Yes, he's played like what 5 games in the last 3 years prior to this. This is his first full year, so
right,
essentially,
right.
it's his rookie year. So he's a de facto rookie. You know what I mean? But holy smokes. Jordan Love. Like, I was like, see, I expected the Packers to make it competitive. But we both, like, I picked the Cowboys. You picked the Packers. You beat me on that one.
Oh, that was my
But
upset of the week, wasn't it?
I just,
The
it was
accident
actually,
waiting
you're
to
right.
happen.
It really
Hey,
was.
by the
And
way, I didn't see Stephen A's dramatic uh, uh, response to the game. I know he probably did his normal cowboy hat and cigar thing, but did he mention that again, as he has over so many years, that they're the accident waiting to happen?
hmm and I mean, did you see everybody was going in on what's the other guy? The other guy. Not Stephen A, but the older guy. What's his name?
The older guy,
From Undisputed, the older guy. What's his name?
Skip,
It used to be Skip Bayless. There you go.
Skip, yeah, Skip.
Yeah, they were going in on Skip. I
Oh
was
yeah,
like,
because
these
he
people are
trashed all
rough.
of he trashed all of his Cowboys gear.
Literally, yeah. So, but he did. He straight
Wow,
up did. So I was like, they really like. He was he deservingly so. He was pissed, yo.
wow, that's hilarious.
So
You
yeah, it
heard
was.
Jerry.
It was
You heard
very
Jerry
pissed.
Jones's comments, right? The most disappointing game he's ever witnessed.
That was the most like blatant statement. Not that was the most blatant, non-blatant statement. Like it was like the obviously shooting shots, not shooting shots statement that I've ever heard from him because it was such a like a boomerang kind of a shot
Right, right,
from
right. And
McCarthy.
And
I'm
Von
not
Joe, I
talking
don't.
about you, but I am talking about you. But I'm not. But I am. Like
Yeah, and I don't disagree with Von Joe. That's what C.J. Stroud needs to prove this week. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, I mean, we're good, man. We're good. Thanks for
because
asking. I appreciate
statistically,
you.
I thought the Browns were an all right defense, but we'll see. Because C.J.
Yeah.
Stroud has to show, was that
Well,
him
Miles
or was
Garrett
that
was
just a
injured.
collapse on their part? You know?
Miles Garrett got injured, and I didn't even realize that. And had I known that, man, I would have probably still picked the Browns. To be honest with you, you know what I mean? Because I always put experience above talent. Youth, I will always pick experience over youth. You know what I
Right.
mean? So, but yeah, that Cowboys
Sometimes, though,
yo,
sometimes a guy is ready,
Jordan
though.
Love
But
though.
sometimes, Miss Finns, a guy is ready. And the experience is already there. We just don't know where it came from. You know what I mean? Not everybody is
What's
Dunning
up,
Kruger.
Kev?
You
Yeah,
know,
for real. You're
some people are just wise at a young
you're
age. You know
100%
what I
right.
mean? Like wise beyond their years. You know.
Tis tis through. And I'm telling you this. I was like, holy camole. This kid, you saw him stood in the pocket. He knows when he was gonna get the hits, but he didn't flinch or nothing. He stepped up into the pocket, threw the ball when he needed to. Like he made this game his, you know what I mean? And it was effortless. This whole team was lasered in. I wish my team was lasered in like they were. But they were completely lasered in on this game, and they knew nobody's gonna pick us. Come on, it's the Cowboys, and shoot, they did their yeah, that was probably the biggest upset right there. Ooh, no, I'm lying. The second biggest upset. I still think Texans were were probably the biggest upset. You know what I mean? But yeah, and then they made the what was it? In the fourth quarter, they ended up scoring 16 points. In the third quarter, they scored 9. In the second quarter, like you know what I mean? Like they scored in the second half. They scored what was it? 25 points in the second half. This game was not what the final score says. This was not a one score. No, literally in the second half, the Packers said, "You know what? Screw this. I'm just like, we're just gonna chill." You know what I mean? By then, in the first half, it was already 27-7. Then they're like, "Oh, you still want to play in the third quarter? Okay, fine. We're just gonna drop another 14 points and make it what was it? 37-41, 41-7, and then they finally got another touchdown, 41-14, 41-17, like or 16. Like, come on, bro. It was 41-16 in the third quarter. That game was over in the first half. This garbage 16 points, two tutties that they got at the end, it was nothing. And the Packers still were like, yeah, we're still gonna score in the fourth quarter because we can. They just did it. Like they stood no chance, no chance whatsoever, man. So, and this man, see, this is the part that pisses me off. And I had this conversation in the morning. I was like, I don't give a damn about stats. What is the 403? Dak did his job. He had 403 yards, 3 touchdowns. Yeah, he had 2 interceptions, but he put his team on a striking this. Bro, this game was over by the third quarter. It was over by the half. It was garbage stuff. Prior to him getting them 400 yards, he had less than 200 yards going into the third quarter. Like, this is why I'm like, no, this the end of the stats. It's not showing you the truth about this team. What's up, JC Texas R? How you doing, my friend? Welcome, buddy, all the way from Laredo, Texas. Love it. But yeah, this wasn't even close. Like I can't with people. I'm telling you, I can't. And they swore, the never the super dackers will always say, "Hey, he gave him a chance." Okay, I guess technically you could say that, but whew, that was a bad one. So you got me with that one. I picked the Cowboys. You picked the Packers. One. Then you had the Lions and Rams game. I watched the first half of that game. Man, I cried. In the morning, I didn't even know that they won the game till the day after, till Monday morning, because I was so again dealing with processing the Dolphins game that I was like, let me watch the first half. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to sleep because I can't. And dude, Jared Goff led the Lions to their first playoff win in 32 years. 24-23 over Matthew Stafford and the Rams. Holy smokes. Like, I, j- I was so happy for them. For Dan Campbell, you know what I mean? For the city of D Town, Detroit, 8 Mile, just because I really love Eminem. But yeah, what's up, Liz? Well, it's Fin flipping evening, everybody. Yes, it is. So I was very happy. You, sir, picked the Rams. but I will
Yeah,
say
I know.
this:
I believed in the Lions. I just thought that the Rams would pull it out for some reason, just because of the
you picked it
whole
27-24
thought they would get
to
hot like the Chiefs.
you almost had that. You almost had that because you said 27-24. So I was like, man, he actually like he pretty much was there. Like, holy smokes, you know what I mean? Yeah, so that was actually very, very interesting. I'm trying to see any of the scores matched up to what we said, but nope, we weren't really close in any of them to be honest. That's probably the closest game. And then I cannot believe that you called this, and I'm gonna tell you what you mean by this. We both called it, but this again, shout out to the Detroit Lions for getting their first playoff win, man. That's awesome. What's up, Carrie D? How you doing? Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Remember to hit that like button. One of our newest members, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, yep, yep. Um, but yeah, like the Lions, man, they pulled it out and they were able to go ahead and win that. And you could see the passion in Dan Campbell. You know what I mean? God, that was so beautiful. You could see the passion in that team, and you could see Dan Campbell. He truly like yo that man. He inspires you so much. Like every time he talks in his press conference, you could feel the pain, and he's not afraid of calling nobody out. Nobody out. He will call out everybody. This guy needs to step up. This guy needs to step up. I need to step up as a head coach. We need to be better as a team. Da, 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 the offense, da, 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 the defense. Da, da. And I'm like, man, he's leading by example. He just makes you want to like run through a wall or something. I love it. I love it. And I'm glad that they won. Period. But I got that one and you
So
didn't.
what was it that we called though? What were you saying? Called what?
Well, you
Something
said
we got right?
27. Oh, I'm about to say it right now. So the next game we got the Bucks Eagles. Tell me how we both picked the Bucks, man, and we hit on that. We literally both picked the Bucks and we hit on that. And not even just that. Shout out to the Bucks. Yo, Baker Mayfield out here feeling himself. Did you know that he's the only other quarterback for the Buccaneers to have 300 plus yards and 3 touchdowns in a playoff performance besides Tom Brady ever for the Buccaneers? This man was feeling himself. Like, like seriously. Like he was absolutely feeling himself. I love it. That whole "you're good enough for Detroit" was humbling. You could tell how much they respected Goff. Yeah, they hey Goff accepted they're accepting him with open arms, and he has made the best of it for sure. I agree with that. But man, Baker Mayfield, he was rejected by the Browns prematurely. Got him to their first win in a long time. Are you talking color? Hello?
No, but but the program that makes the thing works picks up very minimal amounts, so it'll still show that it'll still pick up the loop back
Oh,
from into my microphone, even though it doesn't cause a feedback. It's not enough to cause feedback. Like I could leave my mic unmuted, but it is enough feedback for the program to pick up the audio and
all
make
right, cool, cool. I
make the
appreciate it.
logo go. So the logo will go if I don't switch off my mic with the manual switch, then it'll pick up some of your voice.
All right, I got it. Well, what do you got on this game? The Eagles Buccaneers. What did you think about that game?
I mean, one showed up to play a playoff game and the other didn't.
Is Sirianni on the hot seat? Is
I
he
mean, I
on the
don't know,
hot
but
seat though?
I don't know. They are pretty fickle with how quick they get off of their head coaches over the last couple of
That is
years.
true. That is true. Absolutely. I'm telling you right now, that Buccaneers team. We'll see what they do in the second round in the divisional round. But hey, Baker Mayfield, if he don't let Tampa Bay go to the Super Bowl with Baker Mayfield. Do you know how the Browns will feel? Not only did you get rid of him after he got you your first playoff win, well, first of all, got you into the playoffs, then got you your first playoff win in like 300 years, and you only got rid of him because your number one wide receiver was a crybaby. He's like, I'm not getting the ball enough. And guess what? The team did better after he got injured. You know what I mean? But OBJ, I mean, in case people didn't know. But look at Baker Mayfield. Don't let this man get into the Super Bowl, bro, because a lot of people in the Browns organization are going to be looking sideways. I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? We'll see. We'll see. But it's still very interesting. Very, very interesting. So we both got it. But this is where I
Well, I
wanted to
just
give
think
you
he proved
props.
once again that heart, which he has no shortage of, heart can carry you a long way in the postseason if you just get there with a guy with heart.
That's not you taking shots at anybody, is it? Ooh.
At any quarterback that doesn't play with heart in the playoffs, yeah, that's who I'm taking a shot at.
Yeah.
I.e.
Yeah.
the
Okay, I'm with you on
losers,
that one.
i.e. the losers.
All the oof, that's rough. I wouldn't say Mason Rudolph didn't play it with heart. I think he did. And you could tell he was fighting to try to get it. It's just he made a costly mistake and a couple other, things weren't going their way. But yeah, I think he definitely had heart, you know what I mean? Even Flacco in that loss, he still had a touchdown and over 300 yards. The two interceptions though, that's what killed him. But I love Baker Mayfield. We'll see, hopefully. And you know what I like is that when he came into the league, he didn't come in doing like this. What first round pick did this? Literally walk on stage and did this. I know you know who it was. If you know who I'm talking about, that this literally walking into the stage, they literally went like this. Y'all put in the comment section. Y'all put it. You tell me which quarterback that got drafted number one overall, which within the last 15 years, went like this. Hmm? You see what I'm doing,
Well,
color?
that's the thing about Baker
The
Mayfield
money,
is that
the money
no matter
signs, the
what
money
his
signs. You see this?
no matter what his ultimate ability allows him to do, that man believes that every time he steps out onto the field, he's going to win that game. Even if he's being
First surprise.
ridiculously homerish for thinking that. That's the kind of guy that we have not had in Miami since Dan Marino. A guy that expects to win every time he steps out onto the field. Oh, Baker Mayfield was on a team that went 0-16. But Baker Mayfield still expected in week when they were 0-15 in week 17, he expected to win. I don't care if they went 0-16. In week 17, at 0-15, Baker Mayfield stepped out onto that field and expected to win. Whether he will, I don't remember. He might have been benched by then. I could be wrong, but my point still remains. You cannot let a guy like this. Well, if you're an opposing team, like an opposing franchise, you cannot
Yeah.
let a guy like this get into the playoffs with a decent team. They have a decent team. He has nothing but heart and some
And nothing to
ability,
lose.
some above average ability to lay that heart out onto the field.
And he only got a one
That's
year
a winner.
contract. This is it. He's
Don't matter
only
if they
got a
win or
one
not. That's
year
a winner.
contract. He's literally betting on himself. That's a winner. What's up, Aqua Vision? No, he literally only he's on a 1 year contract right now this year with the Buccaneers. Talk about a proven performance. You know what I mean? And this is why I wanted to give you special credit. When you told me 57-17 Buccaneers, I was like, stop, Color. But I'm going to put it in anyways. Bro, that was a 30. You predicted a 35-point differential or win by number. I don't know how they call it. It ended up being a 23-point win number. Like they won by 23
So
points.
my idea,
I'm
my
like,
game
23
script,
points is
my
30.
my
You,
my
yeah, your
premise was
idea?
correct. That the Bucks were going to
100%.
go
And
in there
that's
and
what I
roll
wanted.
him. That the Bucks were going to go in there and roll
And
him.
you were 100% right. And that's why I had to say it because I was like, man, oh man. Uh that's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, the
Hey,
big
Miss Fizz
score
fans, you're
prediction
probably
was just
going with
right. The
Harbaugh.
big
Don't
score
tell me
prediction
that.
was just a firm right, Miss Fins. The
Tough
big
South.
score prediction was just a way to magnify my point of them of that I thought how confident I was they were going to roll the Eagles.
Exactly. And I was like, okay, this is you being ridiculous, but I was like, I'm still gonna put it down. Hey, I stand corrected, sir.
No, it was
I stand
hyperbolic.
corrected.
It was, but the hyperbole was meant to drive home my point. You understand what I'm
That
saying?
you
It
thought they
wasn't.
were gonna roll him,
I'll
and you're
admit it
yeah,
was
yeah, yeah.
hyperbolic, but they had every bit of opportunity to put a 50 burger on that Eagles
hmm
team.
I thought it was gonna be a closer game. That's why I put 31-28. But man, they still managed to make it happen. So that was pretty. And then obviously we got the Dolphins at Chiefs, 7-26. I think we've kind of hammered this game, but it is League Wide Wednesday, so we still gotta talk about it. I will have to say personally, Mia. Let me go first. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you cook it in a second. Shout out, special thanks to this defense, yo. With ups and downs, men's in and outs, to hold the Super Bowl champs to 26 points. And let's be real, at halftime, this was 7-13 or 7-16. It was we were still in it. You know what I'm saying? Even when it ended up being in the third quarter, 7-19, we were still in it. We just needed at least one touchdown or even a kick, something in production. You know what I mean? And I had it for the longest. This game did not. This game did not get out of hand, realistically speaking, till the fourth quarter when they hit that dagger with the 7 yard. You know what I mean? The 7 points that they scored. We were in this game all the way up to the fourth quarter, holding this defense with everything they have to face. You're talking about although they have been playing very ups and down and very inconsistent this season, the number one dropping balls team in the entire league, not just in percentage, but in actual numbers dropped, and they did it again in this game. And I proved it to everybody. And I said, and I had to write this down because I was so upset. This is why I needed several days away from the fan base because I didn't want to snap on nobody. But when the what more can this defense do? Do they gotta now score as well every game to get us to win games? You know what I'm saying? And this is the thing. What's up, Keith? Welcome, Facts Miss fans, 100%. Like, what's up, JM Miami Sports? Welcome. It's frustrating, as a fan, because you were in this game up to the fourth quarter. Man, you telling me right now we scored a touchdown, we make it 14-19 at that point because they scored that touchdown late, anyways. The last touchdown. At that point, what 14-19? What's that? One possession, right? You mean to tell me this team wouldn't have tightened up? This defense wouldn't have been like, man, you know what? At least the offense is matching it up. We're still in this game. Let's do it. You know what I mean? This, this game is the reason why I bought these gloves because I had to get my frustration out in a healthy way. I hit the punching bag because it irked me so much how we were so in this game. This defense got us and kept us in this game. And granted, to Sanity's point, she said earlier today, shout out to Sanity 5, this is still a Super Bowl caliber defense that we're going up against, which is true. Mountie Fins, come back. I'm bringing you up. I dropped the link, guys, so come back, Mountie. Um, but bro, like, what is this offense doing? It's killing me. And it just hurt. It hurt me. I'm not gonna lie, it hurt me a lot. Monty, I know you were listening. You were coming up. Ah man, we're having people come up. You're sorry. I had to get it off my chest. You know what I mean? Come back, Monty. Uh, Miss Finn's color. What's good? Yeah, dude, come back into it. I'm
What's up,
sorry. I just
Monty?
needed to go on my little rant. Yeah, I needed to go on my little rant. But come back. I'm gonna bring you up right now because this is the last game, and we're bringing everybody up right now. So come back. It was just frustrating. I just couldn't do it. I
I
couldn't.
mean,
It was
and
just.
as far as what my take about Baker Mayfield,
Uh-huh.
it's the inverse here. I mean, your defense continued to reopen the door for you
No
all
heart,
game long. And I mean, yeah, you
and
just
you have
play
four.
with zero will to win.
The four stops that they got because they had 10 possessions. Mark, I see you in the back. Mark, give me 2 minutes. I'm gonna bring you back up. Okay, Mountie, come back here because we definitely want to have people up here tonight. But with the four opportunities that the defense actually got stops, forced two punts and forced three punts and a fumble, right? Those are four opportunities that the defense gave to the offense. If we would have just kicked field goals, if you would have
Yeah.
just gotten us
Oh,
into the opposite team to get
Yep.
field goals, my man just showed you he did a 57, a 54, a 52, back to back to back. Yes, I get it. Cold conditions, completely different. But you mean to tell me this man wouldn't have been at least to get the ball near and give us a chance
Buckner
at a field goal?
Buckner had
If
no
he would have
problem
had at least
kicking field goals.
two,
Buckner had no
thank you,
problem
at
kicking
least
field goals.
two field goals, bro. Like to get to put us in position to if we gotta win with the field game, get me there, bro. Get me to the 30-yard line, 35-yard line, 40-yard
And
line at this point.
to
I'll
J
take
Miami Sports
63
point,
yarder if that's what it means.
right?
Come
And Miss
on,
Fins to
man.
J Miami Sports point, I would literally have to plagiarize Jalen Waddle to give my take on the game.
Like,
I would be plagiarizing
it just
Jalen
was.
Waddle if I gave my take on the game.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you right now. That's the one thing I got from Hard Knocks. He literally said it shouldn't be. If anything, the defense should be struggling with all them injuries. This shouldn't be happening. When I heard this man say that, I was like, "Oh my god!" Finally, as a fan, I feel vindicated because it shows that they're seeing what we're seeing. What's up, Mountie? What's up, Mark? I appreciate both of you guys coming up here. Mark, I know you were here. Mountie was here technically first, but he caught out and came back in. Let me get him in real quick for this game, and then I'm gonna get you in, Mark. But I appreciate you coming up here real quick for us. Mountie, what do you got on this game? Because I was frustrated, and then I want to hear from Mark as an outside point of view. I think it's great perspective, so definitely I'm looking forward to see what you say.
say again, again. Say again.
Mountie,
Yeah. What was your question?
is it me or okay? Yeah,
Can
yeah,
you
yeah.
hear
What do
me?
you got on this game or any of the games? What do you got on any of the games? Yeah, yeah, I can hear you now. What do you got
That
on
we
any
played
of the
our
games?
that we played or
This
going
wild card
forward?
week Phins game.
Well, listen. I I'm gonna tell you right now. I think
No,
it's
no,
gonna
no.
be
That we
San
play.
Francisco.
We're only focused on this.
Oh,
What
oh,
happened?
okay. Well, listen, man. How do I start? How do I tame the frustration? I had my doubts going down the stretch, the back half, week 12, week 13. I had my doubts of what this team could do against formidable opponents down the stretch. That was always my concern. Well, I had reason to concern because In the last 5 games, Tua has thrown for less than 200 yards for the most part and one touchdown. One. Didn't even rush for one. He's only accounted for one touchdown in each, and he didn't even throw any touchdowns in the Tennessee game. So look, the guy. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, his I get it. It's a business. His agent, his people have to look out for his best interests. However, you have to also think about the guy. This is his fourth year. Okay, he's been healthy and played a whole season in 4 years. Okay, he's had a great season this year, statistically. Statistically, but do you expect me to pay? You expect the team to pay? This quarterback market, which is very rich, to pay him, extend him, guarantee him, and he hasn't shown sustained superior performance. Me in my mind, I don't pay for that. I want to see it again. So he would have to play. He would have to play on his 5th year option, as far as I'm concerned. I don't even want to talk about an extension right now.
I'm loving that. And I have to agree 100%. What's up, Mark? As an outsider looking in, I know you're one of our resident Bills fans, just like JC, Sal. I see Chris up here. I appreciate you guys. But seriously, as an outsider looking in, what did you see in this game? And not like future stuff of what we can do. Just focus on this past game because we're doing our recap for the entire season. Not the entire season, sorry, for this particular game. And what do you
Yeah,
call it?
outside
And
of
the division,
outside of Hill's catch, there was no offense to be had while the game was still in range. You had 151 yards through 3 quarters. You have one touchdown on a play that Hill made on a horribly underthrown ball. The offense was not in sync in any capacity. I don't think you. I don't think Coach McDaniel really tried to emphasize the run. Uh, it just you'd run a play, and I mean, you look at Mostert, and he had like 4 yards, 4 yards of carry on the average, and at 8 carries for 33 yards. I think you should have sustained running the ball. The conditions were not conductive to a throwing the ball, and the offense jammed itself up, and you got yourself in an awful lot of long down and distance issues. And then you get a third and one, and then you get a penalty, and it's just constant shooting yourselves in the foot. And the defense played their hearts out. I mean, they had 6 starters out. They held Kansas City as long as they possibly could, and it just didn't sustain. But I'll be honest with you, I thought going into the game, and you and I spoke about it. I thought if Miami used their running game, possessed the ball, took possessions away, they had a very viable chance to win that football game. And I don't understand why the game plan didn't swing in that direction. I just don't.
I mean, you could take into consideration, and I mean, I can't even deny what you're saying, to be honest with you, because I think we all agree in this. But you could take into consideration, yeah, that the defense, obviously, as they should, they tailored themselves to us and what our productivity has yield, and obviously expect us to run the ball more because of the conditions. But even then, and to your point, we were still averaging 4 yards. Why on earth, if that's the case, you're on a 3rd and 2, and you decide to throw a screen -5 yards from the line of scrimmage to get 2 yards? I just, in my right mind, I cannot. And I get it, once or twice, it works. HN breaks off for 15. Moser breaks off for 15, 20, 25 yards. I get it. But doing it 17 million times in the same game will be stopped. And for some odd reason, this man continues to do these
Just
flipping
absolutely no
screens,
reason.
and I just don't understand it. I do not understand it. I just
You know,
It
Miss
irks
Phins,
me.
at 16-7 at the half, I thought, okay, Miami's going to get the ball back. Start of the second half. McDaniel will reorganize everything, take a look at what was working, see where the problems were. You know, because of the nature of not only the Kansas City defense, but also, of course, the weather conditions. So I thought he would go out there and just try to jam the ball down. And I want to do a little juxtaposition. And it's not that it's because I'm doing a Bills thing. It's just that there was something in the Bills Steelers game on Monday that I wondered why the Dolphins didn't do. You know, the Bills jumped off to a lead. Pittsburgh came back, and at one point in that game, it was 24-17. The yards were even, the first downs were even, and that game was up in the air. What did Joe Brady do on offense? He went to the run. They started pushing and doing running plays. Even if they were getting 3 yards, they were doing running plays. And what that did is it brought up Pittsburgh, allowed Dalton Kincaid to get behind the defense. And next thing you know, Bills get a field goal, and it's like 24-10. The Steelers got that touchdown at a nice drive to make it 24-17. And what Brady was doing is actually when the Steelers made it 21-10, the first 6 Buffalo plays were rushes. And
Well, and let's be
I'm
real.
not
And I know
understanding
you know
why
this
why
real
the
quick because I just want to interject for 1 second, and I appreciate you saying that because I think you're spot on. But you cannot tell me as a Bills fan you still weren't nervous because up to, in my opinion, the third quarter, they were still in the game. Had you not scored that
I
last
sent a message
touchdown,
to my best friend in California, and I said I am really getting nervous when they went down and made it 21-17. I thought they're going to blow or 24-17. I thought they were going to blow the game. I really did, but
exactly,
and
like they were still in.
they would have blown
I'd
that
also
game.
like
To
a
be
little
very
chance
honest
to
with you.
explain to Mark. I would like a chance to explain to Mark why that was effective and why it would not be effective for Miami.
Okay,
Go
Because
ahead.
they started running the ball first of all because Josh Allen has proven to be able to back their defense up out of the box. So the running game obviously started to become effective, and I think McDermott just shifted to it at the right time. Secondly, by bringing up those safeties like you're talking about, allowing who? Who did
well,
you
they're
say?
getting Kincaid
Wait,
behind.
wait,
They were
wait.
getting Kincaid
Kincaid,
behind
Kincaid,
people.
right? Kincaid, right? Kincaid. And Josh Allen is able to hit Kincaid. Well, if you're a defensive coordinator and you look at the Miami Dolphins over this season and the statistics involved with our tight end usage, why would you care whether we left in our case Durham Smythe open beyond them linebackers? Why would you care? Our quarterback does not hit them for whatever reason. Choice, ability, I don't know.
It makes no sense because he complains about not being able to
There's
see
no way for
over
our
the O
running
line,
game
but
to
then when you
open
got a
up. There's nothing.
6'6" receiver
And if
and
you
you don't
look
want to use him.
And if you look at the small success that we did start to have against Kansas City with our run game, it was right after we burned them deep with Tyreek Hill. Regardless of whether the ball died and it was a bad throw, it still threatened them deep. And it opened up our running game for a minute. Once they realized we weren't going to do that again and we're throwing a bunch of screens, yeah, we're throwing screens against run defenses. That's why they're not working.
And they went to, as the offensive line became injured, it was more the last 4 games of the season, inclusive of the Kansas City game, they were throwing screens at about 15% of the passes. They were decreasing their average throw down the field. Yeah, because they needed to get rid of the ball faster. The pressure was coming, and Kansas City is really not good out at the ends, but they're really good on the interior defensive line. So what the Dolphins had the ability to do, in my opinion, was to simply flip instead of you could have what's wrong with a swing pass to the outside? Somebody please tell me what's wrong with a swing pass to the outside. Get your speed out there on their linebacking against their.
I don't know. I
That's
don't
how
get it. That
that's
play
the sense
calling
of a running
pisses
play.
me off.
Well, yeah,
The
I
play
mean, in that
calling
game,
pissed me off. And in that game, it pissed me off because I just like, why are we still, to Color's point? And I think Color drove home what I was trying to say earlier. Holy smokes. We're doing the screens to a run defense because they expect us to run the ball. You got big receivers. Why are you not hitting your big receivers? When we started doing the run game and it was working, that's when you needed to hit them up with the play action passes. And we didn't. We kept missing guys either over the top or too low or behind or forward. It's like we were just off in that passing
You know, it's
game.
sad,
And
it's sad that the Dolphins can't do it because of salary considerations, but the play for them to make, understanding it's not financially feasible, is to move Hill and sign T. Higgins as the replacement. This offense needs a quality big receiver. You cannot have the small, speedy guys because they are going to get. Look at what Ladarius Sneed did to Hill. Just smulched him and says, kid, you're small. I'm going to pound you, and I can pound you all day long if I want to. And what happened on that play, too, was subsequently sacked because he's looking for Hill predominantly. I just think that, you got to, if you can get Tyreek off the ball club and trade that salary and go get T. Higgins, you're a much more viable football team.
Mark,
I get that, but at the end of the
hey,
day,
Mark,
it's just not gonna happen. Go ahead, Monty.
Mark,
It's
dude,
not
as
financially
much
possible because of the dead cap. You can't cut him,
as much.
and I don't think any team's going to take a trade.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Monty.
I kind of agree with you in some respect, Mark, because of I mean, look, we don't have big physically imposing receivers, and that was one of my issues when we got Tyreek Hill. Yeah, he's a human highlight reel. He's fast, he's explosive, but he can be Debo'd, like he can be manhandled. Yeah, he's a strong guy, but you get cornerbacks that's willing to get up in his face and throw off that timing, and just to make him have to work harder to get off the jam to get out. It's just that's why Chase. That's why I hope Chase
Yeah,
Claypool would
that's
have
what I
worked
was
out.
thinking. Chase
Dude,
Claypool was
he's
the
six
perfect addition.
four, 6'4", 230, a big guy, can run. That's why I hope they bring him back. Now, on the financial side, Mark, I totally agree with you talking about because I looked at some of the contracts and somehow, some of the salaries that's coming due this year, what some of these players are due to make this year, and they're starting to accelerate. Dude, look, Greer's going to have his work cut out for him. He's gonna have some restructuring to do, some decisions to do because I mean, look, the guy's clearly on the downside of his career. Um, but I mean, we can't cut him because it's
Nope.
like 20 million against it's 20 million. It's a $20 million cap hit. I think post June 1st
I
or
think
17
it's
or something like
27. I
that.
think you can cut it to like 14 or something for
Something
the
like
next 2
that. Like
years.
I mean, when we're over the cap. How do you cut?
41 million.
How do you? I mean, I don't know.
I don't
I'm
know. Yeah,
curious to see how we move.
here's where my concern is, sir. The Dolphins are $41 million over the cap. You have 37 players signed, and Wilkins, Hunt, Williams, and Van Kinkel. Yes, he got hurt. Sorry, they're all free agents. I don't think any of those guys are coming back. And now you take a look at the rest of the situation that you have. Yeah, you'll get money back because you'll move on from Ogba. You'll move on from Baker, I believe. So that's going to again deplete your roster down by 2 more players. You don't have that many draft picks. You don't have a 3rd round pick. You got a 1st, a 2nd, and I think a 1st, a 2nd, a 6th, and a 7th. So again, this is going to be another 4-player draft. And outside of A-Chain, the last 2 drafts haven't really led to anything fruitful. And where you need to have a guy like a Cam Smith be developed and ready to step in, and Ezukama ready to step in to be your big receiver, to have a Channing Tittle be able to come in and play at a good linebacker position. Where are you going to be next year? Van Ginkel's a free agent. Chubb, and I'm telling you from a Von Miller situation in Buffalo.
I get where you're coming from, Mark.
Well,
There
no,
are a
let
lot
me
of guys
finish,
who
please.
still,
Von Miller
are up in
blew his
the
knee, and he's not the same player. And I don't know if he's going to be the same player until next year. And you've invested a lot of money. I got a bad feeling that Chubb and Phillips are going to be in the same boat coming back about week 9 or so, but they're not going to be the same player until 2025. Now, I know this is going to sound really kind of stupid, but what I would do, I would be looking at things long term. I would play Tua on his 5th-year contract. There's no extension coming. It's gonna have to be a prove it season. Your offense is going to be healthy. You're going to lose 40% of your offensive line, but looks like Eichenberg can play center, and you can do that, effectively. Kendall Lamb has played well. Brandon Jones has played well. I think you can replace Rob.
Give me a second, Mark, because you're going off topic, and I think I was very clear at the beginning is that we want to focus on this games, which is why I was trying to cut in here. But I
Okay. Yeah,
appreciate
that's
everything you
fine.
said about the future outlook of this team. Yeah. Um. No, no, no. It's just because right now we still have to make our picks for next for the divisional round, and I don't want to be able to lose sight of this
Well,
pick
I'm,
too,
I'm going to give you
and
I'm
see
going to
where
give
you
my
guys
4
take
picks and
on
then step
these as
off for
well.
everybody else. I'm
But
taking
I
Baltimore
appreciate you
Saturday.
bringing all that.
Yeah, I'm taking Baltimore Saturday. I'm taking San Francisco Saturday. I'm taking uh, Detroit on Sunday, and obviously the homer pick. I'm going to take the Bills because it looks like their injury report is starting to really, really lessen. But anyway, thanks for the chance to come up online, and I'm glad to listen to you guys. And thank you very much. And have a great evening. I'm going to pop offline here, and you guys can carry on.
I appreciate you.
All right,
Yeah.
that was the Mark
Um.
Show, ladies and gentlemen.
But hey, I love Mark. He brings a lot of great points, which is why I'm like, this is great. It's just I didn't want to deviate from the show because we still need to do our picks. You know what I mean? But I wrote down his picks, which is great because next week when we do our next episode for League One, I know for a fact we'll be able to go over and see. Okay, what did Mark, being the non Dolphin fan, what did he? What in this show, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know that we are Dolphin fans, but that's the whole point of League Wide Wednesday. We're football fans here. We're not Dolphin fans. Although our fandom will come out, we're still football fans. So I got
Yeah, so
his
what? So
picks.
it's being that it's league wide
We're gonna
Wednesday,
go
Miss Fins. What do you
over
think about the Giants
obviously
and
Color
their
and I picked,
contractual
but
obligations
let's
next year?
let's let's go over this game real quick. And Mountie, did you want to go ahead and be part of our picks as well, so I can write your stuff down?
Sure, why not?
I'm gonna do this. After we do our picks, we could talk about all that because I want to get these picks in, man. We will never
Oh,
do
I
this.
was just
We don't
kidding, Miss
do
Fins.
it. So let me go ahead and do that. Oh, okay, okay, cool, cool, cool. Because I'm about to say, bro, I just started telling. But anyways, let's start out with the Ravens, ladies and gentlemen. 4:30 p.m. on ESPN. This is gonna be a 28-degree game. It is going to be. It says partly cloudy. Okay, so not too bad. Baltimore is favored by 9. The over/under is 43.5. Obviously, this is the first time that the Ravens do come in and play this off season or playoff season. So we'll see if they have any rust or if they're going to take care of business like they're supposed to, according to the major blowout that everybody is picking here. Ravens are 13-4, number one in the AFC, 6-3 at home. Texans just coming off that impressive playoff super wild card weekend win versus the Cowboys. They're coming in 10-7 in the season, 4-4 away. So, talk to me, Color. Who do you got? Texans or Ravens?
I think Mr. Jackson is on a mission. Nothing's going to stop
Am I
that
lagging?
mission. Not even a fiery rookie quarterback that is playing well. Um, and I think that that 28-degree weather is going to stifle the Texans, and I think the Ravens likely blow out the Texans here. But the Texans got a lot of heart on defense, so we'll say something like 27-14 Ravens.
Okay, I like that. 27-14. Ravens. I wouldn't consider like a super blowout, but I get it. You know what I mean?
Well, I just meant
Interesting.
like
Interesting.
outclassed, you know what I mean? But the Texans defense holds their
Okay,
own.
now we got some. I have to pick the Ravens in this one. Am I breaking up? I feel like I'm breaking up. Do you hear me?
I don't know. There might be a delay. Like it takes you. Sounds like it's taking you a minute to hear what I'm saying.
Oh man, this is a bummer. What about now?
I don't know. You tell me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I hear you
6.
now. One, two, three, five, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Let's count at the same time so we know if there's a delay or not. I'll
Okay.
start. You just pick up where I'm at. 1, 2,
One,
3,
two,
4,
three,
5, 6,
four,
7,
five,
8,
6,
9.
7,
See, there is a
8,
delay.
9, 10, 11, 12. Dang it. Okay. Well, you know what? Well, delay, delay or not, we're doing this. Okay. So let's
As
go
long
over
as it doesn't
this.
disrupt who's on
Let me go
first.
over this. Conventional wisdom will tell us that the Ravens will be the ones to win. I think this is gonna be not. I think this might actually be a higher scoring game than most people think. I'm gonna go ahead and say this. I think it's gonna be like 35-31 Ravens. I think it's gonna be a little bit closer than what people think it's gonna be. I don't foresee it being anything less than. I don't see it being a blowout. I know they're calling for a blowout, but I don't see it whatsoever. What do you got on this, Mountie?
I got on the Ravens Texas game. I got 28-21 Texans.
You're picking the Texans?
Absolutely. This CJ Stroud guy is just something else, man. And they're well coached. They play with a
It's
lot of heart, with a lot of grit.
really that much of a difference you think he's gonna make?
Yes. I mean, have you, Miss Phins? Have you seen CJ Stroud play?
Caller, can you take over for me while I fix my computer? Thanks, man.
I certainly could. So Mountie, yeah, I mean, I think he's playing great too. I just don't know if, man, I don't know, man. You know, oh Lamar, man, he's got a lot of old wounds to
Well.
you know what I mean?
Color. CJ Stroud doesn't really have to worry about him. The defense does.
Well, that's
But their
true.
defense also have to. Their defense has to worry about CJ Stroud as well.
Well, that's true. That's true. Do you think Stroud overcomes the bitter cold, or I mean, not that it affects everybody, but kind of going into it like that big stage with the cold too, something Lamar Jackson has definitely gotten himself acclimated to. You
Mic
know what I
check one
mean?
two one two.
We hear you. We hear you.
Yes, and we're back, baby. We're back. Sorry, I just
I
really
guess
had
it
to
will
fix
depend on
my
the
computer.
Ravens' defense more than anything. As far as that goes, like the game overall, like whether it's even competitive or not.
That's why I was saying, will they be rusty or not? You know what I mean? They could be.
There is that too. That's
They
I
why I
mean,
could
don't
be
think
there's
they're
rusty.
gonna. That's
It's
why I
happened
stopped it. That's
before.
why I stopped at 27 points for the Ravens. You know what I mean?
that's why I think the Texans probably should tomorrow should go up there or something, and kind of nestle in, get understand what it feels like up there, and go out and play football because it's going to be cold for Baltimore as well. So, and a lot of the things that are associated with cold weather, playing, is just ball security, ball security.
We have to see. This is going to be a very interesting game. You're going to essentially see Lamar going up against his younger self, if you really think I look at it. You know what I mean? The way that CJ plays, it kind of gives you a little bit of that Lamar vibe when he was a rookie. That first second year. So, with that being said,
One thing I
I
will
think
say to
that
that is,
it's going to be a very interesting game between these two. But I'm not here to say it's gonna be 100%. Oh, Ravens are gonna win. I'm still giving them honestly like a 40% chance to win the Texans. You know, because this kid's just got no fear in him. Period. He's got no fear in him. I mean, I don't know. That's where I'm at with that one. But we'll see. That's the first game on Saturday at 4:30 on ESPN. We'll see how it ends up being, but I can't wait for that game. That's probably the Sunday games. Whatever. Except like Bucks Lions, I definitely want to see that just because I think it'll be interesting. But Packers, Niners, Texans, Ravens, those are the games I want to see. I think they got the better lineup on Sunday. I mean Saturday than they do Sunday. So okay, I got you guys. 15 on Fox. Um, Obviously 49ers coming in as the number one seed. They're going to be playing their first game in the playoffs, the divisional round, because they had the first round bye. They're 12-5 team coming in, 5-3 at home. Packers 9-8, barely getting into the playoffs, and they demolished the Cowboys. 4-5 away. Right now, San Francisco is favored by 9 points. Over under is 50.5 points. The weather there in Santa Clara, California will be 62 degrees with a slight cloud cover. So, gentlemen, what do you got? Let's start with Mountie. Who do you think is going to win, Packers or 49ers?
I think the 49ers are going to win just based on their experience in season. They've played at this level before, so um, but hey, anything can happen. It's any given Sunday, and what does Vegas say? It's what Vegas says at the end of the day.
Oh, you're one of those in the conspiracy theorem?
Hey, well, oh, Miss Fins, look. It's funny that you said that. You responded that way because I'm going to tell you something. I had a clip that I wanted to. I don't know if you guys were in the spaces earlier. I wanted to. It didn't work. I was trying to put it in the jumbotron. There was in our game, the Kansas City game, where Patrick Mahomes was running for a first down, and Duke Riley and Eli Apple should have absolutely destroyed him, and they would have been
Oh,
well
yeah,
within
we
their
all saw
right.
it.
And they just let him run by. Like, what are you doing?
Can
I would
I
have
What
can I
destroyed him just
speak
for
on
nonsense.
that? I
GP.
haven't had a chance to speak on that play all week, and I'd really love a
Speak on
chance
it,
to
sir.
speak on that.
Speak on
Patrick
it.
Mahomes has a very
Speak your
clever
truth.
way. Patrick Mahomes has a very clever way of standing very upright when he runs. If you notice his running style, he pokes his belly out. And what that tends to look like when you got a guy that's so protected by the NFL, when he's coming at you like that, he just has to flinch his belly out a certain way, and it looks like he's about to slide, man. That's a clever gift that he has. And I'm not ready to just pile onto our defense for letting up the way they did. The I mean, you could say, yeah, a linebacker is that bad, but really, is any NFL linebacker that bad that they're going to let a guy blow by them like that? There has to be an explanation. And to me, we even saw somebody, a Pittsburgh fan, complaining about Josh Allen today, and I'm thinking
Yep.
there's something to be said about being clever like that on Patrick Mahomes' part too. Partly why he's a 2 or 3 time Super Bowl champion.
I have to agree with him. I
I'm
gotta
not
agree with him on that one.
okay. So as a former football player, I played linebacker and defensive back at the high school level and collegiate level. It would have been no. Listen, he wants to
I
strut by like a
understand that, but in
peacock.
today's, I know
He
where
he
you're
he
going with this, Mountie.
he
But
wants
in
to
today's
strut like a.
NFL, it's going to hit them in the pocketbook. It's not just a 15-yard penalty.
I get it, but he was running straight, dude. He's a runner. Once you cross the line of scrimmage and you're not
But
giving yourself up,
but they are trained to look for signs that he's going to slide.
but he
Wanna
didn't.
know why?
I
Wilkins. Look at
understand that.
Wilkins.
Well, I tell you what, Miss Phins, Culler, as a former defensive player, he wants to strut through like a peacock like that. I'm gonna pluck your feathers, brother. You probably won't be set for next week.
Right, and look what happened.
I
And
mean,
I can remember the last time that happened where somebody
You
decided to
strut by
do
me
that.
like that, dude. I'm gonna break your
Right.
ribs.
The last time somebody decided to do that was Kiko Alonso on Joe Flacco, and he's never heard the end of it
I
since then.
remember that. I remember that Baltimore game, dude. That sucked. That was trash.
yeah,
Dude, when
yeah.
you run, listen, when you run, you cross that line of scrimmage, you are a runner. Period.
Free game. I'm
You're
with you,
fair
bro.
game.
But I'm telling you, they're protecting these QBs, and this is the why I believe the whole which you're gonna hear a lot of fans say, and I have to say fans because I'm just gonna leave it that way. But you're gonna hear a lot of fans talk about how he's just a great runner and blah 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 blah. But let's be honest. Ain't no way. I don't care what anybody tells me. You're not thinking with the way that now you see the two biggest crybabies in this entire league are Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. You don't even gotta look at him. He's already looking for a flag. Oh, flag, 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 flag. Both of them. Flag, 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 flag. Like they're always complaining. And I'm like, oh my God, you guys. I'm telling you, it's ridiculous. And it's not even like an actual penalty, but they're going to still give it to them as the darlings of the NFL. Whatever.
But that's
Fine.
why
Right?
that's what makes me feel. You see all the where play well usually former players that the NFL is
Dude,
rigged, and I
I'm
believe
with
it is
you.
to some degree. But that was exceptionally egregious when Patrick Mahomes, Eli Apple should have just. Dude, me as a 6'3", 260-pound dude, he would have been destroyed.
I'm with you, man. But did you not see what they
He
did
would
with
have been
Wilkins?
destroyed. He would have never done
I'm,
that to me. Respect is everything to me. You will respect me, period.
I'm with you
Ever. He will never do
Exactly,
100.
that.
exactly. And who made that decision by the end of it and broke his helmet doing it?
Who was it? Deshaun
Somebody
Elliott?
finally, somebody finally had enough
Yeah.
and put a hat on.
A real man that put a hat on that mofo and
Right,
cracked that
because
helmet.
at that point, Mountie, he could go into wherever he could explain that by saying, you know what, he had already blown through 2 of my guys. I ain't playing this game anymore. I lit him up.
Absolutely. You listen. You're supposed to drag that mofo. A quarterback running the ball, and he's upright like that. You fold him like a lawn chair.
It's just
Period.
like
I don't care who you
it's
are.
just like the late hit out of bounds. It's just like the late hit out of bounds. It's
Yeah.
all fine and dandy to call that until Lamar Jackson is tippy toeing along the sidelines for 70 yards.
It's
That,
ridiculous.
that
I
that's
just
just not
can't,
the.
bro.
Listen, we not soft in these parts. I wrote. I hail from Chicago, man, crypto. Listen, we went to Kennedy High School. We don't play that. You an upright quarterback. Look, hey, you want this smoke? Here it is.
It almost, which it, look, you never want to see people like go out due to injuries or nothing like that. Because to be honest with you, like I've been injured in different games that I've played. You never want that. You know what I mean? Like, every time a player goes down and whatever, I'm like, oh god, this is the worst. Even if it's the Bills, like I'm like, I can't. I don't like it at all. You know what I mean? I will never shed a tear for Milano. You reap what you sow with him, but you still don't want to see him get injured because at the end of the day, it just takes away from whatever's left as far as quality in football. But as far as to me, if you become a runner, you're fair game. I don't. You got no protection. Period. But these quarterbacks now, to Culler's point, him and his belly looking like I don't even want to say it, but him and his belly poking out, right? You're gonna think, oh, I'm about to slide. Well, I can't hit him because there's an automatically 15 or half, half distance to the goal, and it's like it's so annoying. The same thing with Allen. The same thing with Allen. You that anybody that tries to say, "Oh, he was just juking him." No, he wasn't. Men don't know how to do that.
Listen,
Please,
I'm gonna tell you
like
something. The
I just
closer when I saw that clip, Miss Finn's color, I just start seeing red and almost puking up blood. Like, look, this dude had no intentions of sliding. He was making no movements like it. Dude, he just it would have been lights out. I'm telling you right now. Pat Mahomes or not, he would be done for the rest of the year. Period. Which I see it. I would be that guy. You know how they say the
you will
gunner?
take the penalty.
I would be that
Again,
guy.
again, again, it's
The
not just the
asshole.
15-yard penalty. It's the $200,000 they're getting
Hey,
fined the next
remember,
day.
let's keep it clean. Let's keep it clean here, Mumsy.
I'm sorry,
But I
sorry,
get your
sorry.
point. It's okay. I get your point. Color, you were saying something. It was breaking up. I didn't get to hear
I,
it.
I was saying that it's not just the 15-yard penalty. It's also the tens of thousands of dollar fine the next day.
But what I'm saying, color, is what I'm saying. How could the league justify a runner that's upright and showing no signs of giving himself up? That would be my rebut to that. That's
Because at the
nonsense. What are you
last
saying?
second, because at the last second, when one of those guys starts to commit, Mahomes has the ability to decide to slide and get blown up in the slide.
Well, he was straight. Listen, he looked like he was straight
That's
up and
drawing a
down.
penalty.
He was straight up and down. They just let him walk on by. I'm like, I just couldn't live with that. That was egregious.
But that's my
Hey,
point.
look,
Straight up and down,
sometimes you
straight
got you
up and
gotta
down.
make, but you
That's my
but
point.
you gotta
Straight up.
make an example out. You gotta make an
That's my
example out of
point,
this
Mountie.
guy.
Straight up and down for a quarterback is a sign he's about to slide.
Oh. So now you're looking. So now, color. This is clear cut corruption here.
No, he
This is.
doesn't just run straight up and down. He leans his shoulders backward, dude. Look at the
Oh,
way he
okay. So
runs.
so 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 let me ask you this, color. Did you see the Texans in the Cleveland game? Did you see
Uh,
when Flacco slid and he got lit up by Nixon or Nixon from the Texans? They
no,
didn't
I
throw a
didn't happen
flag.
to see it.
They didn't throw a flag. They didn't
Okay,
throw a
but he's not
flag.
Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, okay. So now it's corruption. Okay, I got it. I get it. I get it. It's
It's not a
corruption.
matter of that, bro. It's a matter of that referee didn't seem to think that way. I guarantee you, if Duke Riley would have lit him up like that, there would have been a flag. I guarantee you. Because Patrick Mahomes would have started his slide right before he lit him up.
Yeah,
That I
yeah.
can't. I
I
can't
get I
argue
get
with
what
Because
you're
that.
Kansas
saying.
City
He
refs
would
are
do it.
trained on the way he runs, bro. They know when he's about to slide and when he's not, just like the defense does. He's manipulating that. Could we not argue that's what
Color,
makes a good quarterback?
and I get you, but I'm just saying from dude, Patrick Mahomes would be in the blue tent. I promise you. I promise you. I promise you. And he might be there next week.
Well, you
It's
never
no
again.
quarterback that's gonna.
We're not
It's no
advocating for
quarterback that's.
injuring.
No, no, no,
We
no,
don't
no. But
advocate
it's
for
just.
injuries.
But he's strolling. He's strolling through like a peacock. Like he's a straight up and down. Like, oh my God, you can't touch me. Like the Tom Brady rule. Oh my
Pretty
God,
much the
that's
Mahomes rule
disrespectful
now.
for defense. I mean,
Well,
The
I would
and
Mahomes
never
and
rule
now,
now.
now,
advocate.
now, Mountie. To be fair, couple that with, and this is only to say what was reality. Couple that with the fact that negative cold temperatures cause linebackers to take really direct straight angles in the first place. The lanes are there.
Well, Color. You know what? I agree to we agree to disagree to some degree, but I also remember how they would call when Tom Brady was in the league. They would call plays dead when we have a free run at the quarterback. They would call plays dead. We would have a free run at him, either Sue or Cameron Wake or somebody. Oh, plays dead. I'm
Yeah,
like, dude.
very quickly too. That's the part that
I'm
frustrated me
like,
as well. But
oh, get
I
out of
will
here,
say this.
dude.
I will say this though, Mountie, because I know that you're very adamant about it. This is the part that pisses me off. And I guess let me try to finesse say what you're saying. If I'm gonna get a penalty anyways, and all I did was look at you, then I'm gonna make sure you feel this for next time. You see what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to hurt you or nothing, but I want to make sure you feel it for next time you try to do that.
Well,
Because if I'm
as a
going to get a
defensive,
penalty anyways, I might as well just go all the way.
well, okay, okay, and just for an example, we remember when we played the New England Patriots and Deshaun Elliott hit Devontae Parker and he got flagged for that. He got fined for that. By textbook, that was an A1 textbook tackle, and he was a receiver, butt down, chest squared, head
Right,
up,
right, right,
square,
right.
drive through your target. That's all defensive.
why would you take that chance on a leaning back running Patrick Mahomes into your lane when he looks obvious that he's giving indications he's about to slide? Why would you
Well,
do that?
listen, see Patty
Why
Mahomes.
would
See
you
Patty
cost
Mahomes.
yourself money? We're not talking about high
Well,
school or college ball where it don't
I
cost you
get
money.
it. I get it, and I get it what you're saying because this is defensive players have to make they have to make business decisions. I get it, and especially it's Patrick Mahomes. He's a high profile player. He's a quarterback. He's a Super Bowl winner. He's the face of
Exactly.
the NFL. So they don't want. He's a moneymaker.
We have entered his era. Yep, we have entered the Patrick Mahomes era. So they're going to protect him no matter what.
And that's why I think the league look. I think they're going to win again. I think they're going to win again. He's the face. He's the new Tom. He's the new Tom Brady. Like he's the face of the NFL. He's that guy. We're not going to allow him to get hurt on a routine tackle because hey, as
And you
defensive
know the
coaches,
funnier part is, go ahead, finish that, and then I'm gonna go real quick because I
no,
gotta say
what
this.
Miss Spence, as being a former defensive player, defensive coaches, your butt square, your butt down square, your face, your chest and eye square, and you drive through the tackle. You drive through the target. That's how we're trained to tackle. It doesn't matter if he's a running back or receiver or quarterback. It is what it is. But see, the NFL, see, it's such it's everything's
Yeah, and now
capitalized.
nowadays it's worse.
Mahomes makes them a lot of money. So okay, got it. I got it. I got it. So just put flags on and we'll grab his flag. Wrap him in bubble wrap and
Essentially, and it's
put
only a
flags on
couple of
him.
guys really because
Well, again, we can call it a
it's
business
only a couple of
decision, but it's
guys.
the rules. It's the rules of the NFL on and off the field, Mountie. So, in other words, what I'm saying is, a guy like, let's say, and this could go for anybody that laments the fact, even Duke Riley. Let's say if he had a problem with it, okay, Duke, start a league and make it okay to do that. Make a league where they're
Uh,
not allowed to favor quarterbacks from game to game and conference to conference and division to division. Make a league where that's not allowed. But it is allowed
might
in
be
the
rough.
NFL, and that's obviously what they're doing. Every team that Patrick Mahomes faces has to face that, bro.
You're playing against 12 guys on the field essentially. So
And not everybody makes
it's
Aaron
gonna be
Donald
rough. But
money
I
to
will
be
tell
able
you
to
this:
afford that
you can
fine.
tell who that's another good point right there. Yeah. Some guys are making dozens of millions of dollars. Other guys are on a league minimum or vet minimum, or rookie contracts where they can't afford it, or they just came off the practice squad and they're making no money and they're finally getting a regular game check. It's like, oh my God, finally I can, pay some bills and stuff.
It's like, you
So
know what, Monty? Here's a great example, and I'm not trying to patronize you or nothing. I'm just saying here's a great example in a non-football world. Uh, I was doing a particular job in Missouri, and in Missouri's the type of state where they're a little more strict with, like, you got more influx of OSHA, you got more people. So when things happened to where our company had to do spot safety inspections and all that, or have guys in the bushes checking to see whether you're up on the roof without a safety harness and all that, right? In
Hmm.
Missouri, it was like, no, clockwork. Well, I got transferred down to Florida where nobody gives a crap about that kind of stuff down here. And there's, you know, carpenters walking all over the roof everywhere with no harnesses on and no shoes on and whatever else. And so, is it right that everybody down here started looking at me like I was trying to be Mr. Safety guy because I didn't understand that, yeah, we're supposed to balk that for expedience and getting the job done, where they didn't do that in Missouri. They had guys hiding in the bushes in Missouri. Still the same job, still the same requirement to have a safety
really?
harness federally by OSHA. You know what I mean?
In the
But everybody
bushes
in
though?
Florida can get away with it.
That's funny. I'm sorry. I mean, that's not good. Obviously, safety concerns
But
and
it's
all.
the
But it's
same
so
thing. It's
funny.
the professional world and money talks.
Yeah, that I cannot agree. I cannot not agree with. Now we just got to the Ravens and Texans games. We haven't even gone to the next game. Monty, I know you picked the 49ers, but I didn't hear your score. What was your score for the Niners game? Niners Packers game?
I would say, I would say 28-17.
Okay. Color, what did you got on this game? Who do you got and what you got? Color. Color. Paging Dr.
I'm
Color.
sorry. I'm sorry. I walked away. I walked away for just a sec. I'm sorry, Miss Vince.
No, you're good. Now we're on to the game Packers Niners because we gotta finish these picks, bro.
Oh, Packers
Packers
Niners.
Niners. Yeah, who you got?
Oh,
What's the score?
it's my upset of the week right here. I think
Ooh,
the Packers
Packers.
continue to roll. I think their
Okay.
defense is playing really well and has gives them a puncher's chance against the Niners. And the Niners are just kind of like any other West Coast zone type team. If things don't go right off the bat, things could get ugly for them. Even though they have these star players like McCaffrey and all the like.
I
So I
don't know,
got the
but
Packers pulling this one out, uh, 24-20, 24 to
ooh,
24-21.
ooh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, okay. Well, I'm gonna go with the 49ers. I gotta go with conventional wisdom on this one. I think that it is gonna be a defensive led game. Their offenses are gonna be tested. I'm with you guys on the 20s for sure. I'm gonna go more 21, 25, 24. just slightly edging out um the 49ers. I think that that's going to be like literally by the chin and chin chin, however that thingy goes. By the hair and the chin and chin chin, I think is the saying or whatever. But yeah, that's I think I still pick Niners to win, but it's gonna be very interesting. Hey, if the Packers beat the Niners to get to the NFC Championship, bro, dude, they look like a smart. How? How? Not once, not twice, 3 times they do the same thing. They get Brett Favre, develop him, have him for 16 seasons, win a Super Bowl with this man. 3 seasons before they get rid of him, they get Aaron Rodgers, sits behind him for a couple years. And here we go again. Aaron Rodgers, once they literally kick out Brett Favre from the team, he heads to Minnesota. Here comes the Packers, and I'm gonna say this because I can't stand Aaron Rodgers, but I told people, I'm like, he's everybody talks about Dak Prescott. Who's more Dak Prescott than Aaron Rodgers? The only difference is Rodgers has got MVPs. That's it. He's only got one Super Bowl, and I think it was off a high of the team finally getting rid of Favre. But whatever, fine. He gets the Super Bowl. Does absolutely nothing after that. Then
Favel.
2 years, 2 years before they get rid of Aaron Rodgers, they go ahead and pick up Jordan Love. This man sits behind him, and whatever. And then a third time, they get rid of their quarterback, their old giant quarterback, and then they go ahead and have a young guy develop under that dude. And look at this now. In his first season as a starter, aka his rookie season, essentially, impromptu rookie season, this man got his team into the playoffs, won their first playoff game as the leader of this team. And now it's facing, and guess what? I don't put it past Packers being able to get this game. They're hot. They just destroyed the Cowboys. And did I miss the 3-game stunt that the 49ers had earlier with guys missing? Because it did happen, and they look pedestrian. So they should have all their guys back, but I don't put it past the Packers to put up points against the Niners and make this a real game. This is gonna be this might actually end up being a higher scoring game. They got it at 50.5 points over under, but San Francisco is favored by 9. I'm still picking San Fran by a very small margin, but I don't put
Oh,
it past
9 points, huh?
I don't put it
Crazy.
past the Packers if they do end up winning. So that's gonna be a great game. Then we got the
Definitely
Sunday
take
game,
the
guys.
Packers points right there.
Yeah, I think that might be a good thing. Then you got Buccaneers versus Lions at 3 p.m. on NBC. Uh, Lions
I'm
are
gonna
coming
I'm
in
gonna let
12-5
Mountie go
season.
first on this one because I got a lot of things to say about this game. But Mountie, before you go, I just want to also say I understand your frustration completely about the state of the NFL in that regard. And I'm from a time period where the NFL didn't was more integrity driven. You know what I mean? Where it was more about what was right and wrong and what was right to be. You know what I mean? And you're right. I
Capitalism rules
It
everything.
stinks that we don't have that day anymore, bro. Where like a fly could pass gas and they would record it. You know what I mean? And everybody knew exactly what the speed of the gas coming out the fly's rear was. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
nothing
you know the
happened
slogan.
without it being recorded.
The slogan that cash rules everything around me. That's an all new meaning, especially in today's world.
This whole idea that the refs decide something and all of a sudden they picked up the flag. When did they ever pick up the flag when we were kids, man?
I have never seen that happen more than this past year. I would say last year is when it got
Well, in
egregious.
general, the past
This
10
year,
years too, Miss Phins. But yeah, culminating in the past season or two, sure. But it's like, I remember the first time it happened. I'm like, no, and then not giving the crowd an explanation for why half the time. It's like, No, that wouldn't have ever happened in the NFL when we were growing up. We would have known exactly why. Oh, the flag, a bird flew out and picked the flag out of my pocket, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't actually throw it. I'm sorry. That would have been recorded. You know what I mean?
Well, it is very frustrating. I think that we all feel it as football fans, which is why we do League Wide One State Season 2, Episode 20, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button for us, guys. We got over 20 people in here. We enjoy it and always have fun and always get derailed, which is why you come here for the entertainment. But,
Miss
yeah,
Fins,
guys, it's frustrating. I'm telling you. Go ahead, Money.
Miss Fins, are you still pushing that narrative? We're gonna pay him. You're gonna get shirts made. We're gonna pay him.
I'm going to get, I wish it was
We're gonna
colder.
pay him.
I wish we're gonna extend him today instead
Hey,
of
I'm
I
gonna
wish it
tell you
was
something.
colder. See?
Hey, Miss Fins, Miss Fins, color. You guys are much smarter than I am, especially on the
No way. You're an
contractual
intelligent man.
situations. Well, on that kind of stuff, I don't know. But see, the thing is this: what I don't want is okay. Tua already said, okay, I'm going to play on my 5th year option, but he can turn into a guy like Lamar Jackson and kind of hold out and play games through training camp and voluntary workouts and things of that nature. Limiting his contact with the team physically. And then even go on to say, look, I I'm going to hold out games until I get an extension. And I say that to say this. I think Scott. Listen, I think training camp needs to be an open competition between him and Skylar Thompson. That's just how I feel it. I feel it
Hey,
because
Monty, you
you
ever
can
see that
incorporate.
meme? You ever see that meme with Powers Booth from Tombstone? It
No, I
says,
did
"Well,"
not.
the one that says, "Well, bye."
Yeah, yeah. It's like first of all, the RPO fits Skylar Thompson's game, his skill set, because he can run. He comes from a running offense in college. So, I mean, listen, I think in my heart, if they open up training camp and Skylar Thompson has a legitimate shot to get the starting job, I think he can beat him.
guys,
I really
guys,
do.
guys. It's over, man. It's over. They're gonna ride this puppy out till the end of next season. They're not. I don't foresee. They're gonna pay him, man, unless it's something that is just egregiously atrocious. They already are looking. Let me and I quote because I had to write this down. And I quote: "The goal is to have him here long term, playing at a high level."
Well,
And
hold
that
on,
was
Miss Finn.
Christopher
Well, hold
Well,
on,
one
Miss
of the
Aloysius
Finn.
goals.
the
Well,
third.
hold on, Miss Finn. Listen. We know Chris Greer is a cryptic speaker. He can say one thing. Listen, he got rid of Laramie Tunsil. He was a best offensive play. He was our best offensive player in return for
Hey,
draft
Miss
picks. So
Fins,
if the
my goal is to have a lifetime supply of Pop Tarts, but I ain't gonna pay a certain amount, more than a certain amount for that
a
lifetime
premium, I'm
supply.
not going to pay a premium for Pop Tarts, right? Color. I'm not paying
I
a
get you.
premium.
I get you. Listen, I'm gonna listen, gentlemen. I need y'all to read this with me. I'm getting shirts made that say, "We paid him." So I'm ready. And I added with these emojis, the crying and the oh well emoji. Like, what the heck else am I
He also,
gonna do? Emojis. Yo, seriously though, looked up Joe. I'm
he
writing that
well,
down because
Miss
that's a
Fins,
great idea.
he also said that the goal is to have him playing at a high level. Well, uh,
That's the stuff. I haven't
A
heard
high level
nobody
win.
harp on that. I
what
haven't
A high
gives
heard
him
level
nobody.
win
I
indication
against
think
we're
the.
that
ever
was
going
a
to
shot
get
at.
that?
That's a shot
What
at
Well,
gives
Miss
him any?
Tua.
Finn,
I think that's a shot at Tua.
What
Miss
gave? No,
Finn,
it's a shot
at a
at
high
Greer's
level.
eye test.
So at a high level against the Giants, against the Panthers. I mean, that's the only
No,
place he's
I
played a
think
high
that
level.
I think that he really was harping at this performance in the playoffs because the way he said at a high level at the end, I was like, "Oh, wait a
I
minute!
would have need
Did
I
he
would have need some
just?"
elaboration. Elaborate a
I
high
think
level
I think
where.
it was shooting his shot at Tua that
Look,
one,
look,
and I
and
haven't heard
again,
nobody
again,
say
again.
anything.
Again. The thing of it is that the moment we offer him no, not one, maybe a dime or two more, but not substantially more than we could offer Kirk Cousins. The moment he says no to that, we're going to play him on the 5th-year option, and if he decides to ride the bench on his own, first of all, it costs him money, and second of all, again, the powers
Please
boost means,
sit out.
well,
Please
bye.
sit
He
out.
has no
Please
leverage to
sit
say that.
out. Thank you, Skylar Thompson. Let's go. People are like, we gotta draft the guy. I'm like, we already drafted the guy. We got
I'm
Skylar.
just saying, if
What are y'all
he has
talking
no
about, man?
leverage, he has no leverage to
I'm
sit out
telling
on
you
a
right
5th-year
now.
option.
Well, he feels like he does because, well,
He
what are
may
the
feel he can
Dolphins
feel
gonna do?
whatever he wants.
Bro, man, I am gonna develop the cow out of Skylar Thompson. I'm gonna keep Mike White as my backup. Tua, you'll be the third string, maybe if you want to go ahead and stay. It's gonna cost you money. Please sit down on this 5th-year option. Please,
Do
please
I
do
mean,
it,
do we have to
bro.
I
Please.
believe I can solve the theory of everything, but that don't mean I'm going to ever be close.
but do we have to remind this kid that his third string quarterback put up more points than he did?
It was sad, and this is what people aren't talking about that because everybody is bringing that up, right? The people that are very upset at Tua, but what they're not talking about is he did that in the second half, ladies and gentlemen. We were down 17 points at halftime. It was 17-0. He put up 31 points
I think, to be honest with
in
you, I
two
think the
quarters.
offer was already made. The offer was already made, and it wasn't to somebody's liking, and that's why we've seen the collapse we've seen. That's my opinion, but nobody wants to hear that.
Well,
The offer's already been made.
guys,
It was made weeks
didn't you
ago,
hear
and
this
that's why
past
we've
off
seen the level
season?
of play we've seen.
Mm-mm.
So ahead, Color, finish that out.
I said, I believe the offer has already been made. It was made weeks ago, and that's why we've seen the level of play we've seen.
So you telling me that he did that? Nah, I'm not gonna go down that road because if I go down that road, it's gonna be
I'm
really
saying,
bad for
okay,
me as a
maybe not
Dolphin
an
fan,
offer,
and I
maybe
can't
not
put
an
myself
offer,
in that.
maybe not an offer, maybe not an offer, but he got an indication of what we were willing to pay him, and that's precisely the reason we've seen the level of play we've seen.
Well, I mean, I guess I see where you're coming from with that, but understand this: they did say last off season they were gonna stop all contract talks this season, and Greer confirmed it too that
And
they
that's fine.
stopped all
That's fine.
contract
That's
this
fine.
season.
That's fine. That's fine, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an indication of what they were willing to do.
Probably. I mean, Chris Greer so dang cheap. So yeah,
Absolute
I get
facts,
it.
color.
But and you know what? Hey, if that's the case, then I gotta lose respect, bro. I'm
It
also
could have
players
happened
getting
after
paid.
10. Wait. It could have happened after Baltimore, Miss Fins. In other words, remember what the discussion
Ooh.
was. First of all, right around week 6 or so, we're sitting here talking about whether they're going to build a statue for him if he wins the Super Bowl and how it would make us feel in regards to Dan Marino, which I thought was a laughable discussion to have in the first place.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Secondly, going into the Baltimore game, the compare the it was a clear competition according to everybody that the MVP was between Tua and Lamar, and that game was to decide. Was the build up to that game. Now
Yep.
Lamar has left Tua in the dust when it comes to MVP talk, and maybe the indication of what the Dolphins were willing to pay him might have got to him at that point with some kind of signal. And that's at which point we've seen the rest of the drop we've seen in play level. Look, I'm just
I
gonna
think
sit here
he
and
did get a
look. If
contract
that's
last
all
off
they're gonna
season
pay
though.
me, if that's all they're gonna pay me, then all I'm gonna do is sit here and chuck the ball to Tyreek every play.
No,
I'll give them what they want.
I do
They want
think that
Tyreek that
they
bad.
gave
Tyreek
him.
get Tyreek gets the MVP of the team. They want Tyreek that bad. They can have him. I'm gonna sit here and chuck the ball to Tyreek all game.
I'm not gonna go there just yet, but I do think that
Well, I'm
they
going
did
there now.
offer something. That's fine. They did offer something last off season, and they're like, you know what, we're just gonna go ahead and when he said no, they're like, okay, we're gonna fifth year option you. Boom, here's fifth year option, whatever, right? And it's like, no, sorry, because they did that the year three. My bad. Yeah, it was last off season that we did his fifth year option, so I was right.
Yeah, yeah.
But what
We set
happened
his value right
is
there. We set his value, and he has
exactly.
not played beyond that value.
And this is the thing too, if you really think about it. He's like, okay, fine, whatever. You don't want to give me an extension. I'm gonna prove to you this fourth year that I can do it. Now with the last 6 weeks debacle that's gone on, I'm sure his agent, who I don't know, I forgot who, because I know he fired his old one and hired a new one. I'm sure his agent, has been kind of in the back stages, kind of still getting some money, especially going
Of
into,
course.
you know what I mean. We especially after that
And
Cowboys.
that's why I think
We
it happened
still a
after
winning game.
Baltimore.
Blah, blah, blah.
And that's why I
Hey,
I
think
know.
it
I think it
happened after
happened
Baltimore.
before Baltimore. I think
What
it
I'm
happened
saying is
before
right,
Baltimore.
right. But what I'm saying is once he got completely outclassed by the competition in Baltimore, okay, once that happened, right, it became a case of maybe his agent put the bug in his ear. Look, if all they want's Tyreek, give them what they want. And he sat there and threw to Tyreek all the rest of the season, double covered or not.
hey, am I right? Hey, did Tua have Leigh Steinberg as his agent prior?
I don't know who he had prior.
Because
I'm not even gonna
because
speculate. I really don't remember.
if I'm not mistaken, Leigh Steinberg is probably one of the best agents in the business, and he fired him.
Well, that's the other thing. Hooked Up Joe says Tua wanted to prove he can make it a full season. Right, because everybody set this idea that that's all that mattered for him to get paid was going through a full season. So he sits there and drops off his play. He sits there and throws to Tyreek all the last 4 weeks
Sub
because
Shekel.
why am I going to risk getting injured? I have to finish this season. I have to finish this season. I have to finish this season. That's the ticket to getting paid when it was never the full ticket.
So what you're saying is there's a chance we pay him. I'm just kidding. I'm
No,
sorry. It's
what I'm saying,
frustrating
no,
as
what
heck.
I'm saying is, what
It's
I'm saying, Miss
frustrating.
Phins, is we have no incentive to do anything other than to make the salary cap easier on us next year. We have no incentive to do it because if he decides to sit out on his fifth year option, bye. What are we really
Please
See
do.
losing?
the
Please
see,
do.
but see the
Please sit
concern
out.
is the concern is, and from what I understand of the salary cap ramifications, is that 23 million that he's due to get, or 25 or whatever. That's a hard hit. Like you can't do anything with that. Like you can't manipulate the money.
What's
No,
up,
you're right.
So
BM?
being
You're
that
right.
being,
You're right.
being that
Unless
we need being
unless we restructure his contract now, right?
so I mean if we're over the cap, we're gonna have to do a lot of restructures and or trick because I think Baker might be traded. X might be traded to get some draft capital in return for that. I think instead of cutting them, you probably need to try to trade them to see
Well,
what
we're
you can
going.
get.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're going
and
back down that
before we
road
go,
again.
you see what I mean, Color, which is why I was like, you know what, you're the co-host, so that's why I'm gonna let you ride because you're still the
No,
co-host. You
I
know what I mean?
really didn't want to.
But
I really didn't want to
no,
because we
we
got
can.
the
What I'm saying
entire.
is, we can have this conversation. But
Yeah,
after
it's
we
just that
we
that's
got
so
two
much.
more picks, bro. Two more picks.
Well, not only that, but we've also got like until they do something on that deal, we've got weeks, if not months,
Exactly.
of time to fill
Hey, listen,
talking about
mommy.
this
Shout out to you, man, for
too.
coming up here. I appreciate it.
But I
Yeah,
do
exactly. But I'm
appreciate the
like, we
talk.
just
I don't
need
want to
two
shut it
more
down, but
picks.
Hey, I
but
Yeah,
think
no,
ahead.
I'm not
I
trying to
think
shut it
ahead.
down. we're gonna pause it.
No, no, no,
I know.
no. I didn't.
I get it. It's cool. It's cool.
I meant the conversation. But Mountie, had you gotten to your Bucks Lions pick yet?
Yeah, no, we told the
Oh,
next game. That's what I was previewing before we actually did the picks
okay, okay, okay,
because
okay.
yeah, that's that. And then Color was like, "Well, before you do," and then I'm like, "Bzz," "Now we're here," which is cool because,
So the
like I
Bucks.
said, ladies and gentlemen, we never do anything correct or not correct, but nothing ever is what you think it's gonna be with League Wide Wednesdays. We always have fun here, no matter what. So Bucks at
Yeah,
Lions, ladies and gentlemen.
it's like the spaghetti model for a hurricane. You know what I mean? Like you never know which one of those are going to be the one.
Exactly. Bucks are 9-8. They're 5-4 coming into Detroit Lions. They're 12-5, 6-2 at home. Detroit right now is favored by 6.5 points. The over under for this particular game is 48.5. This is interesting, man. The both teams are coming off massive wins. I'm talking the first ever playoff win since 1991, 32 years ago for the Detroit Lions, and the Bucks are coming in from destroying the number 2 team in the league last year in the Philadelphia Eagles, 32 to 9. So two big games that just happened to me. This is gonna be one of the funnest games that I can't wait. Like the top 3 games that I want to watch: Texans, Ravens, Packers, Niners, Bucks, Lions. I definitely want to watch. I could care less about Chiefs and Bills, like whatever they do. But Bucks, Lions is the third game that I'm like super hyped for. But let's go ahead and start with Mountie. Mountie, who do you got, and how many point? Like what points do you think it's gonna be?
I'm
What's
going
the score?
Detroit 21-14.
Ooh. My God, don't let them win another game. Like, oh Lord, and then we just, anyways. Color, what you got?
I'm looking at something really quick before I
Make your
say.
pick. I
Hold
can
on,
make my
just a
pick if you want me
something.
to while you doing
You
that.
know, yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to find something
No, you cool,
on
you
the
cool, you
game
cool. I know
cast
exactly
real
what you're
quick.
looking
So
for, so
go
it's
ahead.
okay. Yeah. So Hooked Up Joe says Lions 27-21. Shekel says Lions at home looks good for a win, 31-21. Billy Batson, he makes a great point. Both teams have former Dolphins coaches. Y'all want it gone. I didn't want Campbell. I did not want Campbell gone. I actually wanted him to be. I was mad. I remember having that conversation with my dad as a kid and my brother. Like, I really wanted Campbell to be our head coach when he was our interim coach. But hey, you know what? He's a phenomenal coach, and I'm happy for the Lions. You know, I can't even be mad. For me personally, this is a very tricky game to pick, in my opinion. I think this is probably one of the biggest, like, 50-50 games. You know what I mean? Although I know Detroit is favored by 6.5 points. Um, Baker Mayfield could be hot or cold, hot or cold, hot or cold. You know what I mean? And then you have the Lions who can drop 45 on anybody or 22 as well. So with that being said, I I want to go with the Buccaneers. Like I really want to go with the Buccaneers, but because they're at home, I think that and the way that this team is playing inspired, I think the Lions will take this win and make it to the NFC Championship. I really do, and I think it's gonna be very fun seeing them. And hopefully, they can make it to the Super Bowl because if the Lions make it to the Super Bowl, they're gonna be my number one pick. Period. I don't care who comes out of the AFC. 100% I'm going for the Lions. Heck, if the Buccaneers make it to the Super Bowl, I'm going 100 because the Florida team. I'm going 100% with Bucks. So yeah, I'm gonna go Lions. I think this one's actually gonna be a shootout. The over under I know is 48.5, but I think it's gonna be a shootout. I'm thinking like a 34-31 kind of game. I'm feeling like it's a 34-31 kind of game where both teams are gonna come out and check it down the field. But then that last minute play, Lions come down, they got the ball at home. 2-minute drill, then yeah, they're gonna be able to go ahead and kick this field goal and for the win. So I think that's gonna be very, very, very interesting there. Color, are you ready, or because I got somebody else that wants to say a little something in the back?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
ready.
well, I'll go with
First
our
of
yeah.
all, what
What's
a
Army?
awesome matchup, right?
Never mind.
You're talking about you're talking about uh um you're talking about two quarterbacks that were both first overall picks, right?
Facts.
Both of them have had some postseason success, yet still have many questions unanswered by a lot of people who don't give them a lot of, potential. Then you got the, interim coach aspect. You know what I mean? Bucks versus Lions. You got the only two teams in recent history that have gone seasons of 0 and 16. Both of them haven't won anything in a very long time. I mean, this is an absolute great matchup. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at it through all of that and say, I think the Bucks are about to completely roll the Lions right here. As much as I love Dan Campbell and the Lions story and all that, I think that when it comes to uh what the Lions do well and what the Buccaneers defend against well, I don't know. They're last against rushing while Detroit is first in rushing, or not first but second, right? Let's see. Actually, let me get that right real quick. Fifth in rushing per game. But here's the thing: when you look at the postseason numbers, which both have played good football teams, uh, the Buccaneers are shutting down the run right now, and they're shutting down the pass, and they're doing both well on offense. So really, right, it's a matter of what teams are doing right now in the moment, and I think the Bucks are going to actually uh, surprise a lot of people and probably win this game like 31-24. Did we
Like
lose
what?
Miss 31-24
Yeah, yeah,
Bucks?
yeah, yeah. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
31. I don't know what happened. 31-24 Buccaneers. Honestly, I want to pick the Bucks too, bro, but I feel our when we go into our impactful players, you're gonna see why. But yeah, I think it's gonna be a very good game. This to me is I think we got some three really good games coming up between the Texans, the Ravens, Packers, Niners, Bucks, Lions. I think really good matchups, very interesting storylines. You know what I mean? And then we've got the Chiefs Bills. I mean, the only thing interesting about this game is the fact that it's the first time Chiefs actually have to play in the road. Yay. What's to say? Buffalo's favored at home by 3, so meaning they should be favored anyway. So like they're barely being given a shot at winning this game. Over under is 45.5. Bills and Chiefs are 11-6 coming into finishing the season. 6-2 away are the Chiefs. 7-2 at home are the Bills. This is going to be a very cool game. It is going to be at in the afternoon at 6:30 on CBS on Sunday. Oh, by the way, I know I said it, but the reminder: 3 p.m. on NBC will be the Bucks Lions game on Sunday, and 6:30 p.m. on CBS will be the Chiefs Bills game. It's going to be 20 degrees at Orchard Park, and they're saying it's going to be light cloud cover on that game, so it should be very interesting. At this point, I don't want to, but I think the Bills are gonna win this game. It's kind of annoying, but I think that they're like the little sibling, the annoying little sibling. Like, yeah, I'm gonna show you we can win this. That's them. So, and the way that the Chiefs are playing, unless they bring out the Hulk, you know what I mean, and just destroy the Bills, I don't foresee Chiefs winning this game. So I'm taking the Bills, unfortunately. Oh, um, 27-24 Bills. So annoying, but that's what I got. Culler, you go.
I think the Bills finally run out of gas here. They face a real defense, and I think Taylor Swift throws for at least 3 touchdowns. I mean, Patrick Mahomes throws for at least 3 touchdowns, and the Chiefs win this game 27-24.
27-24. Is that the same score that I just said? I hope, I hope, Color, that you're right, because I just can't stand the Bills, man. Hooked Up Joe says 24-17 Bills. I just have this
I
eerie
mean, I think
feeling,
Swift
man.
accounts for at least 3 touchdowns
It's
in
gonna
this
be the
game.
loser Bills that actually
If
get
that
them.
means Travis Kelsey's going to have a good game, then that's what it means. But I think Swift accounts for at least 3 touchdowns.
Sorry. Oh my god, I saw this short. Monty, before
She
you
needs to
go.
leave him alone before the game. That's what needs to happen. I'm just going to say it. It's after 10 o'clock. I'm not using any vulgar language. We all know what the score is. Okay, Taylor Swift needs to leave her man alone before this game. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah. Let him be focused because we need him focused to get this W. You know what I mean? And then they could
We
lose
all
to the.
saw what happened. We all saw what happened to Crixus on Spartacus. Okay, we don't. I don't need to say anymore.
I mean, if you want to take it to the Greek Isles, you also have what happened to the Trojans or Helena of Sparta. You know what I mean? Like, so we all. I get it. I get it. It's tough, what us women make you guys do, but it is what it is. This is gonna be hilarious. Mounty, what do you got before I say what I want to say here? Go ahead. Who do you got, and what's the score?
For well, I gave
Uh,
the Bucks. You talking about the Bucks
no,
and the Detroit
Chiefs,
Lions?
Bills, Chiefs, Bills, Chiefs,
Oh,
Bills.
Chiefs Bills. Hey, listen, we're playing with the California quarterback, which is Patty Mahomes, the face of the NFL. I give it 31-28, Kansas City, based on because of what I said. Kansas, Patty Mahomes is he's the face of the bill. He's
Hollywood,
the face
Hollywood.
of the. Oh yeah, he's a Hollywood quarterback. Listen, he ran through two of our defenders and wouldn't even touch him. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it at that. 31-28. So, well, what does that? What does that
No, hey,
say?
what's up, Michael
You
K?
ran through two
Thank you for
defenders
coming.
and didn't get touched. And what does that say? Okay, I'm still pissed
He
off
doesn't
about it.
mean he's actually from California. He means he's Hollywood. Like, I can see that.
He's
He
yeah, he's
means
a
he's
Hollywood
Hollywood, as
QB.
in the sense of, yeah, like
Well, I'm gonna write to the.
Flopper. Yeah,
I'm gonna
Master Flopper. There
petition.
you go. An actor.
I'm gonna petition. I'm gonna petition and write to the NFL like, hey, Pat Mahomes and select others should wear flags. Okay.
Oh my God, that's hilarious. So you got Chiefs 31-28. Um, oh, Bills by 13, but never a definitive score. What's up, Joseph? They're both crybabies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
hooked up
Allen
Joe makes.
and they're
I was gonna
both.
say, hooked up Joe makes a great point. Like, what happens, man, if they both get it? Like the Chiefs and the Bills fan bases are going to implode. They're going to like cancel each other out, like antimatter and matter. You know,
The Master
they're
Flopper
going to
go no.
annihilate the universe.
It would be. Can you? I mean, obviously, it cannot end on a tie, but can you imagine this game going into
Like if they
overtime?
both draw a flag from flopping, what happens then when if they both draw a flag for it?
Oh God, I'm gonna laugh so hard, yo. Like it's gonna be hilarious. To be honest with you, I could care
It's
less
gonna
about
be
that
like
game.
spy
I'm
versus
not
spy
watching
on
it, yo.
Twitter. It's gonna be spy versus spy on Twitter. It'll be like
Yeah.
you got favored. No, you got favored. No, you got favored.
Where's the flag, ref? Where's the flag? Flag, 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 flag. Both of them. That's all they flag, 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 flag. That's all they do. But I'll tell you this. Listen, it's gonna be
To be
it's gonna
honest
be
with
very
you, this
interesting
is
this game.
precisely
Now
the
I
game
want.
they
Now
should.
I have to watch
Mi-
this game to see
Miss
who
Finch,
flops more.
Miss Finch. To be honest with you, this is precisely the game they
Oh,
need to put that Eagles
smokes.
referee team on. You know what I mean? Like they don't flag anybody for anything.
This oh, you know what? I think for the comedian, well, I have to watch the game only because as a content creator and part of the AFC East, I gotta see what the Bills do, regardless, because I set a show next week to talk about two of them actually. But oh my god, I'm gonna laugh the whole. I'm gonna pull out my popcorn and I'm gonna laugh so hard watching that game because I think it's gonna be. I'm just gonna see the. It's like putting Madden on like auto mode. You know what I mean? And just letting it fly, and then see what ends up
Right.
happening.
So that being said, my impact wide receiver this week is going to be Raji Rice from the Chiefs. I think he looks to have another big game if they're going to hope to have a chance against the Bills.
Ooh,
Uh,
rice.
yeah, my quarterback is going to be. It has to be the
Ooh,
man himself, Lamar Jackson,
really?
uh,
Huh?
to overcome the heat of C.J. Stroud. My tight end is going to have to be Andrews because he's coming back. I think this week. Uh,
Yeah, and reports are saying he practiced. What day today? Wednesday. He practiced yesterday and today,
mhm,
if I'm
mhm.
not mistaken. So,
Actually,
okay.
let me take that back. I'm going to go with Kelsey because Kelsey's been really slumping, and if they're going to win, and if Raji Rice is going to pop off, it has to be supplemented by Kelsey in his whole game. So there you go, there on that. Quarterback, I already said. Wide receiver, I already said. Defense, obviously the Dolphins defense, of course, like every week, and we're gonna have to go with
Oh,
uh, uh
color. I was wondering
gotta
if
be
you
the
were gonna say that or not,
Gotta be
bro.
the
Oh,
gotta
color.
be the Ravens defense. Uh, and that leaves me with
Yeah, give
running
me a
back, right?
second one, bro.
All right. So
No,
Ravens
give me a
defense.
second. We're not doing the. And what's the second one? Oh, give me a second
Uh,
defense, bro.
Ravens. Oh, Ravens and but there's only there's only 4 games, so I'm
Okay,
only
so
gonna
we'll
go
leave it
one
at one.
defense. Yeah.
Okay,
Um
okay. Ravens. Yeah.
uh and last but not least, as my running back most impactful player of the week, I'm still gonna have to go with Joe Mixon.
No, no, you were gonna say Joe Mixon. No, it's not gonna happen. Pick a different one. I'm done. You can't literally pick Joe Mixon, bro. Like what the heck?
It's gonna have to be
You too
James Cook.
much. Oh, ooh, that's actually a good one. I actually, you know what? Ooh, boy, oh boy, you hit it in the nail. In my opinion, Cook to me is the sole reason why they went on that win streak. The sole reason why the Bills went on that win streak is because Cook was cooking. Other than that, yeah, they have no shot if Cook isn't cooking. Period. In my opinion, I think Cook cooking will be the reason why they win, and that's it. Um, let's see. So I actually have my quarterback as Jared Goff. In my opinion, I think Goff will have to outplay Baker. In my opinion, Baker can flash and he can really you can really get either he's super hot or whatever. And the fact that, like to your point earlier today, he is feeling himself, and when he's on, he's super on. Golf is gonna have a really good game in order for them to win, in my opinion. So I'm gonna go with Goff as my quarterback. I'm with you on the tight end, Kelsey. I'm picking the Lions defense, in my opinion. Cook versus Cook. Which Cook will cook? Exactly. That's why I had to put Jay Cook, because I was like, wait, I almost wrote just Cook. I'm like, whoa, it's brother versus brother. Brethren versus brethren. I got the Lions defense. They will have to try to stop what's his name again, Baker. And then as far as wide receiver and running back,
Wait,
this
wait.
was tough for
I
me.
gotta, Miss Fins. I gotta retract on my running back pick. I thought of a better one.
Okay.
A player that in order for their team to win, has to have an impactful performance. Probably more important to any other team this week. Aaron Jones, Green Bay Packers.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. And you know what, Joseph? It's funny because I was gonna say Sam Laporta was gonna be, but then I'm like, dang, I got three for the Lions. Like, I'm picking the Lions to win, but I'm also saying in order for them to win, three other guys gotta go off. That's why I didn't pick Sam Laporta, but as the most impactful player, I think to your point, the reason why I put Kelsey over Laporta is Kelsey will actually have to step up to the plate. This ain't no wild card weekend versus the Dolphins. This is like you're facing a legit top five defense in the Bills that it's going to put an imposter will against you, being the only legitimate weapon that Kansas City has. So he will need to super saiyan himself and go off in order to actually win. So, but yeah, that's a good one. Actually, I was thinking about the Packers, but then you said it, so never mind. Wide receiver, I'm gonna go with Nico Collins, man. I think Nico Collins, if he's able to go ahead and go off like he did the last few weeks and be that, that solid piece for what's his name, Stroud, then yeah, I think Nico Collins will need to ball out in order for that
Yeah, that's
team
a good one.
to really impose their will. And then for my running back, thank you very much. For my running back, oof, it's a tough one. This one's a tough one.
Could also say Amon Ra, but running back.
I know,
Don't forget about old Gibbs either.
Jameer Gibbs. But then this is my problem. All my guys I'm picking are all Lions, dude. So that's why I'm like, ah. So I would say, ooh, Pacheco. There you go. I'm gonna go with Pacheco. Pacheco and Rice can go off and not have to worry about Kelsey. You're right, though,
Yeah, that's
Joseph. You're
true.
right.
But can they
I'm
really
gonna go
beat
with
the
Pacheco.
Bills? But can they really beat the Bills with just them two? I think Kelsey has to be
That
impactful.
exactly. You see what I mean? Like that's why I say. But that's a good one. I appreciate you remind because I was thinking like, who's the running back again for the Chiefs? Yeah, I think. No, okay, my personal Dolphins fandom aside, because it is League Wide Wednesday, we're thinking with our football minds, obviously. I think this is gonna be Kansas City's biggest challenge. Period. All season. Period. No matter what, this is gonna be their biggest challenge. They are first time ever traveling to the Bills. It's very different. I mean, they both deal with cold, so I'm not even talking about the weather and nothing like that. It's just a different atmosphere. Having the fans in your corner makes a huge difference. And the Bills fans, we already know they are a very passionate fan base, and they will impose their will physically and vocally. And with that, it's gonna be very hard, in my opinion, for the Chiefs to win this game if they're not in tune. Meaning, if Kelsey doesn't go off, if Pacheco doesn't go off, Rice is gonna have to go off because I'm telling you right now, having that 12th man in the crowd, it does make a difference. And because of that, yeah, I'm gonna go with Pacheco. So you've got Lamar, Aaron Jones, Rasheed Rice, Kelsey, and the Ravens defense. I've got Goff as my most impactful QB. Pacheco will need to be the most impactful running back. Nico Collins, in my opinion, for the Texans will need to be the most impactful wide receiver. Kelsey, the tight end, and then the Detroit Lions because Baker Mayfield can't drop 50 on you, in my opinion. You have to, and being that their defense has been their downfall for the last few years, even though Hutchinson, I really like that kid, man. He's awesome. Um, although it's gotten better, yeah, I do have to agree that the Lions defense will need to be super impactful in order to make it happen. Thank you to I was gonna ask Mounty, but he kind of went away, so it's okay. Guys, we got the link. I don't know, Color. Do you need to go? You're Gucci, or I don't know if you got other responsibilities or not. Um, I'm looking. I don't see nothing, so it's just. But you know what I mean. It's
I'm
if
not
you're
in a
cool with
huge
it.
hurry, other than having to
I mean, I could
get
throw a
some
little
sleep.
extra. So we're taking in panelists, peeps. So if you want to go ahead and come over, the link is posted. It's pinned to the top. Go ahead and come in.
Of course,
Give us
the
your thoughts.
more people that come up and talk, the less I have to talk, the longer I can stay on.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Color due to his vocal cords. Nah, I'm just kidding.
my living my living room mic has a pretty good long cable, so I can actually go lay down on the couch and just chime in with the mic whenever I have to.
Love it, love it, love it. But yeah, no, that's we'll give a minute. Let's touch on this. To me, this divisional round, are you surprised by any of the winners that made it to this round? Any of them? Are you surprised at any of them?
Maybe in the fashion that they won last week, like the Texans or
Agreed.
some other like the Packers,
Packers. Yep, agreed.
but and the Bucks. But
Agreed.
I don't. I think everybody deserves to be here so far.
Mhm.
Usually, that's what the wild card round does. Is it kind of weeds out the people that didn't deserve to be here?
Mhm. Yeah, no, I agree. I think I think the way they won. That my most
I mean,
impressive
you
win
you
though
still
has to
had a
be the
close you
Texans
still
though.
had a
Period.
close game with Detroit. You still had a close game. Where else? That was really it.
Yeah,
So
that's
I
the only
guess there's
close
still
game.
some questions about Detroit, but other than that, and whether they belong, but
Mhm.
for the most part, everybody that's here belongs here.
Yeah, I agree. What's up, Nene? How you doing?
And that's why it's the divisional round. It's cool because it really is a case of, hey, you're the best representative of your division at this point, you know.
Facts.
And if your division is terrible, then you're the Buccaneers and you're terrible. But that doesn't mean you don't belong here. You belong here as a
Factoid.
representative of your division, and it is what it is, you know.
Mhm. What's up,
Well, I
Nene?
just
Welcome.
came up here to support the channel. The Miami Heat just got clobbered, so I'm
You need
numb.
therapy.
I am numb from all of the losing of my Miami teams. But to answer your question, because I kind of heard you, I
Mhm.
uh I just want to see good games. Um, I have no agendas in it. I wish Lamar and CJ weren't playing against each other because I love CJ. That kid is special. I think he is gonna go places beyond football. But Lamar is from he's from here. He's from around the way. Well, I'm in North Carolina, but y'all get my point. He from South Florida, so I kind of want to see him do it.
He's from South Florida. Let's get it right. He's
Hey,
Broward
born.
County
eh,
954.
Wait
I'm
a
so
minute.
tired of people saying
Wait
he's
a minute.
305.
Wait a
He's
minute.
from Pompano, people.
Hold
So
on.
Miss Fish,
Hold
you don't
on.
have your
Hold
coffee
on.
over here
Born in
yelling
Pompano.
at me.
Born in Pompano. Born in
No,
Pompano.
not you, not you.
Football
but
born in Boynton Beach, Florida. 561, baby. That's right.
You
well,
right. He's not 54561. Yep.
well, the thing of it is, I think I like Lamar because people keep forgetting his storyline to this season. Like people was calling him crazy for having his mom as the agent and brokering his own deal on his terms, which I'm for player empowerment. I think these guys get rich off of these guys' talents, and they should be able. And the agents, a lot of times, are shady, and they make backdoor deals with these teams that affects the player. So I'm glad Lamar had executed his own whole deal, and a lot of people did said they called that guy a lot of things. So to see him have a good season still hurts me. He's not a Miami Dolphin. Yeah, I said it. But that's going to be an interesting game. I think I'm just so happy that the cow. I know everybody hates Buffalo, but I really hate the Cowboys because
I'm with you there, Nene.
the mind
Same, same, same.
it's not even the Cowboys. It's the people that's from Miami that cheer for the Cowboys. So like just
They're
watching them.
transplant. They're the retiree. That's all, and their offsprings. That's all it is. They all retired here, and then they had kids.
Yep,
So,
and people from Dallas come around South Florida, retire here, throw their money
Well,
all
I
around, and their big blue star, and it's like,
Well,
oh
I'm not
god,
really talking about them. I'm talking about like when we were still, Marino years wasn't bad, but they were actually winning the Super Bowl. And I grew up with a lot of guys around the neighborhood. I just remember those starter jackets. They used to.
yeah, yep,
Yep.
yep.
Yeah.
Nene,
So
I'm
like,
not. I'm going to admit, I had a girlfriend stolen by a Dallas fan down here. I'm a little bitter,
but yeah, I just
back in the Emmett Smith days, and the guy's name literally was Emmett that stole my girlfriend. So I'm a
Color.
little
I didn't
bitter.
want to bring up more things that agitate your vocal cords, but I'm just I'm still trying to see what's
uh,
gonna happen with our first domino for the Miami Dolphins for our offseason. I'm wondering if Christian's gonna be retained or not. I'm still kind of focused on what Miami is doing, especially after Hard
I
Knocks. It
can
kind of
answer
gives me.
that for you.
What do you think? He's gone?
It's not thinking. I already know. They already Greer said it in the conference. Wilkins has earned the right to be a free agent, and I quote. Robert Hunt has earned the right to be a free agent, and I quote. Connor Williams, let's see what happens, and I quote. Off quote, obviously, but yeah, those guys. He already literally said they both. It's the same thing he did with Gesicki, which is again another guy we drafted and developed and whatever, and we're like he earned the right to be a free agent. It's the exact same thing. It's that is Greer speak for this man ain't coming here. He felt that he gave him the right contract or a fair contract. Wilkins said, I'm gonna bet on myself. He even said he bet on himself. And he said he's earned the right to be a free agent. So Wilkins, Rubber Hunt, those are for sure free agents, and it looks like they're not budging. They will have to come back to the table to the Dolphins and maybe accept whatever they end up giving. But they already turned down the offers apparently. Um, and yeah, they've both earned the right to be free agents. Connor Williams, due to the injury, it's to see what happens. He also was holding out a little bit this last off season. We'll see what happens is literally what he says. So that one he may come back, but I doubt it because again he wants to get paid. He bet on himself too. He said that Greer said that Connor bet on himself, and it worked out. Him as a center, he was the number what the top 5 center in the league when he was playing. So yeah, that I can answer for you. That's already Wilkins is gone. Let me just rip off the band-aid for fans. Wilkins is gone. We don't gotta worry about that. Rubber Hunt is gone. We don't gotta worry about that. Unless those two gentlemen decide to come back to the table.
Well, I was only based off of previous interaction. The only one that I thought was gone for sure was Xavier Howard. I think that's a done deal. But I don't know about all the other people you named. We'll see. Because I think all for nothing. I think Christian Wilkins wants to be in Miami. I really do. I really think he does. But and then I heard in the spaces. Color, you talking or is it just me? Because I see the mic going.
No, it's picking
Oh
up your
no,
voice.
no, the software that makes that thing go is just picking up the loopback audio. I've got.
I was like, what in the world? But
It
no,
It's
but
his
happens when I
vocal cords.
if I don't use the manual switch on my microphone, it'll still pick it up. Like if I click it off, see, it don't
okay.
pick it up anymore.
Okay, yeah, because Twitter's been weird today. You in some spaces you couldn't hear unless you were a speaker or you were on the laptop. So I didn't know what was going on there. But I'm just intrigued as to who's going to be the official first domino, you know, in the off season. I don't know if we normally do some type of business while the playoffs are going. Do we wait till the Super Bowl is over? Because I know the Cowboys just confirmed and Pittsburgh that both of their coaches are staying put. And certain players are retiring, but yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't concerned about Mike Tomlin, so and neither was he.
I
So
mean,
Tomlin is safe then? I hadn't
yeah,
got
he
the whole
Yeah,
already
number.
he already said they. Well, I don't know if it's safe long term, but he's obviously not going to retire and play off
the
that last
way
year.
the Rooney family works, they believe in which I wish it ran for us too. They believe in establishing a regime and giving that regime time to develop and allowing them to be giving them several years to develop as a coach, coaching staff, and also whatever place you may have, if you're willing to go ahead and develop them, you're going to get some time. You know what I mean? Mike Tomlin now has proved 17 years straight, all winning records, multiple years, over 10 years. He's been in the playoffs. He's been more in the playoffs than not, won 2 Super Bowls. At the end of the day, the fact that the Pittsburgh Steelers have had 3 head coaches in the last 100 years is just for me. It's just beautiful, and I wish my organization was ran the same way, but it isn't. And they just go to show that you know, they found a guy and they're putting their weight behind him. Let him time to get whatever issues he's got, get learn from them, get better, and guess what? That's exactly what they were able to do. It, and 17 years later, they're still in the playoffs, still with a fighting chance. I don't see him being gone anytime than 5 years from now. I think he's still got at
Well,
least 5 years in that organization.
well, segue into our coach. I can't lie. I know I'm in the minority, but I feel so bad for Coach McDaniel, man.
I
Like
do too. All
I,
this
I
slander
really,
is ridiculous.
I really feel like he was in a lose lose situation. Well, not lose. They're depending on the product of the team. If we win, then it's it's too much of the city, right? Like that was one thing I always said about being from Miami. When we're winning, people have the flags on their car. It's represented. But when we losing, a lot of people don't like enduring that. So I just feel bad. I mean, he's a goofball, and I feel bad for him. Then he started talking, and I'm like, oh my god, dude, you killing me. I feel bad for you because I just look at his situation, and it just looks like listening to him like with those hot mics on Hard Knocks when he kept saying, "Man, man, we can't do nothing." I was like, God dang, like I really felt bad for him. I really do.
Yeah, he's stating a fact. They couldn't do anything, and that could stem from a lot of things. I'm gonna let you guys draw your own conclusions, but yeah, I understand the team being frustrated. What broke my heart the most was seeing those guys in the locker room afterwards, and you can see their faces. You can see like, man, I'm never gonna be able to play again. They knew this was like their one shot to be able to be in the team and maybe get a little extension or something. And you could see them, and it just broke my heart seeing those guys, go through that because for me personally, it's like I don't know if you guys remember when you were back in high school, and you're a senior year, you're about to graduate. Some people go move across the country, others go to college, other start regular lives and whatever. But that song always hits hard. The vitamin C song. Everybody knows the vitamin C song. If you've ever graduated in the last like I feel like I don't know since it came out. You know what I mean? As we go on. We remember. I was the whole time.
Lord have
That's the song.
mercy, this fan.
My my mind was thinking of the song. I'm like, oh my god, I'm back in high school, like senior year. Like this is sucks, man. And you see the guys; they were like really going through it. Like,
Only one I remember is peanut butter. Jelly.
Oh my God, this done turned to karaoke night, and I ain't participating because I don't sing.
I don't sing either, man. I'm horrible, but I still try. you know.
Well, I just felt like for some people, let's be honest, when you know it's over, it's over, and you're just hanging on.
Yeah.
But I was really thinking about those guys that they brought off the street, some of the older players, like how they kind of spotlighted them. Those guys that they brought
Yeah,
that
like
last week.
Melvin Ingram, and I love him. I love him. That guy, shoot, I'd give him a vet minimum contract, yo. I get
But
it. You
that
want younger guys, but you also need vets too in the building.
and color, I did want to ask you this because you may know with the two major injuries, Phillips and Chubb. Those two guys still count against our rights. Because I know in some sports, when guys have injuries like that, they give you a medical exemption. Definitely in basketball, I know they do. You could put a player on medical exemption, and that way you can get somebody else to fill that spot because they're not going to be able to play, even though it was something beyond their control. They got injured. Do they have that in the NFL? Or are they still just going to be two that count against the 53?
Well, they're not counted against the 53 because of injured reserve. So they're on injured reserve.
So
I
they
guess,
just put them on the IR.
yeah, that's pretty much what IR functions as in the NFL.
Yeah, but that's like every 4 weeks that has to be. How is that evaluated?
No, it's different. It's definitely different when it's the off season. If they're in the IR list going into the off season and we start week 1 if I'm not mistaken, then they have to wait, I believe, 4 weeks before they can come back. Or I think they're designated out for the season if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
It
if you were
yeah.
real quick, just to clarify, if you were referring to counting against the cap, then yeah, still counts against the
Yeah,
cap.
that's the
Yeah,
other
it
thing
still
too.
counts against the cap.
Yeah,
Because
I would. Yeah, I get what you're saying. You meant as far as the 53 man, you meant the cap, like our
right,
team
right, right.
salary
Because
cap.
because I know I think about Chris Bosh and his blood clots, right? The league said because of his illness that it didn't like that cap space didn't count against the Miami Heat. So I didn't know how that worked for the NFL. So it's still money that's wow, that's just unfortunate.
Yeah, if they're in IR and they're still part of your team, they still count against the money's still there.
I mean, not to be cynical or a sadist, I should say, it does. I guess with in the case of Phillips, it kind of gives us some wiggle room on giving him the long term because now he's
Yeah.
got to come back, prove him, prove that it didn't affect him. You know what I mean? And so, whereas we were probably poised to be ready to give him some money this year, and now we can almost look like it as a pause on his fifth year.
He officially became a Chris Greer candidate because he likes to barbershop and he likes to get injured players. So he has officially met the threshold of being able to get a contract with the Dolphins and Greer. So
Yeah,
he will get
that's
paid.
if he wasn't his kind of guy, he is now. I mean, there's data for that.
That is his bread and butter.
Mm. Well,
So yeah, it's gonna
I,
be very interesting.
I will say this: as hard as I am on Aloysius the third, if he pulls this off, then I have to give him some flowers next year. If he finds a way to rehabilitate all those injuries, because majority of them were season ending. Chubb, Phillips, somebody else. We still don't know what ABG status was. Like they just said injury. They didn't like say.
AVG is an unrestricted free agent this offseason.
I don't want to lose him.
I know.
I
Me
I
neither.
like
Baby Thor. That's what I call him.
I the
He's
whole
awesome.
story on Hard Knocks was like it didn't kind of like impact my
It
opinion.
hit me, right?
I just I hate that for guys like that that really deserve it, and now there's an injury, and now you gotta work that much harder to get your wealth for your family. Like I mean, I know they're not at the poorhouse, but still. Like I said, if Grill pulls this off, because you still got to worry about Connor Williams, right? Injured or not, he's walking, right?
Yeah, I believe he is from the last reports. But we'll see what happens. Said what's his name? Aloysius. I can't.
The
I'll
third.
tell you the the third. Nene, because I wanna close this up, man. I'm actually in time. It's been a very long day. But what do you got? Which matchup for this divisional weekend in the playoffs are you most interested in? Texans, Ravens, Packers, Niners, Bucks, Lions, Chiefs, Bills. Which one do you think is gonna be the one you're most interested in?
I gotta go Packers Niners because if
Well,
what this is why I
Packers
have a
Niners, you mean?
yeah Packers Niners. I have an agenda with Jordan Love right now. I have an agenda. I have an agenda for that young man to keep on going through these rounds because there's
oh my
I,
god.
Color and Miss Fans. I wish we can find a way to clip all of these takes that people had and when I came to Spaces August to now. Cause Lord have mercy. I
Listen,
heard I heard someone on the space, I won't say who, said, you know what? Brian Flores wasn't wrong about Tua. We need to have him do dink and donk plays. And this person was a part of the lynching mob. When I said I didn't want to go
yeah,
like beat
yeah.
up on
I
Flo.
No, but this is the thing. This is why I can't. I almost don't even want. It's like when you got the trump card. If it's you don't want to put it down because it's like I'm gonna destroy you with what I'm about to say. But it's like I just can't. One thing I will say though, fine. If you had a personal take or whatever personal take you had, towards the team or any coaching staff or whatever, right? You gotta be mature enough to say I messed up. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people came from me. Miss Finks, I told you he was gonna be really good. I'm like, when have I said that it was gonna be bad? Please clip it and show me. I said he's developing. He needs to do better, and I absolutely critiqued him. But I never said he will. He was gonna be bad. Now, I will never back down from the point of he played like garbage in whatever particular game, and then I give you X, Y, and Z because I've seen good play from him. You know what I mean? But I can't wish him to play better. He's got to do it. But there are some people out here that the anyone buts, I call them. And also too, there are some people out here that, oh man, I wish they're very inspiring. Let me explain. Man, oh man, if I would have gone as ham as some of these creators and I'm not gonna name no names because it's more than one, I would have had so many subscribers had I drank the juice, man. So many more subscribers. I would have been on top. Right here, Miss Fans, we're grinding it out, and that's all because of you guys, and you guys are the best. But man, oh man, if I was drinking that Tua juice, then I would have thousands of people. And I just find it so funny how some of these people that gain that being these the anyone buts or the super lovers. I'm just gonna leave it that way. To now. Oh no, it's bad play. We need better play. Da, 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 da. And I'm like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Where's your anyone buts? What's your super fandom? What do you mean? Oh, so now you see what we saw? There's nothing wrong with wanting your player or team to do better, but don't call people haters or don't call people, dumb or whatever if they maybe see something different than what you see. You want to look through the rosy colored glasses, by all means, feel free to do so. But then don't come for other people who, hey, listen, I see those glasses too, but I also see this and I'm calling it out. You know what I mean? And it's just so funny now. I'm seeing the 360, not 360, the 180 from so many people. And I'm like, oh my God, I want to so bad, but I won't. But you know what? hey, I'm not gonna. I don't care. You know what I mean? However you make your dough and all that. That's to each their own. You know what I mean? I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. In general, I just think pushing one side to then now all of a sudden, it's like okay, yeah. It's the same thing with the florist, the anti-florist people. He was a scum. What do you mean? Like half the team loved that guy. The other half probably were pissed because he held them accountable. Offense.
And now that the
Like,
water is warm, right? To watch these people that would that would go hard on Pete about Baker Mayfield turn around and
mm,
say, "Well, I was all for bringing Baker in to compete with
get
Tua."
the heck out of here,
No, no,
bro.
but listen to what they're saying. I was all for bringing Baker in to compete with Tua, as if Baker wanted to do that. Like Baker's like, no, thank you, and went and showed why he doesn't need to compete with nobody.
Well,
Or let me give you another one. Real quick, Nene, before I forget. Let me give you another one. You know what? Mike McDaniel needs to hold these players accountable. He needs to put his foot down. He needs to listen. If you're getting triggered by what I'm saying, then it may apply to you. I'm just doing a general statement, okay? Because you guys feel like you gotta give a disclaimer. But he needs to put his foot down. This team is playing loose. They don't respect nobody. They're getting penalties. It's a wild, wild west here. And he's got to put his foot down. He needs to tell Tua to do his job and hold him accountable. But wait, people, because there was a coach that did that and put him in the best position possible due to the injuries and a bunch of other stuff. But everybody want to call him the black angry man or a scum or this or that. I will always ride for my head coach Flores because at the end of the day, he did not deserve that ridiculous slander that now the Mac Geniuses or whoever crowned him Mac Genius are now coming for McDaniel. I just can't do it. You know what I mean? And I'm gonna land my
And again,
plane.
Ms.
I'm
Fins,
gonna land my plane.
why was the atmosphere created that it
Oh,
was taboo to give Tua competition in the first place? Because Tua didn't believe he needed any competition. So if Tua didn't believe that about himself, what made anybody think that Baker Mayfield would believe that about himself after Baker had already won a playoff game? Why would
mm-hmm,
Baker come in here to push Tua or compete with Tua? Like that's for anybody that thinks, oh yeah, I was all for bringing in Baker Mayfield to compete with Tua. Okay, fine. So what? That's the dumbest thing you would have ever been in favor of, because what you're saying is the reason nobody wanted to bring in competition is because they thought Tua was the guy. So if
or
Baker
he
were to come in here to compete, Baker would be acknowledging that Tua is the guy. No, I won a playoff game. I ain't going to compete with nobody. I'm going to go to this team over here that's willing to pay me some decent dollars to prove myself. And here
mm-hmm.
we are. Bucks versus Lions.
It's
Not
crazy.
Dolphins versus anybody. Bucks versus Lions.
It's crazy.
you know what
Go
I
ahead,
just
Nene.
find interesting is that when you hear these takes that we have, people get frustrated and oh, we want to take victory laps now. No, it ain't no victory lap because the team didn't win. But for some of you
Thank you.
who was always every game Tua is him, like the most ridiculous take I heard is he has all of these, like they were trying to make him something that he wasn't, and I didn't appreciate it because that offensive line, let's give what the credit is. Butch Berry
The
unlocked
man.
a lot of
The
things,
man.
and I
Well,
had
Nene,
to.
Nene, I guess what I'm trying to say,
Oh,
in maybe an
hold on,
easier
I
way
didn't
to
get.
say
Wait,
it,
wait. Let her finish real quick,
I
Culler. Let her finish real quick.
I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
But what I'm saying is, like, even Tyreek Hill, oh, his numbers were never like this in Kansas City, right? Everything was the reason why everybody is better is because of Tua. Fast forward after I would say around the Tennessee game and after the Cowboys game. Then all of a sudden the narrative switches. Oh, he's not getting help. Claypool's running the drops from Hill, and I said, you know what? I said it on the space today. I said this isn't even about Tua. This is just people's individual character, how they are in life. Like this is one thing with Tua, but I can guarantee in their own personal lives in different areas, they're just people that don't want to admit that they're wrong. It's just the subject is currently Tua. But I just think that's their personality because anybody that's objective and rational can come to the altar and say that, you know what, he's the QB1. He is supposed to do a certain job. That's why these guys get paid the money that they do, right? But those people that are holding on, or more importantly, the people that's hiding, there's some people I won't put a name on it, but some people I ain't seen in spaces
Please
for a couple of weeks that was
don't.
Well,
that were
that's where I'm
loud and
coming from, Nene.
proud.
I'd rather not hear from those people than hear the ones saying, "Hey, I was all for bringing in Baker for competition." That was and still is a dumb take. All they're admitting to is a dumb take.
Oh well,
Like,
since
It's
why
he
a
would you
said
bring
it,
well.
in Baker
brother
Mayfield to compete?
brother Q, that's not even a Dolphin fan, since he adds
Hey,
question
he's a
marks.
Steelers fan. He's a Steelers
Yeah,
fan, and
right.
I
And
feel it.
and
So
got so much to say about our
he's
fan.
awesome.
I know other people make him honorary, but to me, he kind of he's on the line sometimes.
No,
You,
Dolphins are his second team, like my brother. So that's
yeah,
why
I hear you.
I get Q because my brother's a Steelers fan and a Dolphin fan, but Dolphins are his second team.
It ain't cap. It's like y'all were taking all these victory laps, the two and on, two and in, whatever they called it, two and nation, whatever they call themselves. They got mad at every reporter that said he wasn't ready. Now that he's not ready, then all of a sudden here come Tyreek's drops, Mike McDaniel play calling. We weren't saying that during the wins.
The
We were saying
anyone
that.
buts. That's the anyone buts. That's where I always keep it simple. The anyone buts. And my thing is, it's not about being wrong or having crazy takes. Just listen. I tell this to everybody, which is why I have my platform this way. Everybody can have whatever take you want. I'm not gonna tell you how to fan. You know what I mean? You want to super duper believe in whatever, super duper believe, man. That's great. But it's when the name calling, that's where I have to draw the line. Like the name calling is like, that's why I always say, think PBS kids, be kind to the person. Debate the opinion, be kind to the person. If the name calling is the part that I can't stand. You can disagree with a point all you want. But it is what it is. And the sad part is it's not about being wrong or right. It's just respecting people's points of view. And a lot of people, they don't. And they're stuck in their ways. And there's nothing wrong with that. Again, it's not, I can't tell you how to fan. Just don't be mad that I don't agree with you, and that's it, personally.
Yeah, it's just all like when you're gonna post our
Thank you, Q.
second
Yeah,
call,
keep it 100.
but it's like that. Someone called it out in the space. Someone say, "Oh, Tua didn't play well," and then their whole argument after that is defending Tua for the next 20 minutes. So it's like, did you just check a block so you can say that you said it just to go back on what you really believe? And that's
Yeah.
cute too, but I'm a firm believer of calling out the tomfoolery. And one time for Pete, people got on Pete. There's a lot of people that need to
You
be
know Pete is
apologizing
always
to
welcome
Pete.
here. You know we love you, Pete.
And by the way, yes, Smith, Phins, and Culler did want Watson, and I would still take him over what we
I
got.
was gonna say I would still take Watson. It's got nothing to do with Tua. This is the thing. It's if you mention anything about a particular position, aka the QB position, people take it personally in their soul. I'm like, it has nothing to do with Tua. Insert any other quarterback. I want the best option available in whatever position, including the front office, players, coaching staff, even the gardeners. Man, I want the best because I want a Super Bowl. I could care less who gets me there. So it don't matter if it's Tua. If Tua ends up becoming him, actually, then great. I don't care. This is the part that's like people say, "Oh, well, you wanted this guy. He's injured." I'm like, okay, fine, he's injured. You made your point. I was still want him. I still want the best. Period. The best possible. And I said this, and I'm gonna land my plane like what's Nene says. Making a move for a Lamar, making a move for a Watson, it's not a 2-year window move, ladies and gentlemen. This is a 10-plus-year move. This is a Mahomes type of move where, okay, we got our guy. You're going to get a long contract. And then within that contract, we're going to give ourselves the opportunity to have the best team around you
Notice how you don't
so
hear any
that we're able
Cleveland
to go
fans
ahead and.
complaining.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
don't
and
hear
guess
any
what?
Cleveland fans complaining at all because they know once this guy is right, it's
Exactly.
on.
Because he's injured. He's still injured. He's still recovering. He's still getting better. He's getting the raw stuff. By the time this man comes out and becomes a top 5 quarterback like he was prior to him sitting out that 1 year, you have a quarterback for the next 10 years. When they restructure his contract, yeah, they're going to have to give him a little bit more money, but they're going to move that sucker over. They will be fine. The Browns are here to stay, ladies and gentlemen, in the AFC. They're going to be one of the most formidable teams. We'll have to go. And if they continue to add to that defense, I'm going to tell you right now, the Browns defense, ladies and gentlemen, is a Super Bowl caliber defense. Yes, you heard me. And once they get their offense right and healthy, okay, y'all. And this is why
Miss
I said
Spence,
this
I
year
have
was
to
the year for us to get to the Super Bowl.
warn you, the flagship of Tuanon, AB is in the house, and he is
Oh, I
having
know.
a
I'm talking to
conniption
him.
in the comments.
I love it. I
Oh,
love
he
it.
loves us Watson ears, Nene.
It's
That's what he
okay.
still calls us to this day, Watson ears.
I'm a Watson near, Lamar near, Mahomes near, Burrow near,
I
Tua
wanted
near when he
Lamar.
feels like doing it. Like again, people think that I have a personal stock in Tua Tagovailoa or a personal stock in anybody else. I don't really care who's the quarterback. Like I don't care why people don't get that. Like
Yeah,
I don't
let's talk
care.
reality, AB.
I
Lamar
don't care who's the
Jackson is
quarterback.
playing in a divisional round of a playoff this year
Words
with
too.
with the top seed in his own house. That's reality.
And gave Tua a master course on how to be a quarterback. After the game, he handed Tua a pamphlet. That's how you
Yeah.
get a win.
Yeah, without Tyreek Hill, without Jalen Waddle, without 23 rushing touchdowns by his running back, without a good, well, I guess Ravens got an all right defense, but should I go on? I mean, really?
I don't think
What are
they.
we even talking? I'm so tired of the discussion about Lamar Jackson.
I just
A-
Yeah,
don't think.
reality is
AB
Lamar.
is on the
Hold on. The
Titanic
reality
playing
is
the
Lamar is
music and
1-3 in the
going down with the
playoffs,
ship.
which means he's had 4 chances, right? Tua's had one and lost his in a fashion worse than his third string backup.
Guys, but they forget we got Pro Bowlers, guys. We
Hey,
got
Miss
Pro
Fans
Bowlers.
Color. Hold on. He just said in his defense, well, he's 1-3, but at least he got one win. Like, how can you hate on somebody if we never
He's
got a
been
playoff
saying Nene
victory?
AB's been
Make
throwing
it
that out
make
there for 2
sense.
years. He's been throwing that 1-3 out there for 2 years. I'm already used to it from him. It's
Has this
ridiculous. He's
guy
talking
ever
about
got on the
four
panel?
four
AB.
appearances to one loss, a loss which was worse than the man's own third string backup the year before.
Hey, AB, don't worry about we're 0-3. You don't have to wait because we're in Cancun now. Concern yourself with our problems before
It
you start talking about
hurts.
somebody else.
It hurts. It hurts, man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is the After Hour League Wide Wednesday. Episode 2. What is it? Episode 20, season 2. Oh, God, I can't.
Color,
So
one
if
day I
Tua
want
was.
to debate this AB guy. He's
He's
been
not a fair
circling the waters for a
Unfortunately,
while.
he's just not a fair interlocutor, Nate. It'd be a waste of your energy.
Oh boy, I just want to do it so bad, man.
He
I
just
had
starts
to.
making up stuff, like for instance, See, this week it's kind of interesting because we're going to find out. And again, two and ears heads are going to implode because or explode. I don't know because you got Lamar Jackson. Now, AB is right to point out he's 1-3 in the playoffs. He has
That
something
is
to
true.
prove,
It's a fact.
right?
That
He
is a
has
fact.
something to prove. Can he get to that next step, right?
Mhm.
Like Mahomes has, like Allen getting to the championship game,
Mhm.
and how,
Fact.
Joe Burrow, right? Who got to the Super Bowl. Can Lamar get over that choke, right? But see,
Yep.
Lamar's choke point is there. Okay. CJ Stroud has already not choked as a rookie in his very first playoff game, putting 45 points on a top 5 defense. So this week, we either get the guy that Tua was supposed to be as a 5th overall pick in CJ Stroud, or we get the guy that you all think Tua's gonna be in a billion years in Lamar Jackson. One of those two is gonna win the ball game and prove y'all wrong. So, boom, there you go. Done. End of story. Checkmate.
And Lamar isn't just an MVP candidate; he actually won the award. Like these are the
And
people
he's
that I'm
about to win
telling
it
you.
again. He's
Yeah,
about to win it again.
and what solidified his win? Going against Tua. Somebody said in the space today, you got to beat the other quarterback on the other side of you, man. Like at that point, that's how you kind of distinguish the greats. Like they go by that. When Peyton Manning and Tom Brady
Right.
used to the duke it out.
Mhm.
This is how you get your greatness. You don't get your greatness against the Carolina Panthers. You don't get your greatness
Right. Right. Right.
against a Denver Broncos team that was in torment. That's not how you achieve greatness. That's just doing what you're supposed to do. Beat a bad team in your house. And this ABAB guy, I don't care how many months I got on Twitter. I've been a fan of the game of football for 40 years, and they've all been Miami Dolphins. So I don't. What is this attendance that we take? Oh, this is the day
It's
you came on Twitter. Like, what does that mean? Like, that's just what y'all call nasty work. Like,
Because
come on.
social media is their literal reality. The universe didn't start until Twitter began.
It's wild.
uh
Like we didn't have back in the day, we didn't have analytics and PFF grades, and we just know if you went out there and played a good game of football, and that to me would, and it's nothing against analytics and stuff. Good technology helps us understand the game a little bit, but like when we were coming up, like we didn't have all that crap. There wasn't no Twitter and no spaces to go to the vet. You just probably went outside and played. I think that's some of the problems. Some you could tell the people that didn't go outside and play.
well, I will say this. Let's okay, let's take a breath back, okay? Because I know we can get a little hot and heated, and I always tell people like let's take a little moment back. You know what I mean? As far as when it comes to because it always comes back. We're Dolphin fans, even though this is technically League Wide Wednesday. We talk about the entire thing. I find it very interesting, though. Do you guys agree with me? And hear me out. There's kind of like a transition right now in the NFL because all four quarterbacks, you've got number 7, Mr. Irrelevant, right? You've got a player that got drafted. If I'm not mistaken, Jordan Love got drafted in the second or the third round? Uh, right? If I'm
Yeah,
mis-
I'm sure Color has the actual data on when. I think it was the
yeah, I
second
think it
round.
was the second round.
Who's that?
They uh, s- Jordan Love, he got second round, right?
Oh yeah, I believe second round. Yeah.
Yeah. Then you've got CJ Stroud, second overall. You got Lamar, I believe, was in the first round. Um, then
Yeah.
you've got
Yeah. He was
Golf.
30th or whatever
Yeah,
the
yeah, but
Ravens
it was
were
still
that
the
year.
first. You got and two more number one picks in Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff, right? And then you got Chiefs, Bills. You got Josh Allen. I think he might have been the no. Nobody's gonna be lower seed than Mister Irrelevant, obviously. But I think besides Purdy, I think Josh Allen was he also in the first half in the first or was he in the second and third? I have a feeling he
No,
was in
he
the.
was
I don't
first
know.
round.
First round? Okay. And
Mhm.
obviously we all know Mahomes was first round too. So you've got 5 first round picks playing in this weekend, right? I want people to hear this, hear me out what I'm about to say. And then you also have, is it 5? Yeah, yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My bad. 6 out of the 8 quarterbacks are in the first round, one in the second and one in the seventh. And the reason why I'm pointing that out is because yes, more than likely you're gonna hit if you have a first round quarterback, but it goes to show you can still get quality QBs in the second, third, fourth, and according to Brady, in the late sixth and even the seventh round. You see what I mean? And when it comes to that, to me, it's not necessarily about the draft pick, it's about where they end up performing. Are they going to elevate?
And I think it's disingenuous to talk about none of y'all were calling for drafting CJ Stroud when there was no possibility of drafting a quarterback for us that year because
Thank
y'all
you.
because they shoved Tua down our throat. Remember, he was number one, QB1. Deal with it. We're not drafting another quarterback. And
Thank
yes,
you.
the year before we drafted Tua, yes, I absolutely
Root
thought
for
it was a
another
bad
team already,
and,
Color. God.
and yes, the year before Tua was drafted, I thought it was absolutely malpractice for us to sit on our hands and not draft Lamar Jackson. That's absolutely right. I was all for taking Lamar Jackson in that draft. I don't care who it would have mean we didn't get the draft.
Hey, Color, they keep asking, well, you give a name. Okay,
They
like
just
if we give a name that Chris Greer, Aloysius III, is going to listen to a fan on a YouTube channel, like make it make sense, my guy. Like, like if you're going to talk, like at least make common sense. Like, give us a name. Okay, we get a name, then what? That name recommendation, AB is going to go from you to God's ears to Christopher Aloysius Greer III, and we're going to get him? Like, child, please. And my
See,
Ocho
I'll
I
answer
Cinco.
his question. I'll answer his question. Great Color. Who you bringing in now? I'll answer that question. Kirk Cousins. And I can't stand the guy. And he chokes just as much as Tua does. Okay. But guess what? When he chokes, we're not going to be hurting on the back end because he ain't going to command the money that Tua is commanding. And
Miss
you bide your
Fence.
time
I mean
until you
that is
draft one,
true.
just like we're planning to do with
That is
Tua.
true.
Except we're going to give Tua a whole bunch of money to sit here and draft a quarterback anyway until we find one. I'd rather get Kirk Cousins and watch him choke and not have to spend as much money watching it.
But you know that was
Yeah.
open ended because now he's asking you to be a GM. I guess you're gonna come up with the contract, and we're
All
gonna
I
have a
know is
fake
all that
space
contract,
with
whatever is
Cousins
owed to
where he
him,
signs
all that
a
nonsense,
colored track
whatever is owed.
contract.
Well, Nene, whatever is owed, all that nonsense, it don't matter because he's coming off an injury, and every bit of it would have to be renegotiated anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you can't even deny that. It is what it is at this point. Some people remember, guys, what I told you. Some people just want to be part of the conversation, so they're gonna ask some
No,
questions.
they
Who
like
can we bring?
spoiled brats. They didn't get what they want, and they're in their corner kicking and crying. That's why
Like
whenever
little
somebody,
siblings?
yeah, like
That's why I keep
it's
saying that.
why now we went from talking about Tua being him and all this to now, well, he's improving every year. He's
Which is
still
true. I agree.
improving.
I agree
Get
with that
out of here.
statement. He is improving every year, just not enough to get us over the hump. That's the problem. You can
But
improve all
but
you
but
want. I keep telling people
but
that, but
Miss Fence, he played a full season. Whoopee! You showed up to work every day like you're supposed to. Good job. Like, what am I
that
supposed to do?
wait, wait,
Give out
wait,
golden
that
medals?
okay, hold on. Wait,
Right,
because
Nene, what's
you
that
just
get
said
you in the
something that
real world? A
reminded me.
5% raise, right?
Yeah, I'm
Isn't
gonna
that what it
go.
gets you? A
Well, if
5% raise.
I'm retired now, but if I would have went to my boss, hey, this is my army anniversary, they're gonna be like, yeah, go back to work. They're not gonna like they're really taking victory laps for 1 out of 4. Well, you good with percentages? What is that? 1 out of 4 years you showed up to work every day.
25%.
Come on
25%.
now. But he is
Wait,
him.
but wait.
But he is him because he and 1 year he showed up to work every day, even though really the last 3 days of work we could have docked his pay for poor performance. But let's not talk about that. Y'all know not to get me on here. But he is
Yeah,
him.
literally, like I'm crying right. I'm crying right now. I'm laughing so
Yeah, he
hard.
showed up to
Oh my god.
work. Okay, he's the quarterback. I want the quarterback to show up to work here. Well, he didn't have an injury this year. And like I don't care nothing about that. That's what he's supposed to do. Like
Oh my
they
god.
are like I wonder if Tua has meetings and he smiles and plays a little guitar for him and these are the things you say in defense of me because it is really crazy the stuff you hear. Lee. It went from the first half of the season, him MVP, was Samoan assassin, tribal chief, and then after that, he's processing. He showed up for the whole season. Well, what do you want him to do?
Oh
Close
snap.
the game?
I'm not I'm not lying, guys. I'm legitimately crying. I'm laughing so hard. You two. Oh my
No,
god. I
I,
didn't
I
know I
want
was getting
How
AB.
about
30
That's
this?
the
hours.
How about
person I
Holy
this?
want on the
smoke.
grill because
How
he
about
been
this?
saying these little slick comments about taking people to court. I want to take you on the grill because you've been
I'll
getting
tell
on
you
my
what. How
nerves.
about this though? If we get,
Oh god,
if
that was so
here's a
funny.
deal. Here's a deal. If we give Tua the bag, then he never gets to ask another quarterback for their jersey again after a loss. Fair?
And did you see what Patrick Mahomes said to him on the slick? Hey, good luck on the offseason.
Oh, I
that
mean,
that I mean,
Oh,
God,
I
you
heard
know,
that. I
at the
that
heard
should
same
that.
let you
time,
know
Nene,
something.
Dang, that pissed
it
me
made
off
me
so
cringe. It
much,
made
bro.
me cringe because I don't like the feeling of pity. I really don't. And I was pitying him right there, and it really made me sad.
That was a shot. That
That
was a
was a
shot.
super shot. Like that, I mean, that was so bad. And then on top of that, too, let me take you back to last week when we lost to. It was last week, right? We lost to what's his name to Josh Allen, right, for the divisional. And he's straight up telling Tua, "Hey man, we're gonna see you in a couple of weeks, right?" And Tua just straight up ignored him and just kept him on. I'm like, yo, answer the man. Like I was like, why are we not? Why don't you have the confidence you're gonna see him in a couple weeks? I was like, you know what? Respect, and everybody knows I hate Josh Allen, man. I passionately dislike this man, but I was like, you know what? He's actually being legit, like giving him some words of encouragement. Yo, we'll see you in a few in a few weeks, right? And the way that Tua just completely like I don't know if he didn't hear him or not or whatever. That just hurt me so.
By the way,
Let me tell you something. I literally almost broke my phone. I was about to like you don't
by
even
the way,
understand, man.
just to prove that AB's attempt to emasculate me is not having the effect he thought. Key word in AB's statement there is X. There's a reason you have 3 ex-girlfriends.
Yeah, because boy, I swear, like when I heard about two and nine and all that, I thought that was like a joke. But no, really, some of them really sound like they go to a seance meeting and practice quotes because it's unreal. Like there are some people that's coming to the light. There's some people that's coming back home to reality, but there's still a group holding on to this insanity and have all these excuses. And let me tell you something. I wanted to do this practice. Just name some stats. Don't name the player, right? And like if you name these stats and these records, is this a good football player or not? I can guarantee most of these psychos that's still standing in this on this square with Tua, they would turn on him like a player. Because when I was reading like his work in December and January, like that's brutal. If Herbert had those stats or all these other guys, they'll be calling them trash, and they don't.
The
What are
only
they
way they
asking
don't,
for a
Nene, is if
contract
you bring
for?
in. There's only two guys you could bring in for competition that would placate those fans. That would be Bryce Young or Mac Jones, because they're Alabama fans. Let's be real.
That's hey, number the tide, right? Number the tide, right? Isn't that wasn't that? I just got
Where they say,
educated on what that was. Number
I
the
don't care
tide,
about
right?
nothing but the time.
Number the time. So, but I'll tell you this, yo, shout out to Q becoming a member, man. Wait a minute, I'm dancing and y'all can't even see me.
We gotta get some music, cause I ain't know what that was.
Hey, that's my
Hey,
signature
Q
horn.
is a
Listen,
member,
that's why
dog.
I asked for donations because I need to get like stuff. I
Yeah,
can't do this.
that's Miss
It's
Phins'
it's hard
personal
work.
soundboard right there. That's
Exactly.
her analog soundboard.
Thank you, Q. Thank you so much for becoming a member, man. I really appreciate. I did not see tonight going this way, but I want to give a special heart out, a person that has touched my heart and that literally brings me joy, and that's ABAB. I love you, man. Thank you because you bring the fire, and I love it. And I'm not, you and I are here, so like seriously, man, thank you for being the fire because the interaction is phenomenal. Opinions aside, personal opinions aside, this is why I love this platform. This is why I do it. That we can go back and forth, we can disagree, but we still keep it respectful. You know what I mean? And I love it. And I just want to say thank you to everybody in the comment section, everybody here, because man, y'all had me cry, literally like crying so
AB
much.
know how to
So
piss me off. He been making me mad since I got on Twitter. I can't stand that joker. Everywhere. He's
hey, but
everywhere on every.
you know what? But he challenges your opinion, and that's a good thing because you learn. Do I believe in my opinion? Am I gonna be moved off base because maybe he's bringing other points that I always tell people this: you will learn from an opposition point of view because you'll learn either one or two things. One, that you truly believe in what you truly believe, and that's great because it's confirmation for you. Or you can learn, oh, you know what? This is how I saw, but now I'm seeing it this other way. Now I'm growing. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it's great. Absolutely. Some of you have been crying for 4 years. Why would I be crying? I mean, let me tell you something. I cried when Tua Tagovailoa got drafted. Me and my brother were like, thank you, God. The Dolphins didn't dolphin and we still got our guy. Because we were so pissed we won them 5 games. Because we're like, we can't even tank right. This sucks. And when we got to him and we were jumping up and down, that's a 20 man. It
I
was one
wasn't.
of the best times I've had with my brother.
So
I
I
did.
will
And I enjoyed every minute of it, man.
I will vouch
Every
for
minute of
AB
it.
in one respect. Okay, the part I said about Bryce Young and Mac Jones, AB is from the 305. He's not an Alabama fan. I'll give him credit. I will vouch for that because AB thinks Mac Jones is trash compared to Tua. So he wouldn't want Mac Jones coming in here for competition. So that proves AB is not an Alabama guy.
Exactly.
I
And
need
I mean, is he
verification.
wrong though? Is he wrong?
I need
No. It's true.
verification
It's true.
if
No,
he's
if
from
he
the
was
We can
pure
crib.
we can
Alabama, if
vouch
he
for
was
him.
pure
He's never
if he
liked
was
Mac
pure
Jones.
Alabama, then he would be fine with Mac Jones coming in for competition if he was pure Alabama. And he's never liked Mac Jones, so I'll give him that.
I ain't
Mm-hmm.
giving him nothing. He's been a pain in my side ever since I got
100%.
on.
100 Mac Jones.
I ain't giving him nothing. But he's good friends
It's
with the
just, you know
other.
what? Alabama can't produce good quarterbacks. Tua's still developing. We'll give him that. But they Alabama quarterbacks because they have so many good things. It's hard to have to replicate those players in the NFL. You have too much to deal with, and that's the hard part, and that's why a lot of the Alabama quarterbacks struggle. But we're giving Tua time to
And
develop, and hopefully he'll be able to get us there. And that's what I want.
And by the way, that vouch I just made for AB, he's gonna clip that, put it on a thumb drive, and he's gonna put that thumb drive on a table and light candles around it and worship it for the rest of his life. Be
Well,
like,
he already
Color
got a
vouch
tour.
for me.
Can
Color
y'all
vouch
hear me?
for me.
Can y'all hear me? He still got a tour meeting to go to. He I guess he's people stepping down from touring on. He's still standing on that square. Miss Finch, can you hear me?
And there's
Cause
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I think my internet's a little down because I'm trying to do something real quick. I was trying to add Q
okay.
to my list. So, but give me a second because I should be good now. So hold on.
Well, Color,
Da-da-da-da. Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you well.
All right, perfect. Go ahead, continue, Nene.
Nah, it's just I get that people fan who they want to fan, but I was not celebrating when that Joker got drafted. I said, Lord have mercy, we missed it again. I told my daddy, I turned off the TV. I said the Dolphins doing Dolphin things. Why would you get somebody that got a hip issue? He can't even play. I don't think Miss fans can hear me.
No, she's muted right now. Miss Fins, you're muted. But AB says, "Come on, Color.
Yeah,
Let's be
yeah,
real.
yeah.
You think I'm worried about your opinion? Has he not asked us 5 times who we would bring in?
I told you they crazy. You remember back in the day they said crazy people get a blue check. They are
No
certified.
names,
They are
Nene. No
crazy. No, cause
names, Nene.
no, but
Look,
that's
he's
that's
asking her now. This is the 5th time he's asked Miss Fins who's she
The
bringing in.
tape,
Now,
the tape, the tape,
when she answers,
the
he's gonna
tape.
be like, "I don't care about your opinion." What?
I'm not bringing anybody in. We got Tua. I already told people we Tua's the guy until he's not. Period. So there's just not enough
listen.
we can do about that. He's the guy until he's not.
I stand on the square when that drama was going on with Lamar. I said Greer needed to meet him in Broward County, West Palm Beach, wherever he was, with a suitcase. Whatever you need, welcome home. Like you're right there. And we didn't cash it. Can you imagine Lamar with this offense, man? We would be talking about vacation time. I really think Lamar, we would still be playing next week if we had Lamar. And if you're mad, be mad with Miss Fence runs a PBS station here. Just be mad with the one that you care about, because I don't care. Lamar is the perfect fit for this organization, and I'm still rubbed the wrong way. I'm getting on my Johnny Gill,
I don't
rubbed
know.
the
I'm
wrong
I'm
way.
bitter too, Nene. I'm bitter about it too. I'm totally bitter about it. And yeah, it's Lamar or bust for me for the rest of the playoffs. I'm tired of it.
Miss Fancy, she's gonna be nice and all this. I learned long ago to survive in these Twitter streets. You can't be nice to these jokers. They don't understand that. They like bad kids. They don't understand that. They don't understand being nice.
I was raised differently then. That's I'll just leave it that way. I was raised different. I was raised to be polite and respectful and to be balanced and to be objective. And that's how I run my channel. You know what I mean? And you guys want to go at each other and whatever and other channels. Hey man, there's plenty of channels that do that, and I'm subscribed to all of them. You know what I mean? But as far as
Well, Miss Fins, think of it this
you
way.
know,
The last two, now I'm not trying to compare Palm Beach County football by any stretch of the imagination to what's going on down in the 305 in Broward, right? But
not bad for baby. Let's
the
go.
last two top players at their position to come from Palm Beach County, neither one of them played for the Dolphins, and both of them got to an AFC championship game.
But what I'm saying, Miss Fans,
Lamar
and,
and
and
who?
don't get me
Fred Taylor.
now, Miss Fans, I got a comment to that. My grandma taught me to treat people with respect too. I wasn't raised to be a heathen, but I have learned through life that sometimes you got to match people's energy. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes you even Jesus flipped the table or two. So these kids, they not gonna listen to you. They still gonna go what they think. Look, we at the end of the season. The end of the season, it is finally over, and you still got people in clinical denial. I'm not even talking about regular denial. I'm talking about clinical denial. The season is over, and
And they can
clinically,
fan.
yeah, I get it, but don't bring that craziness and try to push it on me because I'm gonna throw it right in the trash where it belongs. So that's where that lies. He has not proven that he's the guy.
Oh,
And I don't care if you're mad that I'm not in that cult. I would never subscribe to that cult. When now next season, when he puts on the uniform, because he will, because that's what we do. We do dolphin things. I'm still gonna hope for wins, but I'm not gonna be ignorant to what this guy is, man. I'm not gonna be ignorant. And people get mad when you have your own opinion in that
let
frame.
me
They look at you.
let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question, Nene. And I think I might be a little delayed, so I apologize, guys. But let me ask you this question. I asked both of you guys, but I want Nene to answer first and then Color. We're got a link request. Okay. I'm gonna drop the link real quick. This is for Finsanity.
Miss Fins, if you're
Finsanity,
willing to play
Finsanity, Finsanity.
later on, if you're willing to play a 4-minute clip, I promise I won't copyright strike you. But I
Oh
just
yeah,
find
that's
it
cool.
interesting.
But
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, what I wanted to say is that this question real quick for the two of you, right? Let's say Tua does ball out. Let's say he pushes us to the top. We get to the AFC championship round. Will he be the guy then?
He would have done
Yes
what
or
I
no? That's all
wanted
I want.
him.
Yes or no?
No, no,
So he
no.
wouldn't be the guy?
No, Miss Fans, you will learn. I am clinically insane with wanting to win. I don't want no one shot and I'm doing cartwheels. I need consistency. Like, cause when we gave you that check, it wasn't for one season. You gotta continue to put on that uniform, go to work and aim for championship so we could raise that over our head so we could have a can you imagine a Super Bowl parade in Miami? Like, can you imagine what that's gonna look like? Like they are
I just
robbing
want to
me
cry.
of an
I just want to
experience.
cry if that was the case.
Right. So no, heck no, he ain't gonna be the guy. You do it a couple of more times, and then I'll be like, all right, to you the man. But like this whole and people was doing that this year, and that's a part of the freaking problem. He won a couple of games. Oh, he MVP. Oh, he him. Oh, Lamar can't beat him, and Lamar put him over his knee and said, "Who is daddy?" And then Josh Allen grabbed him again and said, "I'm gonna do it in your house and win in your house and tell you I see you a couple of weeks from now." So he got a lot of demons to conquer. And that's to me just the championship mentality. That's that Mamba MJ mentality that I subscribe to. I don't subscribe because look, Manili Vanilli was a one hit wonder. Where they at now? I need constant hits. I need a collection. So the answer is no. And no is a universal no. In every language, I think the word no means no. No.
Color.
I don't have much to say.
So
I
he wouldn't
agree
be the guy even if
wholeheartedly.
he took us to the AFC championship?
Oh, you mean Tua to the AFC Championship
Yeah, if
like this
Tua took
year?
us to the
Let's say
championship.
on his 5th-year contract.
On
I
his fifth
mean,
year, yeah, like
He
this
just
upcoming year
answered
on his
that for
fifth year.
you.
I
He
mean,
sarcastically answered that for you.
in order for that to happen, you would have to have so many things be fixed that I don't think it's even possible for that to happen. So I'd have to say yes, it would obviously change things. But I don't even believe that's even ridiculous, like near possible. There's no way we can build a good enough team to get that far without Tua having to step up. And I think the parts of his game that
So
need to be stepped up are not anything
regardless, he will have
that
to
are
do
going to
it.
all of a sudden step up after 4 years in the NFL. And again, if you're talking about every game is 17-14, and we get to the AFC Championship game, then no, nothing's changed.
And Miss Phins, I would just be
We got lucky. That just means we got lucky and weren't affected by the things we were affected by this year.
And Miss Phins, I just gonna be honest, and it's not being scared or crying. But this was the year. Barrow went down, a lot of
I agree.
quarterbacks went down. And the road, it was like at one part of the season when Denver beat Buffalo. I felt at that moment the path was being cleared, like a runway was being cleared for us to win because we had lost to Kansas City and we were on a bye. And when they lost, Buffalo lost to Denver, Kansas City followed that up with a loss to someone. So everything that could have went right was laid out for us. And then in a game where they're heavily favored, they're playing at home. It's December 70. Well, I don't think it was 70 because they said it was a little chilly there. So for Miami, 60 degrees in Miami, which is still warm in most places in December, you let a first year quarterback drive down your house and score with the 2-point conversion to win. You still get the ball back. This is your moment, Tua. In the last
To
play,
get a first down.
you take a sack. Like, come on, dog. Like, that's why I say these boys are clinically insane. I know you don't like the other word. Because there ain't nowhere in God's creation you can look at that and make excuses for it. You got the coach that you need. You got the wide receiver that you need. You got the scheme that you put up 70. Like, what else do you need? Like, come on, dog. Y'all say and you know they say the women's the ones that cry babies and whine and making excuses. I done seen more men on this app be more sensitive than any female that I know when it comes to two.
I know, it's crazy. It really is. Miss Fins, is
I'm
Insanity
back.
actually back already?
Finsanity, I dropped the link. I'm not sure if you saw it
Oh
or
well,
not. I didn't
well,
see.
really quick, that gives us a second to point out that AB continues to ask for solutions. I don't want to make it about him per se, but
He
as
won't
far
click
as
the link,
solutions go,
dog.
really quick, uh, I've been on record as like, and I have to actually admit where I was a little bit wrong. I could be wrong. Uh, like I thought that a guy like Kyler Murray was complete sideways move. Like I don't see any difference between Kyler Murray's future and Tua's future. For a lot of the same reasons. But if you want to queue up that video I posted a link to in the private chat, that's a 4-minute video. And to frame the video was clipped and made the year before, the year that Mike McDaniel was coming in here the first season, when we were getting fed with a bunch of video of Tua training in the off season in the weight room. Because we were getting that fed by his trainer on a weekly basis. And the video is titled Kyler Murray versus a better trained Tua. And what I was actually commenting on was we had just watched the video of Tua's training, and I was commenting on what I thought about the guy in the training videos specifically. But what it illustrates here is where I might have been wrong. There's a possibility that Kyler Murray is not a sideways move.
Well,
Well, let me tell
Because
you.
of
Can you
what
guys hear me? Can you all hear me?
because of what Tua has shown us from the time that training video came out till now, 2 years later, 2 seasons later. I'm not so sure I was right about Kyler Murray. So there's another solution, AB. Kyler Murray. And I
Oh,
don't want
okay.
to.
I
Now
see
that
what you mean. I
Insanity is
see what
here,
you
I
did
want
there.
her to have.
Color. I'm
I
gonna
want her
try
to
to
have
bring
the
it up.
floor before we go down that minutia. But you know, now that she's here, I'd rather
Well,
her
yeah.
speak
Well, what
before
I
we
was gonna say is with the
watch
way
the
my
video.
computer is, I don't know if it'll let me.
well, I would
Can
tell
you
you
hear me?
this. while y'all
What about
get
if
Can
the
I
y'all
what
hear
about
me?
if I share it through the StreamYard and it'll play off my computer
well,
basically?
I would tell you this while y'all getting the technical difficulties. AB, you don't want no smoke with Larry K at all. Not even a little bit. You may want to step a couple of steps in your downstairs basement. You messing with a real one. That guy's a lawyer. I'm in law school. He's a lawyer. You don't want no smoke with Larry K. I'm telling you that right now. What's up, Larry K?
What's up, Larry K? Guys, do me a favor. If you haven't done so already, go check out Larry K. He's got a phenomenal show, great content, great contributors to the channel, and he's always supporting Miss Finn. So please do me a favor. Go hit up Fanatic Fury with Larry K, man. I'm telling you, you're not going to regret it. Phenomenal, phenomenal, phenomenal guy.
Yep, you won't regret
We
it. AB
got,
will regret it, but you
yeah,
won't.
you really won't.
But Miss Fins, later though, when I'll share it because it'll be no different than being another guest. That way, if your stuff crashes, it'll still play for the audience. You know what I mean? So I'll just share it later
Okay,
once Insanity
okay.
gets her word in on this discussion.
Cool, 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 cool.
So
Is there a? I can't see your name, sir, ma'am. No, I'm just kidding, ma'am. Fin 75. Excuse me. What's your name again? What's the name?
It just poses a question. It says, "Is there a solution?" Question mark. Because I feel like
oh boy, y'all don't. Hey,
Oh
y'all lucky
boy.
I got a 1 p.m. class tomorrow.
you said
Otherwise,
what?
I would be dealing
What
with
you
this
mean?
minutia.
You said what? Hello?
Yeah,
Hello.
I look. I normally I'm sleep around this hour, but yeah, y'all got it, boy. I'll tell you that AB color boy. I really want that dude to click that link on Friday. Like, oh, I really want him
I'll
in
never do
the
it.
in the worst way.
One thing he's consistent about is not ever coming up on the panel. So
So guess what? Now I will say this because there's speculations in the chat that AB is Tua's burner. We did see on Hard Knocks that Tua is a bold-faced liar because he is on social media. He was looking at social media when Nick Saban retired, so it may be because you know those players they the little millenniums and sensitive guys. Instead of worrying about football, they on social media. It would not surprise me if AB is Tua Tonga below. Hey Tua, listen, you let the city down. Just letting you know that off rip. It was surprise me if that's his burner.
No, it's not. He's been here
Have you
for a
seen him in
very
person?
long time.
Have you? That don't
He's
mean it
been
ain't.
here for a very long time. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
so.
Miss Fins, Tua Raggedy Butt been here for a long time too. So is it
Wait, he
five
did.
years
Wait a
plus?
minute. Hold up. We ain't just gonna call Tua raggedy like that. Nah,
Yeah,
chill
yeah,
out.
I'm just
Chill
saying.
out.
Oh,
Chill, chill. Nah.
turn up, turn up.
Ain't
I'm
no,
just saying.
what?
I
Okay,
said what
Lewis.
I
Okay,
said.
Lewis. Okay, Lewis.
I know, right? I was totally channeling what I was thinking of that. Go ahead.
Nah, my question is there a solution? Like
I already
what the
told you what the solution is. In oh, okay, the fans didn't get to hear it. I already gave you my plan. I'm with my boy Von Joe, that's also in the 40 and up club. Tear this joker down to the studs and send Christopher Aloysius Greer back with his daddy in New England, wherever they at. Get him up out of here. Get him out my city, and do this thing the right way because you keep on keeping on. It's like having termites in your house and you still trying to build different layers to the house. Eventually, the house is gonna come down anyway. So like it's insane. This is where I'm with crypto. Even though I don't believe in purgatory, I think there's one or the other. And people that do believe in purgatory, you have that right, but I don't believe in that. I don't subscribe to it. But I do believe we're stuck, and the fans they suck it up like Jello in a straw like when I deal with AB after I remove all his dental work. But anyway, um, they suck it up in a straw. These
Nay,
pictures of
nay, be
he make.
nice, my
I'm sorry,
lord, be
he's working on my
nice.
nerves. Like, but anyway,
I know, but come on, man. Keep
I
it
I
there.
I I
Thinking, do I gotta
I give you a cash app for
pull
that.
my disclaimer, ladies and gentlemen? Let's keep it
I
clean.
keep I
Keep
keep
it
it in a
clean.
I keep it in a thing. But you got to calm him down too, because he I don't know if you could goulash the chat, but he need to be sent somewhere. Anyway, um, you keep subscribing to this. Okay, it's gonna be next year. Okay, it's gonna be next year. Haven't y'all looked around and seen this almost 6 years? Like, come on, every time they give you this, y'all take it like cheese. Well, hey, let's not get upset because we're gonna be better next year, 2018. Come on, let's just give them a chance. 2019, okay, 2020. Oh, it was Flores. We're gonna work this thing out the next year, 2021. Oh, it's this 2022. It's concussions, 2023. It's injuries. Like, come on, dog. Like, it's like some of y'all just want to grab y'all and shake y'all and say, wake up. It ain't gonna be no different next year. It's the same crap if you don't really change something within the organization. You have to change the organization. You have been, I don't know, no job. Well, maybe the army. I shouldn't have said that out loud because sometimes we can't just kick out people. We have to rehabilitate them. But I don't know no job where you keep failing to do your job and we keep rehiring you, knowing that you just, we used to call them, you can't get right employee, can't get right, military ain't for you, get them up out of here. Like, come on, dog. Like, I'm with the people. Let's do it the right way and get the right people in here who's gonna actually care about winning and not ticket sales. Because to me, this organization to me screams marketing and not winning. From their press conferences, from the way they perform in key moments, it all lines up to the same thing. Beating up on the little the kids that you can beat up on, but when you run into your bully, you don't want to fight no more. Come on, you got receipts against the people you can beat, but your bully. Now we learning how to win. Like, come on, man. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah. Let me tag in the Miss. Uh, okay, Nene, I have to tell you this. She's Finsanity. I'm Miss Fins. So yeah. Finsanity. You had me almost call her Miss Finsanity too. I was like, wait, no, it's Finsanity. What were you gonna say? Because I know you had some thoughts
Thoughts
on
about
what we were
about what?
talking about.
What would you like for me to
Well, you
comment on
said, is there a
specifically? Because there
solution?
was back
Is
and
there a
forth. Is there a solution? Yeah, we know what the solution is. They said that they're going forward with tour, so I don't know why we crying and complaining about something that's not going to change. Like,
Well, that's not the
But what
full
if
Miss
he
Phoenix.
were
That's
to
not the full
become?
thing he
Hold
said.
on, Nene, hold on. What if he? I know, true. But what if he became? Because I did ask you two this question, so I'm gonna ask her too. What if he became
uh-huh.
and took us to the AFC Championship at least? Would then he be the guy or no?
You
Am
you
I
you were
lagging?
in the
Can y'all
goulash.
hear me?
You
You
said
well,
what?
she basically said if he goes to the AFC Championship next year, is he the guy? We already know you're gonna say he the guy because you like that little Hawaiian guy. So that's a wasted question.
There have been plenty of QBs that have somehow, some way been carried to an AFC championship or to a conference championship game, whether they won it or not. I mean, even Jimmy G has gone to an NFC championship and to a Super Bowl. I think for Tua, we all want to see a little bit more. Like you guys said, he's improving every year. I think that what we're seeing a lot of is the impatience within this fan base because of what we've gone through in these recent years. Like a lot of people are saying, "Oh, this is Ryan Tannehill all over again." We're getting all these, hyperbole situations and all that. Like I said, I'm all for, having some form of continuity. Like for a while, like everybody always wants to do these quick changeovers, and you're saying, why are we going through the same things? Well, because we keep doing the same things, and we keep bringing in like guys who, if you say you want to do a complete thing, like how much of this do you want to tear down? You're talking about termites in the house. How much of it do you want to tear down? And then how long are you going to be committed to allowing it to be rebuilt? And I think that's where we are as a fan base, we are lacking the patience. And I get it. Winning, they say, solves all this. And I mean, we got 11 wins this year. It's been a while. For a long time, we were just a mediocre 8-8 team. Recently, 9-7, just kind of somewhere around 500. Now we're getting games over it. But yeah, there's still humps and mountaintops that we have to get over. And we see the frustrations as fans. But the reason why we keep going through this is because we keep doing the same thing and we have no continuity. We have no foundation. Now, if you say you want to bring in, maybe a tougher coach, okay. If you want to bring in a better GM, okay. Well, what GM are you taking away from said team? Because we didn't like Ireland, we got rid of him. Now we're with Greer, and we don't like him. So, like, it's just like we as a fan base just always want to throw things out
I
instead
can
of
throw a
letting
name
things.
out there.
Okay, throw me a name.
I got Lewis Riddick. There you go.
Seriously.
Yeah. And see
Oh
what
my
what
God!
you
I just kicked out Color by mistake.
but Miss Fans, you see
Oops.
what Miss Fansanity response is why people don't give you a name. Because every name that we give is gonna get shut down because you really don't want change. Like there's nothing wrong with the name Lewis Riddick. Not at all. Not at
Has
all.
he has he ever been a GM?
I
Sorry,
don't care
Color.
because it looks like the GM that we got couldn't could so here's the thing. I tell this to people all the time. My mentality
No
is
problem.
probably a little bit different than you guys based off of what I had to do. We don't have time to sit here and be mediocre right now and wasting time and assets and money. We have a short window to get this done. And when you have what they did with the wrong person, in my opinion, because what experience did Aloysius have to be in that position anyway? That was my first question. It was a quick hire that I didn't agree with from the jump, especially when I heard his background was in New England. Moving forward, like I said, Miss Fansanity, I think this is why people don't answer that question that you gave. Because we have this consensus with a lot of the people who are really just hurt right now, but they're not really truly believing this needs change, and that's why they keep softening the blow with these scenarios about every single name we throw out there. Like I mentioned on the space today, they mentioned quarterback X, and they was like, "That's not gonna work because Mike McDaniel, he's not Tua." And I said, "Well, if we're changing, why would we get the same person that we're trying to get rid of? Like that doesn't make sense." And if Mike McDaniel was smart enough to build a collage of 700 films or whatever he did for Tua, he can do the same for another player and adjust the system. Because let's be honest, we're not going to have a lot of players to perform in the system anyway because of the mismanagement of the GM and the funding. I said it earlier, we are 41 million in the hole. And that is just ridiculous for the amount of money that we had, the amount of assets to see this thing fall apart in 5 years. That should show enough his incompetence of being able to handle funds and assets. You trying to tell me any job where you're allotted, I forget how many millions of dollars we had when he started this reset or this rebuild, and now we negative 41. That alone should be something where we're getting a counseling or some type of rehabilitation for his job because clearly he's mismanaging the funds. If your end result is first round exit, and not meeting the playoffs the other years prior, and people want to rewrite history about those other 2 years. No, those other 2 years existed. The time didn't stop in 2018, 2017. Those years still count. If that's the case, then you should take 2 years off of everybody's age if it didn't work. It's just another freaking excuse to validate incompetence, bad decision, and poor management. And now people are talking about change, and the people that really don't want change, because listen to them. I ask anybody that go in these spaces and these platforms, listen to the people who deny every idea that comes forward. Behind that is somebody who's embarrassed that Tua in this organization embarrassed them again. So they're going to check the little block and say Tua didn't play well. But then they're going to hit you with, well, there's no other person. There is plenty of people. People are born every day. You can't die with a job. There's always a replacement out there. It's just if you're willing to be honest that that person needs to be replaced. That's all I ask for is transparency and honesty. Don't try to mask it around like it's a football take and that's how you feel. Just be honest. You hate that Tua embarrassed you. You hate that Greer embarrassed you. So any name for any of those positions, you don't want to change. But you're ready to get rid of Mike McDaniel. You don't need a list of names for Mike McDaniel. In all these spaces, I ain't hear no one caping for Mike McDaniel shouldn't be fired because we can't find another coach out there to replace him. That goes to show you the
Oh,
agenda and the BS that's coming along with this crap that y'all trying to shovel down my throat, and I'm not subscribing it to it. Just like I don't subscribe to all these apps because they are full of viruses, I'm not going to subscribe to this foolishness y'all trying to push to me because you're embarrassed that your boy fell short again, and I land my plane as I descend on truth.
wait, that was a helicopter. Never mind. I was trying to land, give you sound effects for your landing of your plane, but yeah, this is a doozy, man. I can't even
Hey,
lie.
hey,
At this
Miss Phins,
point,
you know
it's
people
very.
done text people because look at CB in the chat. Since when CB been on the Miss Phins
I don't
page
know.
this late
I
at
don't
night?
know. I've been. Well, no, he's been here once in a while
Nah,
this
that was
season,
probably
but
AB asking for help. I need help, dog. You know how they do.
um,
I need help.
I'm falling. I can't get down. I can't get up. It's okay.
Oh, hey,
Look,
Miss
I
Phins,
I love
before
everybody.
before
So
before you land, AB, that just shows you don't listen. Everybody knows I'm in divinity school. You know what divinity school is for preachers. That's why I said get the sugar daddy out your ear and start listening and stop replying to everything and comprehend. Everybody knows I'm in school for that as well as law school because I'm just that brilliant.
well, I mean, say it with the chest. But anyways, this is the thing. We're all frustrated as Dolphin fans because I think we could all agree the minimum expectation of this season was at least a playoff game. Like bare minimum. I'm talking divisional, divisional championship, yes. And at minimum, those two things were the super bare minimum people were willing to accept. And okay, let's take it to a fifth year and let's get to the AFC Championship Super Bowl. But we don't make it to. I'm trying real hard to keep it PG, but this is some serious frustration as a Dolphin fan. We don't get. We're up for 17 weeks in a division and lose it in the last one, and then we could have had home field, but then we go into that iceberg called Kansas City, Missouri, and then get destroyed because our offense can't move the ball. It's just the sheer fact that if you take a look at the losses we've had this season, where do you see the biggest drop off? And it ain't the defense, people, it's the offense. And that's the part that gets so frustrating. And I just injured my knee, hitting my thigh.
Girl, get
Well, I'm
yourself
playing
together.
here because I was just so mad. It's just so frustrating. But for sanity, Miss Ma'am, because I know you asked to come up here, you must have heard something that really sparked your interest. So, what is it that Tua is our quarterback? Yes, ma'am, he is. What what interests you about our conversation now that we've had that made you come up here?
Nah, I was just trying to see what the solutions were to, because I mean, at the end of the day, you can only. I don't like using this particular words. You can only express your frustrations so many times, right? If you're not going to have a solution attached to that, that's why I said, is there a solution? Because what I heard was a lot of talking about frustrations about certain things, and I'm like, okay, well, what's your solution for it? And to Nene's point, she gave a solution. I think Culler, mentioned other, QBs that he might be interested in and stuff like that. But I was just like, how many times are we going to talk about this? Yeah, yeah. Tua did not play the way we wanted him to play on Saturday night, Saturday evening, right? And I mean, we are almost a week away, and you guys are still talking about the same stuff. What's the solution to it? Are you saying that this team needs to acquire a new QB? Are you like, does the team need to acquire even more talent? Because I mean, we have enough talent, right? So it's like, what do y'all want to do? Like, are we just going to keep complaining about the same things all off season?
Well,
It's
here's the
it's, it's,
thing.
it's,
Like,
get, it's getting like it's getting redundant. Like everybody wants to come up here and beat up on Tua. The team lost. Tua didn't perform, but
here we go.
a lot of players didn't perform. Tua's not the only one who didn't perform. So it is what it is.
But Miss Finsanity, we said this in this space before, and I don't know why this gets lost in translation when Tua fans get agitated. That's the word I'm gonna use.
I'm not agitated.
When you're the QB1, this what comes with it. Like that, it's not gonna be a pass because it's Tua and y'all like him. This is every quarterback in the entire league, especially the level of echelon that you guys claim that he's at. That's why, if you were listening earlier, not sure if you were here, when I brought about Lamar Jackson, the amount of scrutiny he received because he didn't want to have an agent. And he didn't even play one lick, and he's a MVP. So spare me on the poor Tua. This is what happens when you're the QB1. This is the reason why these guys make the money that they make. You don't see receivers or any other position in the league, or even coaches to that matter, that makes that amount of money. So with the money that you're receiving, the notoriety, right, comes the other side of the hurricane. And I'm sorry, suck it up, Buttercup. If you don't like it, then maybe the QB1 isn't for you. I'm sick of this. Now they're talking about Tua is mentally exhausted, and there may be some issues with him and his mental. Like, cut this out. No other quarterback in the league that is top tier, top five, gets these type of excuses when they make mistakes and lose. So spare me on that. This
And
is
again, we also offered solutions when the solutions needed to be implemented, i.e., last off season. And some of those solutions we offered that were completely stomped upon as soon as they were even mentioned. Some of those solutions are actually proving now to have been better solutions. So, I when we all we have now is to offer the same solutions we did last year, and nobody wants those solutions. And that is another quarterback, in my opinion.
Color,
Jeff Insanity.
color. Okay. Has the message from the organization continuously been that no matter what, as of this moment right now, as we are living and breathing, that Tua is going to be the quarterback? Was not one of the questions when we were in the search for a new head coach was how can you improve Tua? Like how can you make him better? So that meant that we knew going into whatever that what's the name. Now, has the organization potentially given it itself an out?
But
Yes,
I'm
they put
saying that I didn't
color,
agree with that decision, Finsanity.
color
So
2
how am I
seconds.
supposed to offer any
Color,
different solutions now?
Give her a second.
color two
Yeah, give
seconds.
her a second, Color. Let her give her a second.
Because the
Let her finish.
organization gave itself a way out by just picking up the 5th-year option and saying, you know what, we're not even going to attach ourselves to you long term. Correct? Because they could have given him an extension. They could have gone to the table.
Well,
But
as
even
of now, it's still correct because I don't believe they're going to do anything beyond the 5th-year option. I'm speaking to those people that think that we're just going to hand willy nilly give him money because his agent says we should, and like as if holding out's going to make a difference to me. Like
Go. I give her a minute, Color. Let her finish out real quick because I want to make sure she gets her whole point out, and then you can rebut. Go ahead, Vicinity.
Right. So the organization did try to give itself a potential out. We don't know if it's going to use it because Greer has said that he foresees Tua being here in the foreseeable future in his press conference, right? But as of right now, there's no ink on the paper. He hasn't signed an extension, right? So we don't know what it's going to be. What I'm saying is that we are literally up here for the last, I don't know, 2 3 years, have been chasing quarterbacks, not on as a fan, as fans, and this organization has told us time and time again, we're sticking with Tua. So when I hear, sorry, I don't want to speak for a vast majority, we're called Tuaneers, but it's not that we're Tuaneers. We're just listening to the organization. You guys are getting frustrated because they're not doing what you want to do, but they've already told you what they're going to do. This is not as if like you guys are being blindsided by the decision that this organization has been making. They have told you countless times Tua is our quarterback. They did it within the search of letting go of Flores and then bringing in a quarterback that was supposed to come in here and make him our franchise quarterback. This organization is trying to give Tua every single opportunity before they move on for him. We may be frustrated, they may be frustrated, but what they're trying to do is their due diligence in giving them every single opportunity to say, you know what? No matter what, we gave you this option. We brought in coach, we brought in all the talent that we could, and it didn't work. And then maybe they
Right,
want to.
right. Okay, I got that. But why am I asked to offer a solution if I just say that is a waste of time?
Color, do you understand that we just said the exact same thing?
But why am I expected to offer a solution? I offered the
Color,
solution
color, because here's
and
the
they
thing.
disagree.
Color, but here's the thing that you're not understanding. No matter how what we're saying, the people who are saying Tour is going to be here, right? Just listen to me because we're saying the exact same thing. Color, if you can just listen to me, we're saying the exact same thing. And this is what happens on these panels. You say the exact same thing, but you say it differently so you don't hear each other. We're saying there's no other solution because the organization isn't offering us another solution. And what we're saying for you, what's the solution? You can say them all after, but the organization is saying that's not a
Oh, I
solution.
think that's fairly crass to be asking somebody to offer a solution knowing that the
But we're
organization is
trying,
not
right? But we're
offering one.
trying to bring you to the reality that you don't have to give one because the organization has already given it to you. You saying that you want another quarterback. The organization is saying we don't care what quarterback you want. He could be better. He could have
I,
an MVP. Hold up, he can have an MVP. He can have been to the playoffs. We're not bringing him in. No matter
you
what
know,
they
if
have,
I
they have
can't,
they have they have planted their flag
am I
on
ever going to
Tua.
be able to answer?
So
Yeah, but I just
answer
wanted to
what?
finish real quick so that way you
Okay,
Because
can
but all
answer.
I'm
I want
hearing
to
you
is
give you the
somebody
floor too,
yelling at
Cooler.
me.
I want to
All
give
I'm
you the
I'm
hearing
floor
is
not
too. I
people
just
yelling
wanted to
at
yelling
you.
at
I'm
finish.
me.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm talking to you passionately because I'm saying we're saying the very same thing. We're asking you for a solution and you're giving us a solution and we're saying those solutions don't matter because this organization has said those solutions don't matter.
No, the
How many
solution.
how many times have we said we want a new
Wait,
quarterback?
wait,
And
wait,
how many years
Insanity.
have
Hold
they
on.
done it?
Pause. Insanity. 1 second, real quick. I don't know. I think we lost the connection here, but go ahead, Color.
I forgot everything I had to say.
I got something to say about it because Miss Phins, I thought you were gonna correct
Like I
her.
wa- like
That's not what
what are we
Greer
talking
said
about here?
about Tua's
We were
contract.
asked the
That's
question.
not what he said. He said, make sure we add it all, that he has to play at a high level. He made emphasis that on the press conference. And that's what I hate what people do. They only take a snippet of the quote and rock with it and not say the whole thing. He said, yes, our plan is to keep Tua here at a long time. However, playing at a high level. And if we're being objective, his body of work, especially in the months of December, January, and we haven't seen February, is not at a high level. So I don't know why everybody is already assuming that something is going to happen when he added that amendment to his quote. Remember that, Miss Fins? He said at a high level. That's what we expect from Tua.
Well, apparently for me, Nene, apparently, because I'm not even the one that brought it up. I get constantly asked what the solution is going to be. I gave a solution. As Finsanity pointed out, the organization disagrees with it. We're developing this guy. We're teaching him how to play football. That's fine. So I'll just refrain from me ever speaking on it again. Let
No,
me
I
know when
think
we have
Culler, what
another
you're
quarterback.
saying is you're what you're saying is then why would they keep asking for solutions if it's already being decided by the team? Insanity, from what I heard.
I never even brought it
Yeah,
up.
exactly. No, I know it wasn't you. It was AB who kept asking 18 million times, "Was the solution?" And we brought solutions, and it
Right,
got
right.
shut
We
down.
were discussing the team and its future and
Exactly.
what we think should be
Exactly.
done. If it means
Exactly.
that then obviously that's we're not allowed to do that then. And I'll just stop doing it. I'll
And
never
see,
talk about this team
Exactly.
again because two is the guy and they've made their decision and just swallow it. Okay,
no,
fine.
Miss
I'll
Spence,
do that.
that's where people like me, maybe because I'm new and I haven't endured what Color and others have done. No, I'm gonna continue to
Oh,
fight back. They're not gonna silence
we're
me because
we've
be,
endured a lot.
yeah,
Trust me.
but I am a whole different type of beast. Heck to the no, the ABs, the Qs, and their cousin and they rest of their siblings too. I have a voice. I don't like what I'm seeing. The man has been here for years. Stop blaming all the coaches. Stop blaming the wide receivers. Stop blaming that it rained on a Saturday night in February and call it the truth of what it is. And the fans have the opportunity to voice if they don't want him here. Just because you want him here, that does not mean everybody else has to agree. And I'm telling you right now, the internet will break if they don't come to a deal and he has to play on that fifth year. But knowing these psychos that I ran into, they're gonna try to spin it in another way that he didn't get a contract. It's gonna be some little reason under the stars on why Tua didn't get a big deal and has to play on his fifth year. And it does get aggravating. But Color, I'm gonna inject in your veins. You hear this? You have the right to your opinion. And I don't care if people cry,
Yes, you
cuss,
do.
holler, scream, roll on the
It's
floor.
not that I don't feel I
No,
have the
it's not
right. I
right.
feel that
Keep
it's
your opinion,
pointless to.
Color. Keep your opinion. And I'm
No,
standing
it's not
right
that I
with
don't
you.
feel I have the right. I feel like it's pointless to, because if the decision made, that's fine. I'm even on record as saying I want him to play on that. Here's a solution which doesn't involve bringing in another quarterback. Okay, and I've said it. So why do I have to keep answering the question?
You
It's
don't.
because
And
people don't hear Color. No, no, Nene. Let me get on this real quick. People don't hear. They're not paying attention when we say something. Yeah, I think you and I have had this conversation. I
Oh
think we
well,
did
it's too
last week.
expensive for us to for him to play on his fifth year option.
I was like,
I mean,
that's
everything I
fine. That's
say,
the
it
problem.
doesn't matter what I say.
No, you're 100% right
and
because
keep
I
saying
said the
it
same thing
matters.
last week with you. It's the
I
exact same
said and
thing we
I
said last week.
Look,
He
I'm
needs to
simply
play
going
in
to
his
say
fifth
it.
year
I
option.
don't believe the guy will ever get better than he is right now. This is his limit, and that's what I believe. So if you're going to ask me, okay, what I think about what we should do, I'm going to tell you what we should do. I don't care what the organization has already decided, okay, because Chris Greer has, we're going to sit here and pick and choose what we want to believe out of Chris Greer's mouth, okay? That's fine. We can do that because I can do that all day long too if I'm allowed a chance to speak, okay? But I wasn't going to do that. I'll only point you to their actions, which was trying to bring in three other quarterbacks. We lost a draft pick trying to replace this guy, and you're all going to tell me that they've made it clear
Two picks.
he's their guy. Okay,
2 picks we
fine.
lost.
I'll go
Which
stick
got
my
which
head in the
which
dirt
which
and never speak on such issues again. Sorry, I
nope.
did.
And I'm gonna pick your head right back out the dirt and say, keep talking your stuff. And it hurts because it's true. They went on these rants all year about Tua being him, Tua Leroy. We have a Tua. All these different stupid slogans that happen. Now they gotta eat the crow, the dirty toenails on their feet, that crud that he has gone yet another year and failed. And they're in their feelings. So anything about mentioning something new, it hurts their feelings. That's why I'm telling you, I'm standing with your Color. Everywhere you go, when you want to say your opinion. No. And that's the problem because I even endured that. It shouldn't be in order to have a voice in this community that we have to agree that a guy that has shown us time and time and again, whether he had a hard defensive coach that was in his neck or he had a battle buddy like a frat guy, a friend as a head coach, that he has failed. Those are the facts. Those are the truth. If you want to go and see if it's true for the haters, go and just reveal all the film since his time has been here. He has been given more opportunities than so many other quarterbacks in the NFL. And y'all sit here and act like he's a freaking victim. Why Tua? Because you're a quarterback. And that's what comes with the position in the NFL. If you can't handle that, then take your mental health sabbatical in Hawaii, take your little flute, your little Hawaiian music, and go back there and learn how to get tough. Because, like I told everybody, no matter what happens, you cannot simulate the teams that we're going to have to face in December and January. And there was just moments in that game where him and Cater Kohu look like two people that are from the tropics. They look cold and they look miserable and they look terrible. Like they couldn't play in that weather. And that's what we're always going to have to face. We're not going to always have home field advantage throughout the playoffs. We don't know if the Super Bowl will be ever held in a cold place. So what we're gonna have to not go to the Super Bowl because Tua Tagovailoa can't play in cold weather. He's 0-6 in a division where majority of your teams are in the Northeast. So stop it. Maybe he needs to go to Atlanta. One of his biggest fans said today, won't put a name on it, trade him to Atlanta. I think that's the perfect place for him. Get him up out of here.
Well, 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 hold on. I think I need to rein it in real quick. Let me rein it in for like literally. Give me 1 minute, guys. 60 seconds. Let me rein it in, and then I know we got Insanity back. But listen, I think I'm gonna try to surmise this. But before I surmise it, I will say this, and this is why I have my platform. And no matter what, and I said this earlier in the show, no matter what your opinion is, we don't have to agree, but everybody's entitled to their opinion. So this is why I have my platform, and I allow everybody to have their opinion as long as they're respectful, and follow that rule, because I want everybody to be able to go back and listen to the show and enjoy it. Like I'm absolutely enjoying the show, and I'm sure you viewers are watching and commenting are also enjoying the show. But be respectful, and that's for everybody in and out of the show. That's all I ask. Now, in summation, from what I gathered from what Culler said, is why do I keep get asked what is the solution when I'm given an answer and it's being ignored? So then I'm just not gonna say anything. A. B, from what I heard from Nene and her take, I'm surmising, guys. Nene is saying that everybody's entitled to their opinion, and she will be that freedom fighter, and I love it. But as far as when it comes to Tua Tagovailoa, he ain't the guy, and we need to move on, even if this organization is not listening to us. And then C, from what I heard Finsanity say, again, I'm giving small summations, but essentially what she was saying is no matter what we may want as a fan base, the organization has already told you that they are riding this pony till next year at minimum. So I think I got all three of them, you know what I mean, from what they were saying earlier. But then it goes back to Color's point of, well, if that's the case, which is fine, and he said fine, whatever, but then stop asking me what options do we have so that I don't have to waste my time. Now, I think I surmised everybody here well, so let's go one at a time.
One other thing, the other thing, remember that I'm fine if he's willing to play on that 5th-year option. I'm willing to let him have the development time.
Which we said this last week, and you guys can literally watch the show because we literally talked about this last week. So let me start out with Finsanity because she just got back. Thank you for coming back. Go ahead and start with you. Then we'll go Color. Then we'll go Nene.
What are we talking about?
Now that we're pushing past the fact that we're gonna have this premise that he's gonna play in his 5th-year option. We're gonna start with that premise. And going
Mhm.
back to the question that I asked before, and I'm gonna take
Mhm.
off Tua. I'm gonna forget Tua. We're gonna talk about the
Mhm.
offense. Where can we get better so the offense can actually continue to move forward?
Um, I think it starts
Because we
with
will be missing some guys.
yeah. I think it starts with if he's here. If he's here, state that if he's here, because we don't know. Tua has to play better. He has to play more consistently. He's a leader, and I think where I'm coming from is from the notion of, you know what, yeah, that playoff game happened, and yeah, we are all disappointed and frustrated by what we saw. But as of right now, he's our quarterback, so we need him to play better. We need him to improve. We need him to get better. And that's the only way that I feel like we can get better. Um, to be honest, I think we have enough talent around him for him to be successful. He had 1,000 yard running back, 2,000 yard receivers. Definitely should utilize the tight end a little bit more. But yeah, I'm not without saying that um our quarterback needs to get better, and I feel like even if he would have played lights out and well and what's the name, you still always want your quarterback to get better. And I wasn't coming from a premise of um trying to frustrate anyone on this panel. Um, I was just trying to say that, in my eyes, as of right now, that yeah, we're frustrated and we're trying to, you know, but to name, and like I said, like anyone who said that they want to bring in a playmaker, anyone who said that they want to bring in a new quarterback or whatever, I respect their opinion. I have been on that boat of bringing in a new quarterback. It's like I said, it is on tape. You can go back to those years where I wanted the guys that we were tied to be here. What I'm going off of is like you can have so much theoretical data, and you know this color, but experimental data tells us what. And yeah, you can say that we have been tied to all these quarterbacks theoretically, but experimentally, we still have not brought in any of these guys, and we so far have had to have our future tied to this guy. Now, I don't know if certain quarterbacks become available, if the Dolphins will try to dip their toe back in that pool again or not. What I'm saying is, as of right now, and as of this moment right now, we as a fan base have to move on as if, like, right now, that Tua is going to be the option in 2024-2025 season. Um, so yeah, I don't think I understand the frustration with his play, and I'm pretty sure. I mean, he doesn't show it, but I'm pretty sure when he goes back and he looks at it, he's going to see that there were plays to be made and different things that he could have done, and he knows that it was crap, just like straight up. Um, so yeah, I think if we do bring back some of the personnel, because I don't think Raheem is signed, so that'll be interesting to see where we are, with the running back room. But
Yeah,
having,
these guys
uh,
are.
yeah, having Achan is a great option, especially with him, going to be coming back fully healthy
Hmm.
from his injuries. That'll be great. Um, we got Tyreek for one more year. We'll see what we're going to do. What's going to happen with Waddle and stuff. I know he was plagued with a lot of injuries the last couple of years. I know that's been frustrating, him being on and off
Hmm.
the field. As far as the offensive line, it looks like we have some pieces in place. We're not going to have Connor from the looks of it, because we're not going to pay Connor to stay as
Yeah.
of right now. Like I said, like this is as of right now. Like we don't know what the depth chart is going to look like. So trying to look so far into the future of like what it's going to be is going to be, it's very interesting. Um, but yeah, when we circle it all back, that young man still needs to continue to progress and hopefully mold himself into the franchise quarterback that we need him to be. I don't think he has necessarily done that. He's had good moments, he's had bad moments. It's been up and down, but what we can say is that we've seen what he can do when this offense is going, and that's just what we need, the consistency of that, of keeping that going. So that's all I'm going to say.
I
Did
appreciate
you
that.
say circle back? I just wanted to make sure. I'm just kidding. That was
If
adorable.
you're talking about what
Circle back.
I think you're talking about Culler then.
Yeah, yeah. It's an old. I guess
Yeah,
it's
I
an
think
old political joke, but real quick,
yeah.
I did want to make
Go
another
ahead.
joke though. And I'm a layperson when it comes to theoretical physics and all that, insanity. But so I don't know if a high number is better or a low number is better. I can't remember. But supposing the high number is better,
Hmm.
the experimentation has been done, and we're like at like a sigma 5 assuredness. You know what I mean? Like, in my opinion, you know, that as far as what we could expect going forward, when it comes to being able to for Tua to be able to do and improve to the level and change and fix the things we need him to fix to be successful in those situations that we're talking about. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I just
that's not bad.
now, if we're talking about experimentation, even the lateral moves that could be made, given our offense and what we've put together, those other lateral move guys have also never had a chance to play in the constructed offense with Mike McDaniel that we had this year on the field. In the times when we were cooking really good. Like I know that Kirk Cousins is a choke artist too. I'm not denying that. But when it comes to whether he chokes in this offense or whether Tua does, first of all, it's this offense we're talking about, which Kirk Cousins has never played in. And secondly, if he chokes, the hurt on the back end, supposing we're talking about more than the 5th-year option, obviously, the hurt on the rear end is not going to be as bad on that lateral move. Now, if you're talking about playing on the 5th-year option, the only people I've been arguing with all week are people that are like, no, that's not going to happen. We're going to assign an extension. Or Tua is going to hold out, in which case, I don't think Tua has enough leverage given his performance in those big moments to be able to hold out. I'd rather play Skyler.
Then
That's where I'm at. Go ahead, if Nene wants to get in, but or if Insanity wanted to add
Well,
yeah, I know
a
Nene was
retort,
tell you,
well, Nene, before you go, read the private chat real quick. Uh uh wait, wait.
yeah, I didn't see it.
Hold on before you say, because I know you were gonna say it, but read that for me first, and then just know it's been taken care of. Okay.
Okay, yeah, yeah. All right, thank you.
Now
But
you can go. But can we make this like a short trip?
no,
To
no,
down
you ain't
from
got
like
to worry about that.
Palm Beach to Miami.
I am waiting for Friday. I said what I said, and I'm determined. If you get to know me, I am determined. On Friday, Playboy got to see me. So I was so mad. What is your question here, so I can sum this up in.
It's okay. It's okay. So essentially, besides Tua, especially for this offense, what can we do to be able to go ahead and um be able to improve and actually get better? Besides of Tua, because I'm over the Tua talk. Like outside, looking into the future of this week, because we have to Finsanity's point, we have a lot of UFAs. A lot of people don't know this, but we have a lot of UFAs. So, what do you think in the offense specifically we can do to get better?
I just will stick to this, and I just think when you bring an offensive question, it's going to be very hard to exclude Tua from it. But I think Mike McDaniel, and people going to say conspiracy theory. I believe he is being told what to do. I don't think he is coaching on what he wants to do. And I have evidence to the fact it wouldn't be the first time that our organization has come down from their offices to direct the coach on what they want him to do. And I know in the first sin it was about losing games, but it could be a myriad of things. But just to see someone who I feel Mike McDaniel is very competent. I was afraid when he first came here that he couldn't command a room, or like they say, lead men. But I think he has an adjustable personality and he has a story with what he's gone through to where guys can galvanize and play for him. But I do believe you need Mike McDaniel to pass the sticks on calling the plays. I think that's the first thing. I think he needs more flexibility to be a head coach, not a coordinator. And I think that's where towards the end of the season or even sometimes in the game, it just seems like he's struggling to make decisions. The plays are coming in late. And I think he's being restricted to the plays he calls based off of the proficiency of the quarterback. And I know that hurts people's feelings, but this is the second coach that has did similar things with restricting the quarterback in the play calling. So at some point, everybody can't be wrong. I think Mike McDaniel has to be able to do his job, not cater to one person. That is not his job description. I think with this season, they have to be honest with themselves. Stop lying to yourself. I get being happy, happy, joy, joy, staying positive. Yeah, I got that. But at some point, any extreme is just that extreme. I don't think these guys really brace the reality they're in, and that's why they don't live in reality. And that's why even though they get their butts kicked, they're still walking around like it's another game to play, like it was nothing. Even with the sort of sadness we saw, there still to me was on that sideline no lack of urgency or anything from the team. So I think they have to bring in guys that have a winning mentality. You got to bring in guys when we are losing the league, their voice is being heard, because I don't think that's in the quarterback's personality. He doesn't seem like he's a person that's going to gather the offense and start talking to them and lead. Is to me, it's not him. So the type of players they need to go against what they've been getting, because it's too lax, it's like watching a frat house with this team, right? And like I said, I enjoyed the 11 wins, but I also was disappointed in the 6 losses, and including the playoffs. So I think for the offensive side of the ball, there needs to be a sense of seriousness. Now everybody goes on their vacations, but it needs to be a time where everybody comes back, and they really need to look. Every champion I know, from the Chicago Bulls, Miami Heat, some of these other guys that have won, when they've had a season like that, a lot of these guys shorten their off season. They come back and they look over and they work together to get that goal accomplished. You cannot go another year of being a first round exit and trying to market it with injuries or some happenstance on why you didn't finish the job. To me, they had absolutely everything they needed to put themselves in the second round this year. But catering to a quarterback, catering to a front office, to me, got in the way of what we should be doing, and that's closing the job. So to the point, the offensive line has to be addressed. No more of this 2.5 seconds crap. Okay. It only works on bad teams. It only works at home. When you took that crap on the road and to those harder teams where crowd noise and people got physical with you, that 2.5 seconds didn't help. Though he wasn't getting sacked, people don't mention this enough. He wasn't getting sacked, but he got hurried. And one thing about Tua I've seen since college, when he gets happy feet, it's a bad thing. He's not good with improvisation. It looks terrible. And I don't know if that has a
I,
lot to do
I
with
can't even deny that. I
I
can't
don't
deny
know.
that part.
And I'm gonna be honest, this year he got thicker than a snicker. So watching him run was painful to watch on national TV. It looked like he was gonna need the
Thicker than a
oxygen
snake.
machine after he finally
Oh
finished. So I get trying to get thick to protect the fall, but they may want to cut the calories in the diet, because it was horrible watching him trying to sprint for a first down. So that's that.
You would
And
think
then
he'd learn how to run with having Tyreek, Mostert, Achan, all these guys that are like sub 4.4. That he should be able to know how to like run with these guys and get good technique. But jeez,
yeah, it looked like he had a sub that was 44 feet and they was running the sub. So moving right along. Uh I also need to work on Mike McDaniel. You work on in-game adjustments. You got to be honest with yourself. Maybe he has to practice it, but he absolutely was a horrid to watch when we had to make an adjustment. But I still think that's tied into whatever directions he's just that stubborn and stupid. And I hope it ain't the second one. I rather the first one. The other thing is we need to bring in some competition. Like the Matt Whites, the Skylar Thompson. I know Color you just said Skylar, but you got to bring somebody because sometimes mentally someone can check out if they know they have job security. That's just natural. And I hate to say it like this. If
gotta
Tua
push
so fra-
back.
if Tua is so fragile mentally that competition is gonna send him to a mental frenzy, then again you may want to seek some help because that's a part of the job. You haven't completed the job since you've been here. So I think if anything, if we sign him to a contract or put him on a fifth year, we need to bring in some healthy competition to where Mike McDaniel has another option. And I know people hate to hear this, but if he ain't getting it done, I'm tired of just suffering through watching them continuously do the same thing. And it's no, that's the whole reason why you have a plan B, plan C. You don't come in with just one game plan. So they need to bring somebody else in there. Don't ask me who the hell the name is, because the one thing about this scenario, we don't know who's gonna shake loose and demand a trade. There's so many different vulnerable variables to the game of football and sports with how these athletes who we may think is on the market, it may be somebody else that comes out the market that is pliable to the West Coast offense. But I think
Can I?
Mike McDaniel is smart enough that he could take any player. If he rehabilitated Tua, I think he could really rehabilitate anybody. And that's why when people start crossing off names, I have a problem with that because that's disrespectful to Mike
Um,
McDaniel's greatness and what he
hey,
has done.
let me add into that if you don't mind, Nene. And I appreciate losing does suck for insanity. It really does. But let me add into that because I think you brought up a great point, and I think it kind of ties into what we've all said so far. Um, the main one, in my opinion, is I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna kind of rebut a little bit of what you said with what Finsanity said. If it's true, which I think it is, and I'm trying to soft land the fans into accepting this, that the team is focused on giving to all the opportunities, right? Although we may not agree with it, because I still don't agree with it. I always say bring competition, but what I will say is that because I don't expect any competition at all. I actually don't even expect us to get a quarterback either, guys. We forget that Mike McDaniel already like drafted his quarterback in Skylar Thompson? Do we forget that? I feel like, or was he not? Um. Uh, like I'm really trying to go ahead and what do you call it? Oh Lord, sorry, my brain went elsewhere. But I know as far as if we go by that premise of they already made the decision and keeping Tua specifically, especially for this fifth year option, you know what? I'm riding with Color and like let's do it. You know what I mean? And but we already got a quarterback in house, and guess what? We already know he could at least compete in a playoff game. Listen to what I'm saying. Compete in a playoff game. You see what I mean? So we already got a guy who was already make this another reason why he was put into the third position, obviously because of injuries or whatever. Um, so the fact that we already got a guy in house, guys, we don't even need to look anywhere. The opportunity to get somebody that we know is a proven quarterback, to me, that's gone. That was your Deshaun Watson, that was your Lamar's, you know what I mean? But as far as when it comes to us, we already got our backup plan in Skyler. And we know he can compete in a playoff versus a divisional opponent. Now it's, to your point, McDaniel's uh, ability to draw plays for the quality and the specific skill set of the quarterback that he has. I think he'll be able to do the same thing if, let's say, excuse me, Tua decided to walk or for whatever reason no longer be a Dolphin, then I think we should be perfectly fine. And that's another thing that people want to get rid of McDaniel. No, 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 no. Let's not get rid of McDaniel. He has shown you that he can get and tailor a offense that could be productive. Now we got to take that next step next year. You know what I mean? And if Tua ends up being ultimately not the guy, then we already got a guy in house, so we don't have to waste our 4 or 5 picks that we have this year in trying to get a what do you call it? In trying to get a new quarterback. Let's just build the O line. Let's get a middle linebacker and kind of do that with those guys. And hopefully Vic Fangio. I know he had a, what was it? His contract. I think it was like a 2 year or 3 year contract, or at least a 1 year contract. So we'll see. But I think that we're all feeling kind of the same way. We,
Well,
you know,
the Miss Fans,
we're
the
kind of
only
stuck
thing
with them. So.
I'm just curious, like, do you really think, honestly, that Tua would fear Skylar Thompson that went down to the third quarterback this season? We got to add everything to the gumbo. You really think he's gonna fear a Skylar Thompson for his QB1 job? I don't think so. I think you have to bring somebody in. I think you have to do what Green Bay did.
But see, that's the thing, Nene. If they're not willing to, if that's the case, then they're never willing to be serious about competition in the first place. Then you know what I mean? Like, how can we even trust that they're serious about competition?
What I am saying to you is, I think they need to take on the model of what Green Bay did when they drafted Jordan Love. It put some pressure.
Well,
On,
drafting wise, maybe you
yeah,
might have
yeah.
some ways
I
to see
think
it.
it put some pressure, and you get a Mike McDaniel that can have his guy not in the seventh or sixth round, wherever Thompson was, and
Right,
you
right.
get
That I can
and,
agree with you on.
and
Sure.
you get
Seventh rounder. He's a seventh rounder.
a high draft pick, and you get Mike McDaniel to get him from day one, and to make it a, I mean, obviously Tua is going to win this year because he's going to have the experience, but you get
Hmm.
to mold him to what you want him to be. And on the back end, Tua has to look over his shoulder and say, there is a guy, because I still think negotiations is not going to go as smooth as everybody thinks they are. Because
Agreed.
to me, Tua from his
Agreed.
press conference, he already thinks he's there. Like when they asked him, he's like, I ain't worried about that. So
Yeah. Again, we have no incentive to do anything right now. We've got him locked on a fifth year. If he doesn't want to play on it, then we're in no different situation with a bridge quarterback to that draft pick that you're talking about with Skyler than we are with him. If you believe in McDaniel to, get wins no matter who's quarterback, you know what I mean? At least if it's somebody, competent enough to play Buffalo to 3 points in a wild card playoff game. You know
right,
what I mean?
and let's be honest, a lot of that game was an amazing performance. It's like deja vu by the defense. That defense kept them in that game in Buffalo.
But don't
But
forget also, let's not absolve Waddle and Gesicki and Tyreek Hill himself again for the drops that they had for Skyler. I mean, one of
absolutely,
them was a first down 17-yard play right in Tyreek's breadbasket on a
And,
short on
Waddle
a
had
hit route.
3, Tyreek had 2, Gesicki had 1 at the very end, and that one,
And those were
some would
crucial.
say, yeah, but some would say he literally had somebody on his back while he was being dragged to the floor. But whatever, it is
And
what it
then
is.
I didn't get to say it, but we also need to reevaluate what we're doing for strength and conditioning. I know the ACL tears, the MCL tears, some of those are just happenstance, but this you cannot go on again. I keep saying evaluating somebody's report card, just like kids do, just like when you have a job, there should be some type of evaluation to see what your performance is, what benchmarks did you make, but when you have for consecutive years people falling out like flies, like dropping like flies, and I get it, the NFL to me, in my opinion, once they softened the game, they literally softened the players. And that's why we have so many injuries. They tried to solve one problem and overcorrect it to where we have all these guys just having all these random injuries. But I think um Mike McDaniel has to start with being honest. Stop being the jokester and trying to be everybody's friend. Be honest, because now once we're honest, we have a starting point that's genuine. And now we can fix problems. But if we're sitting there and just downplaying everything and acting like it wasn't really nothing, you're never gonna move forward. Um, but that's my thing
Oh
for not
snap!
just the all.
24-year cycle.
And,
Oof.
and to me, I'm gonna say this: if it's true, Vic Fangio still want to coach. Mike McDaniel, you better watch your back. It wouldn't surprise me if Ross or somebody calls him in the office like, "Hey, what's going on?" And Vic, because we already know Vic don't like all of that playing and all that stuff that they do. You can tell he's not that kind of guy. He's not into this new age. My coach is my friend. My coach is my homeboy. He's not that kind of guy, and it would
He's
not.
old school.
He's old school, so it would not surprise me because what? Let's be honest. What came out this year? Vic Fangio looks good. That he had the most decimated side of the ball, but yet his side of the ball kept us in those key games. If the defense didn't show,
All
all of those
games.
would have been blowouts, all of them. And that's just the truth, Ruth. Everybody knows that. I'm not saying that's why I don't like this kid. He just goes to extreme. No one is saying he is taking his job. I'm just saying we have a owner who has gotten caught publicly trying to recruit other quarterbacks. Like how many teams can say that our owner not once, not twice, but at least 3 or 4 times that we know publicly tried to recruit another guy.
We're just very bad at doing anything. Like we're such a good organization that we suck at being bad. I mean, the Patriots literally get caught cheating every flipping year and every other year, and they got 6 Super Bowls and got caught cheating then too. And we just try to talk to somebody and we lose 2 picks. Like we're just not good at being bad. We're not
Well,
good at
no,
being bad.
I
Period.
just think they messy and they arrogant. I'm not gonna cape for them. They messy and they arrogant, and they put themselves in a position where I hate to say it like this. Brian Flores had receipts.
Everybody got receipts. Tua got receipts. Flores got receipts. Shannon Sharp got receipts. And man, but I'm gonna tell you this, and I'm gonna go to Finsanity real quick. Finsanity, that 24-year cycle. Can you touch on that a little bit more? Because it is the truth, ma'am.
Huh? What was the question?
Your
Can I touch
your
on what?
name, your 24-year cycle.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we bring in a head coach, may draft a quarterback, right? That doesn't work. We'll try to bring in a veteran quarterback. That doesn't work. We'll get a new head coach, new quarterback. That doesn't work. And now, what is everybody telling the Dolphins that they should do? Go out and get Kirk Cousins, a veteran quarterback. So we are on a 24-year cycle, and I believe we're in a loop right now. But that's all I was thinking about as I was thinking about some of the things going on around my team. Um, and I mean, like we've been in a position where we've had the defense and not the offense. we're the same narratives, the same things that I'm hearing about bringing in competition. Um, I'm all for that. That was something that was being said during uh, the Tannehill era and other QB eras too that we had within this
Hmm.
organization. And sometimes they did, and sometimes they didn't. Um, but yeah, it just seems like we're looking for solutions, and it's the same three-step process. You know, whether it is overpaying for free agents to bring people in, um, and it's like nothing has worked. It seems like nothing um, will work. Uh, so
You think the Dolphins can do real quick? Do you think the Dolphins, if we were to pull a Pittsburgh Steelers and say, you know what, McDaniel, we're gonna give you a 10-year contract, regardless of 12, forget 12. We're gonna keep you as our guy. We're gonna give you a 10-year contract because we see what you did. And if you were able to do this with Tua, we feel very confident that you could do it if we had to move on from him or if we have him, right? Do you think that's something that it's plausible that they can go ahead and do? And do you think that would be a good idea? Because to me personally, I'm 100% okay with that.
And do
I'm
you
okay
think
with
it's
Flores
possible this
being
is what it's all that's what this is all about, Finsanity, also, to add a question?
if
yeah.
what is all if what
Like,
Meaning,
like
let's
finding
say,
a coach that can muddle through and just deal with it and work with what the owner and the general manager wants and make lemonade out of lemons, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
Mhm.
but for the next 10 years
and,
where
and to do
he'll
and
be
to
able to
do that
fulfill.
earns him a 10-year contract, you know what I mean? Like, yes, this is the guy finally.
Yeah, like I said, like one of the things that I've been, preaching is I'm all about, having some form of continuity,
Hmm.
not like these little 5-year spats and, of
Agreed.
things. Um, when you say like Pittsburgh, when I think about the coaches that they've had there and like the leadership qualities that they possess, I'm not saying that I necessarily see that in Mike McDaniel. I mean I don't know what it's like, what he's like in the locker room or what he's like, but as you said, or someone said, Chad comes off as like buddy buddy. When I think
Hmm.
about Cower and I think Mike, right? Those are the two that I can think off the top of my head that I've been able to see actually live and coach, right? Um,
Hmm.
I don't see that same fieriness. I don't see that same what's the name? I don't know if I mean I wouldn't be opposed to it if they feel like he is that guy to lead them for the next 10 years. Um, I do think that if that is the case for him, there needs to be more of delegation and allowing the QB coach to coach Tua and let the offensive coordinator have his hands on Tua, and you need to sever that O that OC play calling relationship that he has with Tua, and you need to let another OC come in and do the job. I feel like you have to have that separation and the demand of performance from all your players, right? And that form of accountability from all your players. A lot of those things with those steps forward have to be taken. And I mean, luckily, if you're talking about the Steelers, they have, a lot of Hall of Famers. I mean, so that I mean, that came from a lot of great coaching and good coaching. But I would love continuity. I would love for us to find, that next coach. We haven't had that guy, since Shulam. I think Jimmy was here for a little bit. Nick was in and out quicker than we know we could blink. But I would love for Mike or whoever the coach may be, the next one may be, because I mean I don't know. I'm still waiting for the update. Sometimes that the man has been let go, but obviously as of right now they're not going to let him go, or whatever, however it may be. But yeah, I would love that for my organization. I would love for us to find the head coach that we know is going to be here, going to be able to implement his system in the way that things are going to be run within this organization underneath his tutelage, and that it will be successful, right? Because only way you stay here for that long is if you are successful. So it's a dream.
Right, right,
It's a dream to have. But like I said, if they were to do that, Mike has to let that
right.
relationship with Tua go. He it
And
has to
see,
be coached. It can't
Sandy,
be yeah.
I can't imagine I can't imagine a situation where a coach can be proven until at least like year 5. So
Yeah.
to me, it's like I wanted McDaniel to have a 10. I wanted whoever, because I'm so sick of the carousel. I
Hmm.
wanted the whoever it was going to be to have a 10-year contract, because I
Agreed.
honestly don't think you
Agreed.
can really know what you have for quite a few years in the NFL as a head coach.
Hmm. And they have to go through their lumps too, because if you look at what's his name? Oh, Nene. I think she might have gotten some connection. But if you
I
look
do
at
know we've won a whole bunch of ball games with this guy with what in my opinion, is a quite inferior quarterback.
which well, true, true, true. But to your point, and I'm gonna bring another point to add to that. We did it twice with two different regimes with this not so good, great quarterback. You see what I mean? So my thing is, regardless of Tua or the QB or whatever, right? Because we are stuck in this 24-year cycle. I think having that established, and this is the reason why I use the Steelers, is because they're one of the easiest franchises to kind of, you think of Steelers, you think longevity, you know what I mean? So that's why I use them as an example. And to me, having that head coach, like, listen, you don't got to worry about it. We're going to give you what you need. We already see what you did with Tua. You know what I'm saying? And the improvement from blah, blah, blah. We're going to take a look at this 5-year option, da, 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 right? But let's say we have to move on from Tua. I think that the organization having that commitment to the head coach is gonna take away that stress from him, and he'll be able to cook. And we already know he's a very creative player. Then you have somebody like Fangio, who has that backbone and that that old school mentality that's gonna be able to yin and yang, with McDaniel. You know what I mean? And having that in the team together, to me, that's where we can build something, whether it is with Tua or with another quarterback. You see what I mean? Because we've had 1 million quarterbacks and 2 million head coaches. If we gotta start somewhere where we keep, because even Tannehill was here for 7 years. How many head coaches does that man have? Because last time I checked, he had at least 2 or 3.
Well,
So
the thing of it is, Miss Vince, if Ross is willing to, and Greer, whoever is willing to just thumb the fans in the eye, to for lack of a better way to say it at the moment, then why aren't they willing to do that with the coach? Why do they have these knee jerk reactions after 2 and 3 and 4 years and fire the head coach when they're so willing to say, "Here you go, fans. Here's an inferior player product." You know what I mean? But we don't care because you're going to buy the tickets anyway. Well, if they have that mentality, apply it to the head coach too, and let him be here. Let him ride out for 10
Can I
years.
say something?
go
Can
ahead,
I say
Nene.
something? Here's
Sure,
the
man.
problem with what y'all guys are saying. I don't think Ross is going to be the owner too much longer. First of all, he's on the other side of 80, right? And if he goes and makes these decisions, who's to say the new owner is going to want any of this? Tua, McDaniel, we have to look at that. He gave up some of his ownership just last year to one of the richest guys, I believe, in Florida. So there is a transition that's going on in this organization because we get so caught up with wasn't right in front of us. Ross is not going to be here that much longer. I'm not saying the man's going to die tomorrow, but I don't give Ross these years of living to see his finished project if we go into another reset or a rebuild. The whole thing is very simple. This team is not honest with the product. They lied to themselves and they lied to the fans. That's why you had everybody running around here saying championship window. If you were really honest with yourself, we were never there. We weren't. We were never there. Like these games, like you just can't, it's not how it works. You just can't, especially in football, because it's so physical. You just can't flip a switch and start beating good teams when you're not built to beat good teams. You were built to be a gimmick to hide deficiencies. That whole offense was predicating on of hiding our old line cannot block for long periods of time. That's the whole reason why he's a robot out there. 1, 2, 3, go. And I think like this off season, there has to be some transparency, and it's not going to come from us in any of these platforms, from the actual players as to where they are. And that's where Greer and them have to be honest on how to build this team. To me, you always start with within your conference. Like, who are going to be the competitors? I don't think New England is going to be anything anytime soon. I'm not sure that Achilles is going to make the Jets. So it's still going to come down to the Bills. Is this team structured to beat the Buffalo Bills? And let's be honest, the answer to that question is no. It's no. So why are we giving somebody a decade contract when we're not being honest with the current construction of the team? And from what it looks like, the onset, it's going to be a weaker team than what we had last year. A lot of these people are going to be gone. So you're going to replace that with probably people off the street or older free agents. So my thing is, and is not being negative. Again, I always go into the form of when I had teams, whether in the Army or out the Army. The first thing I had to be as a team leader was honest with myself and then honest with my subordinates. Because eventually the truth is something that is on autopilot. You could never outrun it. And that's why we ran into that brick wall. I will continue to say Tennessee was our brick wall. It was not Buffalo. It wasn't Baltimore. It wasn't Kansas City. It was the game that Culler was physically at. So you saw it live on TV, that meltdown.
Yeah, I was
That's
there at the stadium,
so this is what
and
I'm
and to me, here's the thing, Nene. The promenade was absolutely full because once we took a 2-score lead, given that neither offense had put up any points all game, once we got a 2-score lead, yes, there was a certain amount of over trust in the defense you expect, even in a prevent, because after we took the lead, we had a chance to salt away the game. We didn't. And so our defense is left to play a prevent to use their offense to salt away the clock by giving up the middle of the field and letting, in other words, you play with everything in front of you. You let the catch be made, you make the immediate tackle. And so that's designed to get them to burn their timeouts and eat the clock away because your offense demonstrated that they couldn't, right? So, okay, the worst happens right there. Their rookie quarterback, who's got a big arm, decides, and of course they still got Derrick Henry, DeAndre Hopkins, and so the worst happens right there, and they break through your prevent and they score. That leaves like 2 minutes 50 seconds left on the clock. Then our offense proceeds to go out. Now this is what it is. So they broke through your prevent. Ooh, shame on you, defense, which they do deserve that shame. But then your offense goes out because people forget that Tennessee didn't, it's not like the NFL awards them 2 drives in a row. People forget that our offense took the field again now with 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. And we literally were a first down. We were 10 yards away from sealing that game. And we took a sack on 3rd down. So I'm sorry that the defense is still relegated to a prevent and gives up the game-winning score. Yeah, shame on them again. But are we
Culler, I
being
would say
for real
this.
here that in 4 minutes our offense couldn't get 1 first down?
There we go. That's what I went back to. Even with that tomfoolery of the prevent, the offense at home in their house against a clearly inferior competition, 5 wins, right? Still couldn't, and it was the consistent formula that we never got over. What happens to the Miami Dolphins when they run into a physical team? They fold like a lawn chair. outside of Dallas, because Dallas was just as fraudulent as we were. So it was kind of true to call it the fraud bowl. You had Dak. We all see what Dak does every year around this time. He gives up games. So you got to be the painful truth. Like in any therapy, any relationship, you have to start with the studs. Being honest with yourself. Sitting here, keep lying to yourself. Keep putting a band-aid over a sucking chest wound where it's gushing out blood, and you still trying to put these little band-aids on it. It's not gonna change. Now, us as fans, we're gonna continue to watch them because we love the team. But I ask people to tamper their expectations because until you get a full reset on mentality, the personnel doesn't matter. You can give this same team to Pittsburgh with just change the coaches and change the leadership and give the players to Pittsburgh. They beat in Buffalo. They beat in Kansas City because their overall mindset is different than us. Like every time I hear Tyreek Hill, he talking about some damn celebration dances. I think someone said on the record, well, at least we had fun this year. Are you kidding me? Is that what we gotta take as fans? Yeah, we blew it again. You spent your money, you tailgated, you bought the Peacock. For me, I bought the NFL ticket because I don't live in Miami anymore. So in order for me to watch the game, I had to cough up that NFL ticket on YouTube. And let me tell you something, it wasn't cheap. But I love my boys. And that's what this comes down to. And that's why I say I don't even think Ross cares about winning anymore. He makes more money from the F1 event than football games anyway. When Beyonce came into town, he made more money with that event. I think we are his side piece. I truly believe that we're his side piece business. And that's why I want an owner in there that's serious about winning and not merchandise and putting butts in the seats. And people don't like to talk about that because then you have to face the fact that you've been conned by a con man. It's not by coincidence that every other even my high school has won championships and went to the championship game in 20 years. They did it 12 times in 20 years. So like everybody can't be wrong. And it goes back to leadership. Like I told y'all off the record, the most telling thing about that press conference is that Ross wasn't there. He was absent. And Greer act like it was a comedy show. And Mr. Me Too, the coach, went right behind that. It was like it was a joke to them. And it's sad because our fans stay up to 1 o'clock in the morning on the East Coast Standard Time talking about this. We put money into these channels. We do all these different things. And the people that's supposed to give a damn don't care. And I prepare myself. Culler, you was in the spaces when I first came in. I even ran a space, which I would never do again, to be honest with you. Not doing it. And my consistency was the same. This season would be a failure if we wouldn't win a playoff game. You remember that, Culler, when I said that in my space? Because everybody was asking, well, what do you think this team can do? I said, we got to win a playoff game.
Yeah,
That's
I mean that's where I thought we had all come to an agreement on, because remember, as the season was starting, before the season started, a lot of people, that were previously out on Tua, we're now kind of coming around to the spot. Well, okay, maybe we can put together a winner as far as a complete package, given what McDaniel showed us, and and this and that and the other, and the improvement of Tua himself, which people deny that I give him credit for, but I do. Either case, we see all that, and I think a lot of us were like, hey, you know, we can win with this, and everybody rolls with it. But um, even people like myself. But then it's like, oh, the people that would normally say, oh well, no, two is going to take us there. Even those people were like, okay, But as soon as we started, rolling through bad teams, and even then, a guy like me is like, okay, well, we weren't doing that last year. no matter what the sycophants would say, we weren't rolling through Detroit. We weren't rolling through Chicago. We weren't rolling through these teams. And yes, we got off to a slow start against Carolina. But I chalked it up to, okay, well, we know it's a bad team. We got to install some stuff in our offense anyway. And some of that stuff didn't get off the ground in the first quarter or two. And of course, we then throttled it up and took care of business. So the way in which we were beating these bad teams is also different from last year. And that's why it's like, okay, but even then, a lot of the people start to see signs and want to say, okay, well, I don't like the way these play calls are happening. Oh, we need to start taking the ball out of we need to run the ball more. Well, why? If we built the offense as a pass first offense, that's what it is. You know, I've said, hey, we've taken the ball out of Tua's hands at the wrong time too. Now these are all growing pains of the second year head coach still, but at the same time, we're in a Super Bowl window. Like that's a Super Bowl winner. It doesn't compute.
Right, and that's what I was saying about tampering down our expectations. We are not a Super Bowl contender. We are not. We are a team that, and when I said this in the space, it went on fire.
I'm sorry, Nene. I had lost my train of thought, but to be able to land real quick. But what I was going to land on was that even the you know, I don't want to call people by names. I'm not, because I don't look at Finsanity as a sycophant. She coined the term two in here, so she might call her that. But that's why I don't use it in a pejorative when I'm referring to somebody like her who coined the term to not be a pejorative. You know what I mean? And so I will say sycophants. Even some of the sycophants were like, hey, this is what needs to be demonstrated. We need to win a playoff game. Even when we were arguing, Nene, to your point, when they were saying we just need to win a playoff game, I'm like, no. We need to go deeper than that. But at least they were having a fair argument. A playoff game win says something. Okay, well, now we're right here where we're at, making the same arguments again. And those same people that were willing to come to the table and say, yes, a playoff win at least, are now saying, yes, we had a successful season because of 11 wins.
Well,
And and it's like, wait a minute here. We all at least agreed, even those of us that didn't think it was enough, we at least came to the table and said, okay, we can't really be haters per se if we get at least one playoff win. Even though I don't believe in baby steps, I believe you build a Super Bowl contender and you get those playoff wins on the way. You know what I mean? But
What's up, Esther?
the
Oh,
point is,
smokes.
even if we had a playoff win, I could at least be coming to the table right now with Tua.
I will tell you this, guys, and man, you guys have literally, um, you guys have made me cry. My abs, thank you. You know what I mean? It was a great workout. I think I got today listening to you guys,
Right.
man.
I mean, 2
Because
more wins than we had last year could simply be a matter of luck.
yeah, you're.
I'm
I
not
mean,
talking
yeah.
about 11 wins. No, I'm sorry. That is not a successful season given how we ended in the playoffs. I'm sorry. It's
And
not.
you
it
know what?
actually makes it worse. Actually,
Wait. Before you go and continue, I'm going to add this, ladies and gentlemen. I posted a poll on my show, on my channel. What do you guys, what would you characterize this? You know what? Nah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Y'all, I got a show to drop for you guys. I'm going to drop it now after this. But I got something to talk about tomorrow because literally it's Thursday and I need something to talk about. So I'm going to leave this for tomorrow's morning show at 8 a.m. And what I'm trying to say is, you don't gotta go home, but I need to sleep. But all of you guys brought some great takes. Interesting. Thank you for coming up
Is
here.
this the longest league wide Wednesday in the history of league wide Wednesdays?
It might be up there. It might be up there. Might have been up there. Yeah, I think this is probably one of the longest ones. That's for sure. But yes, color. Well, I'm gonna finish here because we gotta end the show together. But interesting, aka Finsanity 5, because 1 through 4 was taken. Um, thank you so. Thank you so much for coming through. Give me your final thoughts on the whirlwind that we had today, as far as the show and
I
everything we
thought
talked
no,
about.
I thought it was amazing. Color. I hope you didn't feel like I was personally attacking you. I was not. I absolutely love your takes, and I adore your football mind. I've been on
She
record
really
saying that.
does, though. Like we literally talk
Yeah,
about.
and real quick, I wanted to address that earlier. That's why I tried to preface it earlier that I in no way thought you were trying to chill my speech. I was just simply saying that if I give solutions to anybody who asks me,
Mm-hmm.
and none of the solutions I give are taken serious, then I'm chilling my own speech because I'm not wasting the calories. You see what I'm saying? I in no
Absolutely.
way meant to think that or do think that you try to chill my speech or anything on the issue of Tua. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't get
Absolutely.
that wrong. I appreciate the back and forth with you always. I love your mind. You have a brilliant mind, just right along with Nene and Miss Fins. That's why I rock with y'all.
Sure.
Or at least hope you allow me to rock with you all.
Thank you for letting me have me on your show. This has always been a dream of mine to be on League Wide Wednesday with color commentary. So I'm happy. Nana, you already know my point. I put it in the private chat. Anyway, make sure y'all check out Back Alley Fins with me, Nene, and Miss Fins. Also, everybody remember that you are important to somebody and you are loved, and that no matter what, you know, there's someone out here who cares about you. That's all I got. Thank you, Miss Spence, for letting me be on. Nene, keep your head up. Have a great day at school tomorrow. Color, you already know. You're one of my favorites.
Thank you,
So
man.
y'all stay up, stay
Likewise.
great.
Thanks, Insanity. Don't leave just yet. I'm gonna put you in the back, okay? But thank you for all those kind words.
What a great
Nene.
person. That's
Uh,
my final thought. I'm gonna get it in real quick. My final thought. That Miss, what a
Good
great
lord.
person. All y'all.
Finsanity.
I'm done.
Go ahead, Nene.
First of all, I want to just be happy that you got another member. You're one of the people I feel in this community that gets it. I think I've been in enough spaces and different YouTube platforms that kind of see what people pitch, and you subscribe to certain things. And I'll just say to you, Miss Friends, I'm happy of your integrity. That you don't have to run a show where we have to insult each other in order to get a point across. So I will like to say that I know I get a little spicy, and that person still got to see me on Friday. You got 24 hours, my boy. Um, but I do appreciate a place where everybody can be heard and things can be respected. I just think this Miami Dolphins thing, like it bothers me because in hindsight, Miami is a football town. I tell everybody all of the championships that the Heat won, the Marlins won, there would be nothing on the magnitude if the Miami Dolphin was
Nothing.
actually to win a Super Bowl. I
Hmm.
think honestly, if they even went to the Super Bowl, because it is a thing that is, if you're from down there, and let me just extend that umbrella to South Florida, right? Everywhere you go, there are children that are going to pee wee football, whether it's cheerleading, because we kind of forget them too. The
Yeah. Shout out to
football,
Pee Wee. Shout out to our Pee Wee and our little league cheerleaders, man. Like, seriously, they do
the
a lot of work. It's a real sport.
so like down there is serious in other states like Texas and California, but from Miami itself, Miami-Dade County, it is serious. So the city is starving for a championship. The city is starving to stop being mediocre and accepting mediocre. The city is built that way. So that's why when people, just want to sit here and they call it positive, I call it being mediocre. That should never be the goal. So I'm glad we had these conversations. So that way I'm not in class and somebody steps on my Jordans, and I'd be like, "What you said about my Dolphins?" Because we have this PTSD that we're angry right now.
For real.
I literally went to my first day of class, and someone remembered that I was a Dolphin fan. They said, "Let's all wrap our hands and pray for her." That's how bad it is. I'm tired of being embarrassed by this team, man.
Yo,
And
when
I
they're
know.
giving you condolences, I was like, thank
No, they
you.
literally do that. But remember, I'm in divinity school, so we pray anyway. But it was just a guy I knew when we did our introductions. He knew I was a Dolphins fan, and he was like, "Yeah, when that happened, I was praying for you as it was happening." So my whole thing is, I'm glad I have a place and a space to express myself with my anger and suggestions because I stand on my square. I wish our organization cared about this team like we do. I think we would have won a long time ago. And I'm going to continue to be the voice of reason and not be biased to a player or bad decisions. That's just how I was raised by my grandmother and how I was raised in the military. So that's me. I'm going to stand up for accountability. And for a lot of people, they don't like it. Oh, well. But yeah, Miss Fans, all jokes aside, I do appreciate this, especially, I will be honest, there's not a lot of platforms that I see. I know Marissa and a couple of other people speak, but there's a very, very minimum audience of women in this community that actually speak on platforms. So I thank you for having a platform and also sharing it with me because I can't lie, I'm always in the spaces and normally it's dominated. And we have female fans all over the world. So I just want to personally add that to my final thought of thank giving you your flowers for giving us the opportunity. I hope you get more followers. And I know a lot of people,
And
may
members too. Members too.
members
Become a
too.
member.
So I just wanted to end it with that. And on a side note, AB, you still got to see me on Friday, my boy. It ain't over with. And I land my
Shout out
plane.
to Liberty City Warriors. I appreciate you, Nanny, for those kind words. Listen, stay in the back, don't leave, 'cause I know you're gonna leave real quick. We're about to I almost again I don't know why I'm thinking of the vitamin C song as we go on because the season's over. We remember, you know what I mean? Like this is color. I can't. We have it's just it's rough, man. It's rough out here, but I feel like we always have a lot of fun no matter what. And that's the whole point, you know what I mean? We can discuss, be opinionated, and still have a lot of fun, ladies and gentlemen. And I appreciate everybody that joins the channel and really continues to support because it really does mean a lot. Thank you, thank you, thank you, guys. Thank you for all the members, man, that you guys do support the channel. I really appreciate all of you guys that do. Special shout out to Ghost of Brian Flores because you know I'm a Flores girl, but but I appreciate all of you guys. In serious note, Color, I know you gave your final thought. Anything last name before I close this puppy out?
No, thank you everybody for always coming with us, on joining us on Wednesday nights and supporting this show. We're rounding out the end of year season 2 on it, and it's been
Yep.
fun both years. So, a lot of great football coming up. Like I always say, we're going to be reminded this Monday. This Monday is the Monday after the divisional round, and this is at which point 28 fan bases realized that they were never even close.
Oh, it hurts.
We
The
already
truth
suffered that.
hurts.
So at least it won't be us on Monday, but we'll still be reminded ourselves that wow, we were never even close.
It's for real. And guys, I'm about to drop back alley Fins episode 2, well part 2 of Miss Fins versus Fin 75 versus Nene. I'm gonna be dropping it sometime tonight, so I gotta stay up and finish that puppy. Or I'm gonna do it in the morning because I'm tired. Come by it tomorrow morning. We're gonna discuss. I'm gonna have an open panel tomorrow morning. I want to hear from you fans, because yeah, it's a lot we gotta get off our chest. You know what I mean? And a lot of interesting moves that the team is happening. So I appreciate that. Everybody, remember, you can't handle the truth. I'm just kidding. Guys, this is League Wide Wednesday with Miss Phins and Mr. Color commentary every Wednesday night at 8 p.m. Appreciate all of you guys again. Shout out to the members. And oh, before we go, guys, support those who do support the channel, like Chef Jew and Chef Juice Catering and Sweet Treats. Looking for a great chef to cater your next birthday, business, or office party, etc., with mouth-watering cookies, cakes, pies, and more. Then go ahead and call Chef Jew at 786-804-8096. That's 786-804-8096. Or reach out for more information at and via Facebook Messenger or Instagram at Chef Jew, J-U Catering, for more information. And mention Miss Fins to get 10% off your catering order. I appreciate all you guys, honestly, man. You guys have made me laugh, made me cry because I was laughing so hard. It's been such a great fun. All of you guys in the chat, appreciate you guys. Let's keep it going in the comment section because we are answering all your comments, guys. All your comments. So go ahead and make sure that you do that. And I appreciate again all of you guys. Thank you so much. Take care and bye-bye.
Teddy loves you.
I love you guys.